Whether or not the demoness of black provided the corresponding mystical knowledge, you should perform the ritual in the next 2 days. I will help you forcefully locate and lock onto the mirror person. After this is done, I'll need to focus on meeting my deadline, Madam Magician said to Lumion as she floated in the East Logans forest near Chalet town. Don't tell me you haven't even started writing yet. Not a single word? When you said above the gray fog that you'd even thought of the promotional tagline, did you make that up on the spot? In that case, completing The Great Adventure 7 in 2 weeks would be very difficult unless you don't care about quality. Lumion pondered thoughtfully. At the end of yesterday's small meeting, Madam Magician had promised in front of all the major Arcana cardholders that she would deliver the manuscript for The Great Adventure 7 within 2 weeks. The other major Arcana cardholders also expressed that they would quickly adjust Gehrman Sparrow's image within their own spheres of influence. The most important among these was the action to be taken by the Church of the Fool. Mr. Sun would gather bishops from each parish in batches to undergo intensive theological training, adding corresponding interpretations and descriptions to their sermons while making minimal changes to the scripture. Before Lumion could respond, Madam Magician added, "If you're really not ready to perform the ritual yet, then we can wait until 2 weeks later." "I'm ready," Lumion calmly replied, standing atop a large tree, concealing himself in the shadows of the canopy. At this time, Franca arrived at the estate that primarily grew grapes. She once again saw brown Sauron, with her orange-red long hair, clean and pure face, and hint of wildness. "Long time no see," Franca smiled in greeting. Browns looked at her and suddenly froze. "You seem to have become more beautiful." "You've become more beautiful too," Franca observed Browns, noticing that her orange-red hair had become slightly darker, her features more delicate, and the touch of wildness in her demeanor made one unconsciously think of young girls who could participate in hunting in primitive tribes. Browns withdrew her gaze and said with slight pride in a soft voice, "I'm now a demoness of affliction. If this were at sea, you'd have a chance to be called an admiral," Franca politely complimented. "What do you call that?" "That's called having class." Brown strongly agreed with this, but said, "I feel like in recent years, Sequence 5 has become increasingly less valuable. When the apocalypse comes, except for a few special saints, perhaps only angels will be able to make a difference." Franca suddenly felt somewhat melancholic. The two demonesses chatted casually as they went deeper into the estate, arriving at the round pavilion situated among numerous grapevines and creepers. The demoness of black, wearing a deep blue hat, her face partially obscured by a veil which only made her more alluring, was sitting inside. "Teacher, Franca is here." Brown stepped forward and said softly. The demoness of black turned to the side and cast her gaze upon Franca. "Good morning, madam." Franca first greeted with a smile, then said seriously and devoutly, "I have become a demoness of despair under God's watch." "Demoness of despair? Sequence 4 demigod?" "She became a demigod?" Browns's beautiful eyes suddenly grew round. When she and Franca first met, they were both just demonesses of pleasure, and in just over half a year the other party had reached Sequence 4. This was a qualitative change point, the gateway to godhood, the initial line separating humans from gods. How could it be so easy to cross and push open? A Sequence 4 demoness of despair, even within the entire demoness sect, their numbers were quite limited, worthy of being called high-ranking, though not yet able to enter the core layer. "I thought my advancement speed was already fast enough." Browns momentarily felt dazed, unable to help questioning life. The demoness of black showed no obvious emotional fluctuation, and only nodded after Franca finished speaking. "Thank God for her favor. Thank the primordial one's grace." She accepted it just like that? Has the primordial demoness given corresponding revelations? Franca, who was already prepared to flee the demoness sect at any time and wanted to get whatever benefits she could, quickly said, "After becoming a demoness of despair, I feel my connection with the mirror person has deepened, and it has undergone some sort of mutation. Could you teach me in detail about the mystical knowledge related to the mirror person?" The demoness of black glanced at Franca and said with a slight smile, "After gaining godhood, you indeed should pay attention to such matters." Her gaze swept over Brown's as she continued, The mirror people of demonesses always believe they are the original body, that they are the original who was separated after drinking the witch potion, imprisoned in the mirror world, serving as a mirror substitute and mirror magic medium. If you with your godhood believe this point, your soul, personality, and spirit will become incomplete because of it. Not only will you never have hope of reaching higher sequences, but you'll also have many problems in daily life, and the risk of losing control will also become very high. A demoness mirror person is essentially a product of the combination of potion power and mirror world rules, closer to a spiritual imprint and soul projection. This is completely different from Moran of Ignis, saying that a demoness true self dwells within the mirror. Although I prefer this explanation and am willing to accept it, the demoness of black probably hasn't revealed the whole truth. For example, why is the spiritual imprint and soul projection in a male state? After becoming a witch, both body and soul have changed. Well, Moran of Ignis, as a mirror person, his viewpoints and perspectives must also be biased. Combine the two? Franca listened quietly, thinking instinctively, without interrupting the demoness of black's explanation. The demoness of black's voice took on several layers of complexity, with various emotions difficult to distinguish. This is also one of the reasons why males are more suited to the demoness pathway. To further utilize the mirror world, one must inevitably face their own mirror person, and male demoness's mirror person is male, extreme, vengeful, hateful, males in pain who will be better attracted by a demoness charm, thereby becoming infatuated with us, both hating and obeying. Female demoness's mirror people have stronger replacement desires and are harder to control. Can it work like that? You were able to become a demoness of unaging because you charmed your mirror self and made him fall in love with you? What does tasting yourself feel like? Franca pondered internally. Aren't demonesses too twisted? She thought for a moment and said sincerely, eventually we have to face our own mirror person? Will he be willing to meet with me? I feel he will deliberately avoid me using our mystical connection. The demoness of black answered, they will indeed avoid you. Although our mirror person will continuously grow stronger as our strength increases, being equivalent to a copy of our abilities. But as a demoness mirror person, they are naturally restricted, constrained, and weakened by the mirror world, like prisoners wearing shackles unable to perform normally. They're unlikely to be our match, so they will inevitably choose to avoid us. Only when you are weak enough, and there are no traps around, will you see him, face him. Remember, what you know, he knows. Let the mirror person think there's an opportunity, and we share memories and abilities? Franca pondered for a few seconds and said, in Underground Trier, I entered a special mirror world and encountered my own mirror person. That time, he faced me directly, without avoiding me in advance. The mirror person in the special mirror worlds is different from a demoness mirror person in the broader mirror world. What's useful to us is the latter. The demoness of black explained briefly. Franca asked about some more details until the demoness of black no longer gave detailed answers. She had to report other matters. Lewis from the Emperor Party was very frustrated for a while earlier, seemingly unable to contact some important figure. But recently he's back to normal, showing no similar behavior. Very good. Keep watching them. The demoness of black nodded slightly. Franca received permission after taking her leave. The demoness of black quietly watched her silhouette until she and Browns disappeared into the grape grove. In the luxurious villa, Franca detailed the mystical knowledge taught by the demoness of black to Lumion and Jenna. Are we performing the ritual today? After they finished their discussion, Madame Magician asked. We can try. We'll only know what problems there are after we try. Lumion stood up, his black hair falling loose. Madame Magician smiled and said, no need to rush. Wait for me. As soon as she finished speaking, this major arcana card holder opened an illusory door of starlight and walked through it. Soon after, she returned to this luxurious villa. She had changed her clothes, wearing a deep black warlock's robe embroidered with silver stars. Look in the mirror, then use mirror substitution. Madame Magician's speech quickened slightly, as if she couldn't maintain her current state for too long. Under Franca and Jenna's watchful eyes, Lumion walked to the full-length mirror in the bedroom. Looking at the enchanting demoness reflected in the mirror, He maintained a cold expression and actively used mirror substitution. When the cracking sound rang out, the silver stars on Madame Magician's warlock robe began to glow, becoming increasingly numerous. The surrounding darkness spread accordingly, and an illusory starry sky descended upon this room. The brilliant stars moved rapidly, forming a directional, extremely complex key. This was forcefully locating by borrowing the mystical connection between Lumion and his mirror person, utilizing the characteristic that the mirror person was the corresponding medium for mirror magic. In just a second or two, Madame Magician's voice echoed ethereally, "Found him." Countless starlight then fell, disappearing into the full-length mirror. "I've briefly confined the target, you can go now," Madame Magician then said to Lumion. Her voice had returned to normal. Lumion nodded once, stepped into the full-length mirror, and following the starlight's guidance, traversed into the depths of the mirror world. The endless darkness around seemed frozen, with points of starlight moving through it like liquid flowing through blood vessels in an illusory tunnel, helping Lumion traverse without losing his way. In just about 10 seconds, Lumion arrived at an area where the void was dark and heavy, forming a giant eggshell. With his arrival, the guiding starlight ahead coalesced into a dreamlike door upon the eggshell. As soon as Lumion passed through this door, he saw a familiar figure. It was himself, his male state. That handsome face was covered in blood stains, and his blue eyes revealed undisguised hatred and pain. Well, having an angel's help does make a difference. Lumion's mirror person gave a thumbs up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If an angel promises to help and you don't use her power, wouldn't that make you a fool? Lumion let out his habitual scoff. Lumion's mirror person stared fixedly at his female self, and after a few seconds said, "What are you here for?" Lumion responded calmly, "To reconcile with you. If you're unwilling, I'll beat you into submission, charm you until you are." Lumion's mirror person gave a self-mocking laugh, then said, "Okay, that's simple." Lumion raised an eyebrow that was much softer than his mirror person's. His mirror person chuckled. "I'd rather replace you, but that would require your agreement too. If there's no other way, that could be considered." Lumion's lips curved into a smile, his face seeming to reflect a hint of starlight. His mirror person froze for a moment and said, "We are essentially the same, the current me." "The current me?" Lumion was partly concerned his mirror self had other schemes, and partly wanted to explore more knowledge about mirror people to help Franca with the upcoming ritual, so he didn't rush forward to reconcile. After consuming the witch or higher potions and stabilizing the birth of a mirror person, essentially a split of the self occurs during advancement, dividing into the me in the mirror and the me outside the mirror, the me of the original gender and the me of the current gender. When you became a demoness of despair, you still had inevitability's boon, which caused a slight change in the split. The me in the mirror is the me of the original gender, also the past me, while the me outside is the me of the current gender, also the present me. The mirrored Lumion's face showed slight distortion. "This is my personal experience and feeling. It might not be entirely correct. If we reconcile, will we together form the future me?" Lumion asked thoughtfully. "Perhaps." The mirrored Lumion sneered. "Who could have experience with this? Let's hurry up. Don't waste time." Seeing Lumion watching him without speaking, the mirrored Lumion smacked his lips and said, "If I replaced you, the ritual would definitely fall because the soul gender would be different. Then we'd forever remain at the demoness of despair sequence unless we switched to war bishop. That's one path, but given the current situation, it would waste too much time. Gal, time waits for no one. Becoming a demoness of unaging is a crucial step to reviving Aurora. The sooner we take it, the better." Lumion was silent for a few seconds before saying, "You want to reconcile because reviving Aurora is more important? Otherwise, because of your charming personality?" The mirrored Lumion mocked. He paused, composed his expression, and said in a deep voice, "We are the same person. Apart from hating you, cursing you, wanting to replace you, I have no other differences from you. And none of that matters. Indeed, none of that matters." Lumion finally smiled and walked toward his mirror self. He extended his fair, slender hand with skin like congealed cream. His mirror self also smiled. Since replacing you isn't the most important thing, between reconciliation, being enslaved, and being infatuated with you, I'll definitely choose reconciliation. As he spoke, he also extended his right palm. A broad, strong hand with bronze-colored skin. The two hands, noticeably different in size, clasped together. Lumion instantly felt the mystical connection between them become almost tangible, as if forming ropes, forming a spider web that enclosed them both. In his eyes, his mirror self's face suddenly twisted. The mirror person burst out cursing. Son of a sow! Do you know that every time you use mirror substitution, I die once and then split off from you again? You piece of shit! Let's switch places once. Let you experience how painful it is. Trapped in this pitch-black place every day, no one to talk to, no one to interact with. I've nearly gone crazy. Might as well die, but Aurora hasn't been revived yet. Haha. I'm always happy when you're suffering. So you have times like that too. Damn it, but I suffer while being happy, because what causes you pain makes me feel pain too. When you're in despair, I'm in despair too. Sometimes I think, letting me replace you to face all this. I'd rather die a few more times. My little cabbage, why can't you be happier? Enjoy more. Make me jealous. Make me strongly want to replace you. Lumion listened to his mirror self's angry curses without suppressing the emotional waves in his heart, as if he too was howling and venting similarly. The two people in their handshake hadn't moved forward, yet they seemed to be getting closer and closer. At this point, the mirrored Lumion stopped cursing. He looked at Lumion, his expression serious, and said in a low voice, "We must revive Aurora." He paused, then gritted his teeth and shouted, "Otherwise I won't let you off even as a ghost." "I won't let myself off either," Lumion responded in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his perspective change. He saw his female self with eyes as clear as a highland lake, features bright and dignified, carrying a peculiar sharpness, and he saw himself with a blood-stained face, expression no longer so twisted. At this moment, Lumion had an understanding. Using the help of the demoness spider silk, he took out with one hand from the traveler's bag the demoness of unaging's beyonder characteristic that resembled a transparent spring eye, different parts of corpses to replace mirror god fragments and gorgon blood, drops of water from drowned people's lungs collected over these 2 days, and an antique mirror from the early 5th epoch. Under the guidance of invisible spider silk, first the slightly yellow-tinted blood was poured into a glass cup, a full 80 milliliters. Then the spring-like crystal, glass shard-like objects, blackened drops with pus, and the copper mirror with damaged decorations around its edges were successively placed into that cup of blood. In an instant, the glass cup took on a grayish-white color, and all items inside quickly merged, gradually becoming illusory. Soon, a glass of grayish-white liquid that clearly reflected the surrounding mirror world appeared before Lumion's eyes. The unaging potion. Lumion, simultaneously having two perspectives, raised his left hand and brought the transparent grayish-white cup to his lips, drinking the potion inside. He first tasted a mixture of soil and stone, then his senses were numbed. Wherever the potion passed, his tongue, mouth, esophagus, and stomach lost sensation, turning grayish-white. This grayish-white was still seeping into his soul. At this moment, Lumion felt his spirit float into the air, arriving at his mirror self's side, watching as his demoness form gradually turned to stone, seemingly becoming a statue. His mirror self also underwent corresponding changes, just much more slowly, much more gradually. Lumion's spirit quickly descended, using his mirror self to maintain consciousness and avoid complete petrification. He suddenly understood why the demoness of unaging's ritual involved enslaving one's mirror person, or making him infatuated, or reconciling with him, because otherwise, after taking the potion, as the body petrified and the spirit wandered toward the mirror self, it would meet the mirror person's strong resistance, and at this time one's strength could only be exerted to a limited degree, making the situation very precarious. When the mirror person was also severely petrified, Lumien's spirit floated up again, returning to his body. By now, his body had adapted to the potion and, under returning consciousness's drive, gradually shed its petrified state. Then, he saw his mirror self changing, transforming toward femininity, and not far away, one after another version of himself emerged from the darkness. Him when he had just become a demoness of despair. Him when he was still in Pyromaniac. Him when he had just arrived at Corda Village. Him when he was still wandering. Him in childhood. Every time he looked in a mirror, it left certain traces in the mirror world, and now they all appeared. You can choose one of these selves, fixing that state. This is the secret of how the demoness of unaging can restore youth. No matter which state is chosen, it will inevitably feminize. My mirror self has actually become a woman too. Is this because I chose reconciliation rather than enslavement or making him infatuated? So it can work like this. Lumien, still gradually relieving his petrified state, watched as his mirror self became increasingly beautiful, becoming more and more like himself, but vaguely carrying some of Aurora's qualities. Just as feelings of joy began to arise, a scene suddenly appeared before his eyes. In endless darkness, an indistinct figure suddenly turned toward this direction. In just the blink of an eye, this figure arrived at the edge of that darkness, quietly looking down at Lumien. This was similar to the primordial demoness gaze when Lumien advanced to demoness of despair, but somewhat different. Under this gaze, Lumien instantly lost most sensation, left with only a hazy consciousness struggling not to sink. Shortly after, he opened his eyes to find himself wrapped in layers of grayish-white spider webs, like prey stored by a spider, or like a newborn in an egg. The next second, the spider web silently collapsed, falling to the ground. Lumien's ordinary clothes, weakened by the earlier petrification and current recovery, quickly turned to powder and drifted away, revealing lustrous, delicate white skin. While taking out and changing into clothes from the traveler's bag, Lumien looked around. He then saw his demon estate mirror self. He smiled, and that mirror person smiled too. They were no longer separate. Lumien was both the self outside the mirror and the self inside the mirror, both the past self and the present self. This was a demoness of unaging. While changing clothes, Lumien examined the changes in himself after becoming a demoness of unaging. Because of the reconciliation, his mirror person's consciousness had returned to his body. Whether it was his reflection in the mirror or himself outside it, they were now both him, different parts sharing a single consciousness. In other words, he had the sensation of being both outside and within the mirror simultaneously. Even walking in sunlight, he would partially experience another self moving hesitantly forward in darkness. This also allowed him to see both the reality and the changes within mirrors simultaneously. Furthermore, in the past, when a mirror person died, it would split off from the body again to revive. Now, the body had the same privilege. If it died, it would revive through the mirror person. Simply put, the death of either the body or the mirror person alone was no longer true death for a demoness of unaging. It was more like a partial injury that could be healed. Additionally, a demoness of unaging could have multiple mirror persons. Lumien could use environments with multiple mirrors to temporarily multiply his mirror persons. As long as one survived, he wouldn't truly die. He could also use blood, hair, skin, or other media to create a mirror person sleeping within a mirror, hiding that mirror in a secret place under anti-divination conditions, cutting off corresponding mystical connections to prevent curses and other harm from affecting the sleeping mirror person. This way, even if his body and other mirror persons were killed, as long as this hidden mirror remained unfound, Lumien could revive through the sleeping mirror person. This was the source of the demoness of unaging's bizarre resistance to death and skill at revival. The self in the mirror and the self outside are both me. Without this special characteristic, revival through this method would be impossible, which was why Lumien couldn't help others create sleeping mirror persons. Does reconciliation mean both inside and outside the mirror are me? While enslavement and infatuation mean the mirror self is either not me or just my appendage. Just as Lumien thought this, an illusory starfield suddenly appeared before his eyes, revealing countless brilliant stars. Some of these stars were very bright and large, hidden in the depths of darkness, while others seemed nearby yet remained untouchable. Lumian's pupils, clear and dreamy like a highland lake, suddenly dilated. He felt his unaging potion had been completely digested. What's going on? How had it been fully digested right after drinking it and completing the advancement? He hadn't even begun acting the role of a demoness of unaging yet. Amid confusion, bewilderment, and perplexity, various thoughts flashed through Lumian's mind until he arrived at an extraordinarily joyful speculation. This was brought about by the further awakening of Aurora's soul fragment. Has Aurora further awakened through the state of being both inside and outside the mirror, through me and my mirror person? She's now effectively part of me, and any part of me can eventually be revived through the mirror person, so has she gained this characteristic too? Given the name, surely the act of a demoness of unaging doesn't require maintaining an unaging mentality and appearance over hundreds or thousands of years. The unaging appearance is easily solved. A demoness of unaging naturally maintains their appearance. But an unaging mentality is much more difficult and would take a very long time. Yet Aurora is from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer, and has been sleeping the whole time. Upon returning to reality in the current era, her mentality is indeed still quite young, completely unaging. Aurora is now part of me, one of my aspects. If her mental, spiritual, and soul state perfectly matches the requirements of the unaging potion, it's as if I matched them too. So the potion naturally digested quickly. Lumian nodded thoughtfully. What made him happiest wasn't that the unaging potion had been completely digested in such a short time, but that he had truly seen and felt Aurora's awakening. This was indeed the first step in reviving Aurora. Lumian continued examining the changes in his state. I can separate out mirror persons for special hiding, and since the potion is fully digested, it's increased to 2. I've truly gained the petrification ability, no longer requiring hair contact. However, petrification still can't take effect on targets across thin air either. It must spread inch by inch from nearby until it reaches and covers the enemy, or it must use the demoness spider silk to transmit the corresponding power. My eyes are now equivalent to mirrors. Whatever I see can become a target for curses, and I can use my eyes as a medium along with my mirror person transformation to directly enter the mirror world. If I manifest an incomplete mythical creature form, my hair will become serpents, each with a clear black and white eye on its head. Whatever these eyes see can be petrified from thin air. My utilization of the mirror world has clearly strengthened. I can forcibly pull people of lower standing into the mirror world without them noticing. For saints and angels of equal or higher standing, success and detection depend on their state. I can even pull an entire house or street into the mirror world. What exactly gets pulled in is up to me. It doesn't have to be done as a whole. I can now directly transmit power through the mirror world. Combined with mirror projection, I can sit at home and manifest power anywhere in Trier using position mirrors. The power attached to this mirror projection cannot exceed sequence 4. The Hunter pathway is still only at sequence 5, with no new fusion abilities, but precision can help me manifest power in 3 different places. All mirror projections cannot leave their corresponding mirror's reflection range. At the demoness of unaging level, I can control mirrors within a 15-kilometer range, and those I've visited before this can cover an entire small city. The plague range has reached 10 kilometers and can spread outward on its own. Though the types of plagues haven't increased, each spider silk is now like my arm. I can perfectly display the charm of women at every age, with skin condition and facial features either matching or contrasting. As long as there's a physical medium, curses can not only affect the target but also their direct relatives. With large-scale, special black magic, crucial media, and arrangements, curses might even harm angels. Other aspects haven't changed much. Other demoness abilities have also improved accordingly. That bizarre state of the demoness of black earlier really had nothing to do with the demoness of unaging itself, or perhaps it depends on which ritual was chosen during advancement. After this examination, Lumian looked around, then traversed back to his bedroom. By this time, Madame Magician was gone. Madame Magician said that the magic robe couldn't be worn too long. After confirming you were fine, she left to get some rest and will return later, Jenna explained upon seeing him. Franca asked eagerly, "Did the ritual succeed? Are you now a demoness of unaging?" Her spiritual intuition told her this was the case. Lumion nodded and smiled. "Yes, we reconciled." Before Franca could ask more, he casually said, "The unaging potion has also been completely digested." "Huh? What?" Jenna and Franca exclaimed in surprise. Lumion smiled at Franca. "If you became a demoness of unaging, you'd be able to digest the potion quickly too." "Ah, me?" Franca paused, pointing at herself, then asked with some speculation, "Does the acting of a demoness of unaging focus on timescale and the unaging state?" She thought carefully. She really was an ancient relic, and she truly wasn't aging now in any aspect. With a nod, Lumion replied, "I believe the most important acting principle is maintaining an unaging mentality over the erosion of time, over hundreds or thousands of years." "It's true then?" Franca nodded slowly. "Did the celestial worthy make us hang on that light gate for thousands or tens of thousands of years, causing us to perfectly match such acting? His intentions were bad, but the outcome was good." Understanding what they were talking about, Jenna looked at Lumion and asked, "You relied on Aurora?" "I now truly feel that Aurora is one of my aspects, a part of me." Lumion didn't hide it. Jenna smiled with complex emotions and empathy. "That's wonderful." She thought of her mother and father. She also had people she wanted to revive. But there was no hope now. Lumion then told Franca and Jenna in great detail about his dialogue with his mirror person and his feelings during advancement, finally saying, "Reconciliation brings unity between the self in and outside the mirror. The other two methods probably don't work. The mirror person would remain one's male self. I think the prerequisite for reconciliation is that both parties have a common goal for which one is willing to sacrifice themselves, and the mirror person has no better options. Then negotiations become possible." Franca fell into deep thought. Lumion looked at Jenna and after some consideration said, "If earlier my mirror person had deceived me, instigated me, replaced me, since his core is male, the advancement ritual would have failed. From this, you could have determined that the one who came out of the mirror was the mirror person and responded accordingly. But for purely female demonesses, there isn't this restriction. If your mirror person replaced you, they could still perform the ritual and become a demoness of unaging. This would make it impossible for anyone to notice that the real you had been silently replaced. You think this might be related to the potential horrifying experiences pure female demonesses might face when advancing to demoness of unaging?" Jenna understood what Lumion was really trying to warn about. Lumion nodded. "This surely isn't everything, but it might be part of it." After talking further, Lumion asked Franca, "Do you want to perform the ritual today, or prepare for a while longer?" Franca ruminated for a few seconds before saying, "I want to try. If my mirror person has my memories from before transmigrating, rather than being dominated by the original body's residual consciousness, I think I might be able to persuade him." When Madame Magician returned, Franca, like Lumion before her, entered deep into the mirror world with the help of the angel of the door pathway's positioning and containment, and saw her mirror person sitting cross-legged on the ground. Her mirror person bore the original body's appearance, his face stained with blood, his eyes filled with contempt, disdain, and resentment. "You dare show your face to me?" the mirror person shouted before Franca could speak. Franca's mouth half opened as she said, both angry and amused, "What do I have to be ashamed of? I didn't cause all this. You're a part of me, split from my soul. When we drank the witch potion back then, can you say you didn't agree, that it wasn't with your permission? Why blame each other when we're both responsible?" "I'll admit to that." The mirror person was silent for 2 seconds. "But you clearly had a chance to become a man again, yet you refused. Have you become addicted to being a woman? What right do you have to face me? Have you forgotten your original appearance and conviction?" Franca was momentarily speechless, and only after about 10 seconds said, "I feel that gender isn't important. What's important is a person's character, spirit, morals. Don't try to pacify me with that instigator rhetoric. Know you too well. We're the same person." The mirror person interrupted Franca. Being able to talk is good. Being able to talk means there's room for discussion. Franca sighed and said, after knowing we can't go back, I only care about certain people and things now. I don't want to lose anymore, to have any more major upheavals. Besides, you're right, you're not wrong. Maybe I've been a woman for too long. I've gotten somewhat used to it. Since I fear change, staying unchanged is acceptable too. The mirror person sneered. You admit it then? You can fool others, but you can't fool yourself. Franca said self-mockingly. Besides, it's almost the apocalypse. Even the deities and angels think so. Let's do meaningful things first, leave other matters for after the apocalypse. We can make changes then, maybe we'll have new ideas by then. If we can't survive the apocalypse, everyone's finished anyway, so thinking about these things is meaningless. She paused, then said softly, and we can't avoid the demonist sect matters. Someone has to help him after all. The mirror person shot Franca a glance. Don't you know how dangerous it is? I know, but I'm the only suitable one. Franca suddenly smiled. If I were in a similar situation, needing someone to take a great risk to do something, I believe both Lumion and Jenna would do it. Her voice was soft, but without a trace of doubt. The mirror person looked at Franca, his eyes gleaming with envy. After a moment, he sat cross-legged and sneered. Whatever. Whether you become a man or court death, it's all the same to me now. It has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, his eyes grew dim, his whole person becoming dejected. After knowing we can't go back, nothing matters anymore. Franca recalled her emotions when learning the truth and said empathetically, we can only gradually accept our current life, accept this reality. At least there are still people we care about, people who care about us. Life still has some meaning. That's you, the mirror person cursed. What does that have to do with me? If I were to turn the tables and replace you, do you think Jenna and Lumion would maintain the current relationship, or eliminate me on the spot? The mirror person looked up at Franca, his expression suddenly turning sad. I have nothing left. Franca fell silent, her mouth slightly closed, saying nothing. The mirror person sighed again and said, my greatest wish originally was to find a chance to replace you, to lock you in this dark prison while I lived the good life in the real world, searching for ways to become a man again and return home. In the end, I would return home with a handsome face, strong masculine physique, and many superpowers, becoming an urban hero like Batman, admired by many, pursued by girls I liked. As he spoke, the mirror person's voice gradually lowered. After several seconds, he said quietly, now, I have nothing left. As Franca listened to the mirror person's fantasies, she suddenly truly recognized that he was indeed a part of herself. Those fantasies, except for the reversed roles of inside and outside the mirror, were all things she had once imagined, the thoughts that had helped her persist in this world. At this moment, Franca had a sudden realization. There was one more prerequisite for reconciliation that Lumion hadn't summarized. The host had to truly acknowledge that the mirror person is a part of themselves, another aspect of themselves, rather than harboring deceptive intentions and using the instigator's abilities to persuade. Recognition should be mutual. Only then can reconciliation occur. Only then can consciousness be unified. Moved by this understanding, she said, you are me, and I am you. What I have is also yours. Let's reconcile. Let's merge. The mirror person, still sitting cross-legged on the ground, was stunned for a moment before once again speaking mockingly. Forget it, we can't go back anyway. What's the point of saying these things? Franca walked toward the mirror person, crouched before him, and extended her hand. She smiled and said, let me help you up. The mirror person stared at her steadily, and after a long while smiled and said, you probably thought you could charm me, make me fall for you. You know, I'm most vulnerable to feminine wiles. Actually, thinking about it, if I really replaced you, leaving aside whether Jenna and Lumion would accept it, I couldn't continue being a woman either. I'd definitely switch to War Bishop, then live a life of debauchery, sleeping with women everywhere, cursing while sacrificing myself when the apocalypse comes. Thinking about it, it's all rather pointless. The mirror person fell silent for a few seconds. then suddenly extended his right hand, grasped Franca's hand, and stood up following her pull. He looked at Franca's beautiful lake-colored eyes and slightly darkened flaxen hair, clicking his tongue as he smiled. "I haven't forgiven you, and I don't accept your reasoning." Suddenly, his whole person relaxed, and he said in a low, gentle voice, "I just have no more lingering thoughts. I still have some." Franca smiled bitterly. That mirror person also chuckled. "So, you continue on. I won't be joining you." Hearing these words, Franca truly felt the distance between them closing, their mystical connection transforming into something substantial. A phrase suddenly flashed through her mind. Yesterday's matters die with yesterday. Today's matters live with today. This too was a way of reconciling with oneself. The ritual succeeded. The primordial demoness just watched for a moment. Who knows what she's waiting for? In a bedroom of the luxury villa, Madame Magician said to Lumion and Jenna, "I'll change clothes and come back." With that, she opened an illusory door and walked through. By the time she had changed back into her orange dress and returned to Lumion and Jenna's side, Franca, who had finished examining her own state, walked out of the full-length mirror. Seeing that Franca's eyes had become slightly bluer and her hair slightly darker and thicker, Jenna asked expectantly, "Have you also fully digested the unaging potion?" Franca smiled, seemingly brightening the entire room. Yes, Lumion's analysis of the demoness of unaging's acting principles should be correct. Her current bearing was that of someone 27 or 28, someone with both life experience and sophistication. Madame Magician chuckled. "Your advancement speed and digestion rate would make many of the major arcana card holders envious. But not you?" Lumion thought privately. Madame Magician continued, "But don't think about rushing to the angel level yet. At sequence 3 you still have many things to do. Most importantly, anchors faith anchors. Without proper preparation in this aspect, even if you have the potion formula and are lucky enough to collect the corresponding materials, the probability of losing control during advancement will still far exceed the probability of success. The apocalypse is approaching. Many of the earlier sequences have become easier, but becoming a true mythical creature remains difficult and dangerous. Faith anchors? We need to establish our own faith and spread it." Franca, well-read as she was, immediately understood Madame Magician's meaning. But establishing a new faith in lands that worship true gods could only be done secretly, or in the southern continent. Seeing Lumion also looking at her, Madame Magician pondered before saying, "If you don't mind, the Church of the Fool can list you as saints, assign corresponding parishes, and make you the patron saints of those areas. This way, you can quickly gain followers through the Church of the Fool's influence and Mr. Fool's authority followers who are subsidiary to Mr. Fool. All Orthodox churches help their angels and saints this way." After exchanging glances, Lumion and Franca said, "We have no objections." Madame Magician smiled again. "Then quickly design honorific names that point to you 5 passages, and send them through a messenger to judgment. Also, you're planning to stay in Trier, right? I'll have the Church of the Fool assign 2 cathedrals in Trier to you. There's another one now in the suburban area. This way, when followers pray, you'll be able to respond, and the more miracles there are, the more believers there will be. That's one aspect. You'll also need to do things to increase your own anchors. Well, you've just advanced. Rest first, and seriously consider these matters tomorrow." With that, Madame Magician hurriedly left. "Let's rest first," Lumion then said to Franca. Although the potion had been fully digested, advancement was a battle, and his body, mind, and spirit were still exhausted. "All right," Franca agreed. Without waiting for nightfall, they both fell asleep in their respective bedrooms. Lumion had a dream where he returned to Cordu. In that house in Cordu village, Aurora was waiting for him, and had even prepared a guest room for Franca and Jenna. The mountain pastures were green as carpets, the sunlight abundant, and Lumion was reluctant to wake up. The mountain pastures were green as carpets, the sunlight abundant, and Lumion was reluctant to wake up. Lumion got out of bed and walked toward the door when suddenly, he saw a white paper on the desk, with an ink bottle pressing down one corner. "It wasn't like this before I slept," Lumian was stunned for a moment as he looked carefully. His gaze suddenly froze. There was a line of words on the white paper in handwriting he knew very well. That was Aurora's handwriting. Aurora's handwriting. Did she become active while I was asleep? She wrote this note. Was she trying to remind me of something? Lumian approached the desk with dilated pupils and read the paper's contents. It was a short line in Intis, "Summon white paper." Summon white paper? When Lumian saw the words on the paper, he was clearly stunned. A strange trembling, surprise, and fear immediately welled up from the depths of his heart. Had Aurora, whose soul fragment had further awakened and merged with me, struggled to control my body while I slept, just to leave this reminder? Theoretically, this should be very important. But why white paper? Lumian certainly remembered what white paper was. It was Aurora's contract creature, very weak, from the spirit world. Besides being spiritually connected to Aurora, its only function was to temporarily carry one beyond her ability of the contractor. And even then, it was limited to simple and weak types. What was there to care about with such a contract creature? The real reason for Lumian's intense emotional reaction was, he had originally thought everything about Corda Village was very clear, that every important symbol had been interpreted, that who all the participants were and what roles they played were sufficiently clear, with no more questions, lacking only some specific details that didn't affect the overall truth. But now, after Aurora's soul fragment had further wakened, the first thing she did was tell him to summon the contract creature white paper. Are there still important symbols in the Corda Village incident that haven't been interpreted? Is the current truth not the complete truth? Are there still crucial secrets hidden? Lumian forcefully suppressed the turmoil in his heart and quickly reviewed the key points of the Corda Village incident. Initially, Madame Pualis followed her husband, the local administrator, Beast, to Cordu, secretly planning to develop Cordu into her territory to establish her own Paramitha. Madame Pualis began an affair with the Padre and became pregnant. Aurora, influenced by members of April's Fool, attempted a soul summoning and ran into problems. Aurora sought treatment from I Know Someone, her mental state fluctuating until ultimately allowing Roche Louise Sanson to return. Some villagers who were close to Aurora were influenced by Roche and believed in the Constellation heresy, gradually spreading it outward. The Padre, while dealing with those involved in the Constellation heresy, was bewitched by Roche and became a believer in inevitability. At this time, or perhaps later, the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order noticed Aurora's abnormality and the problems in Corda Village, and began plotting Amon's return. Several shepherds began bringing sacrifices into the village, secretly conducting several ritual. Raimund, Ava, and others discovered the village's abnormalities and were subsequently silenced. I stumbled upon this matter and was nearly killed by the Padres group, fortunately saved by Aurora. She also discovered something was wrong. We began seeking help from the outside world, but the truly useful approach was blocked by the tiny lizards. Aurora was increasingly becoming Roche Louise Sanson. They raided Madame Pualis's castle, and the Padre killed his own child. Madame Pualis left Cordu with her husband, butler, and maid, but left behind that empty cradle and other hidden arrangements, achieving some purpose through the final ritual. The ritual officially began. Aurora pushed me off the altar, and Cordu was subsequently destroyed. Lumian carefully recalled everything but couldn't find where white paper had played any important role or key part in these events. It had only served as eyes for Aurora or Roche at certain moments, helping them observe corresponding targets and specific battlefields. Among all the key points, the only unclear one is what role Madame Pualis's empty cradle and hidden arrangements played, but preliminarily it can be linked to the true birth of the mother's child of God Omabella, which isn't very questionable. This was confirmed by both Mr. Star's previous interpretation and the later scene of Madame Pualis appearing with baby Omabella. Did white paper observe some detail then that Aurora found useful or rather strange? Just as Lumian thought this, he heard a knock at the door. "Come in." His emotions had largely calmed down. Franca and Jenna opened the door and entered. The former looked around and said, "We sensed you were awake but hadn't opened the door, so we came to check on you." Lumian pointed to the paper on the desk and said, "While I was asleep, Aurora might have briefly awakened and used my body to leave this message. Both Franca and Jenna were startled and quickly came to the desk, looking at the paper pressed down by the ink bottle. White paper, your sister's contract creature? Jenna recalled Lumien's previous accounts. Why did Aurora want you to summon white paper? Franca asked, puzzled. Lumien shook his head slowly. I don't know either. I thought everything about Corda Village was already clear, but now. Franca suddenly had an inspiration and said thoughtfully, could this be the useful change that would appear after becoming a demoness of unaging in Mr. Fool's revelation? Is this the correct interpretation of that prerequisite? After thinking for a while, Lumien said, very likely. I had previously examined the characteristics and abilities of a demoness of unaging and hadn't found anything that could play a key role in subsequent events. I thought something would only emerge when I brought the gift of the land to meet the hand bro in the City of Exiles. Now it seems Mr. Fool required me to advance to a demoness of unaging before borrowing the gift of the land, because once I became a demoness of unaging, Aurora's soul fragment would further awaken and better merge with me, able to provide very important reminders. So you're saying white paper might have recorded key information about Madame Pualis and her baby Omabella? Jenna made this conjecture based on Lumien and Franca's words. Lumien nodded. Go get Anthony and Ludwig upstairs. I'm preparing to summon white paper now. Since Aurora hasn't completely died, her contract with white paper still exists. And since Aurora is now part of me, I can summon white paper in her name. Lumien wanted Anthony and Ludwig present because he wasn't sure what state white paper would be in. Perhaps they would need a spectator or gourmet to interpret the corresponding information. All right. Franca and Jenna easily understood Lumien's intentions. After Anthony and Ludwig arrived in the bedroom and found their positions, Lumien quickly set up the altar. Finally, he took out his major arcana card, the Chariot. While placing the Chariot card at one corner of the altar, he took out the Fool's sacred emblem and pressed it on top of the Chariot card. This matter might involve the Great Mother, so he had to be careful. After completing all preparations, Lumien watched the quietly burning candle flame and, within the wall of spirituality, stepped back twice and called out in ancient Hermes, I. Then, Lumien switched to Hermes. I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be subordinated, a contract companion that belongs solely to me. After reciting the incantation, Lumien saw the candle flame gently start to flicker, taking on a ghostly blue tinge. A cold wind suddenly swept through, and a transparent, blurry sphere like a soap bubble appeared above the candle flame. It quietly faced Lumien, giving him a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. This was indeed white paper, just as he remembered it, yet there was also an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. As I remembered, Lumien suddenly felt a pain in his head. He slightly furrowed his brow as images flashed through his mind. He remembered now that he had never actually seen white paper because before Cordu's destruction, he wasn't yet a Beyonder, and even with Aurora's guidance, he hadn't successfully activated spirit vision, and at low to middle sequences, one couldn't see white paper without spirit vision. His memories of white paper's appearance all came from Aurora's soul fragment. As scene after scene flashed by, Lumien, through the further awakened soul fragment of Aurora, barely recalled the circumstances of her first summoning of white paper. At that time, white paper was also such a fragile, soap bubble-like sphere, but there seemed to be liquid inside the sphere-clear liquid with hints of pale yellow and milky white. And as time passed, those liquids gradually disappeared, and white paper eventually settled into its current form. Why had there been such a change? Lumien looked at white paper, feeling it was indeed spiritually connected to him. But spiritual connection didn't mean white paper had enough intelligence to understand the meaning of words, could only accept simple commands, and couldn't answer Lumien's questions. There's nothing abnormal, nothing noteworthy. Franca frowned, turning her gaze to Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig. Jenna and Anthony shook their heads in turn, indicating they also hadn't seen any important information contained in white paper. Ludwig licked his lips and said softly, It used to have a very tempting scent, but now it's gone. Used to have a very tempting scent. Franca fell into thought. Jenna muttered to herself, "This indicates there was indeed a problem. There used to be a problem?" The knowledge Aurora used to summon white paper came from the infusion of that evil god hidden sage. An intentional infusion. Franca nodded slowly and solemnly. What was the problem that used to exist? She looked at Ludwig again. Don't know. Ludwig shook his head. At this point, Lumion, who had been watching white paper and listening to his companion's dialogue, spoke in a deep voice. If we treat the Cordu village disaster as a story, what does white paper symbolize in this story? Franca and the others looked at each other, each lost in thought. After a few seconds, Franca carefully said, I don't know what the contract creature white paper symbolizes, but when the concept of white paper is connected to the story, it symbolizes. She paused, her throat inexplicably tight, her voice unconsciously becoming deeper. It symbolizes the state before a story is written. It symbolizes the beginning of everything. The beginning of everything. Lumion softly repeated Franca's interpretation. Jenna listened with inexplicable terror. Did the Cordu village disaster actually start when Aurora summoned white paper, rather than when April Fools set their sights on her? Lumion stared at white paper for a while, then dismissed the summoning. Then, he muttered to himself, from Aurora's memory fragments and grimoires, she was first infused with knowledge about white paper, and it was only several months later that Madame Pualis followed her husband to Cordu. I originally thought Madame Pualis was simply looking for a rural village with weak church and government influence to develop her own territory, and prepare for the formation of Paramitha and obtain higher boons, which is why she targeted Beast, who was about to become the administrative officer and territorial judge of Cordu. Now it seems this may not have been a coincidence. She came specifically for Cordu village. Though she may not have known why she needed to do this, she likely just received divine revelation from the Great Mother. Yes, that's right. At this point, Lumion's lips curled into a slightly grotesque smile. This answers why Omabella's first incarnation was in Cordu. A flash of insight struck both Jenna and Franca. The former blurted out, Madame Pualis's affair with the Padre and her pregnancy happened before Aurora used soul summoning, or before her condition worsened due to the treatment from I Know Someone, which led to the spread of the inevitability faith. Unless someone had prophesied the development and outcome of the entire incident, Madame Pualis probably hadn't thought about using the inevitability believers' ritual sacrifices at that time. Cordu didn't even have any inevitability believers then. Franca followed up. And the Cordu incident involves very high levels, so even the Great Mother probably couldn't see the specific shape of the results in the initial stages. Lumion nodded. Simply seducing the Padre of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, having an affair near the cathedral altar, becoming pregnant, and obtaining the corresponding symbolism. Couldn't this have been accomplished in any remote village? Why did only Madame Pualis in Cordu succeed? When she successfully became pregnant with Omabella, there wasn't even any power of inevitability to utilize. Thinking about it in reverse, we can reach a conclusion. When Aurora summoned white paper, certain things related to Omabella secretly arrived in Cordu, nurturing power invisibly, and then Madame Pualis received divine revelation to come to Cordu. Reflecting on the changes in white paper's state before and after, Lumion thoughtfully said, Amniotic fluid? Did white paper once carry the amniotic fluid that nurtured Omabella? After the amniotic fluid came into reality, did it quickly merge into Cordu's overall environment? Amniotic fluid. Franca and Jenna were momentarily bewildered. Lumion briefly described white paper's appearance when first summoned and its subsequent changes, then gave a cold laugh. If this is true, that infusion from the hidden sage was definitely not random, but intentional. Jenna quickly nodded. That's what she had said earlier. Franca spoke with confusion. But the hidden sage didn't gain any benefits from this whole incident. So far, we haven't seen how he benefited from it. Pure harm without self-benefit? Also, wasn't April Fool's targeting of Aurora also a coincidence? They weren't aiming for Omabella's incarnation. We need to reassess what we know about April Fools now. We can't fully trust it. Lumion scoffed. After experiencing the Dream City, Don't you have a deeper understanding of foolery? What April Fools believes may not be the truth. Just like in the sea prayer ritual. They overlooked some key issues, being presumptuous and ultimately becoming the jester. Is the celestial worthy secretly helping the Great Mother? Franca suddenly realized. Lumion gave a sound of agreement. As for why Hidden Sage deliberately infused that knowledge, I can't think of a reason right now, but I'll ask him eventually. As he spoke, Lumion paused. I remember Mam Hermit's main task was to investigate Hidden Sage's condition, and the reason his mutation back then caused the one from the Church of Steam to leave the Moss Ascetic Order. Did his coming to life, his abnormality, come from the Great Mother's influence? How was it accomplished? The barrier was still quite solid at that time. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony exchanged glances, with the former reminding. Should we report this to Mr. Fool? I'll pray now. Lumion nodded slightly. After Mr. Fool had initially awakened through the image of Gairman Sparrow, praying to him wasn't as troublesome as before when they needed to leave long intervals between two prayers. Soon, Lumion completed his prayer, reporting everything about the changes brought by Aurora's soul fragments further awakening after he became a demoness of unaging, white paper symbolism, the new interpretation of the Court of Village incident, and his speculations about Hidden Sage. Mr. Fool only said he knows. Lumion told Franca and the others. It seems we'll have to wait until I bring the gift of the land to the City of Exiles and meet with Hand Bro before getting new revelations. All right, Franca sighed. Lumion thought for a moment and said, I'll also synchronize my speculations about Hidden Sage with Mam Hermit later, hoping it might give her some inspiration. After Anthony took Ludwig downstairs to prepare dinner, Lumion looked at Franca and thoughtfully asked, Do you plan to tell all members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society the truth about the transmigration? Franca appeared troubled. I'm afraid the shock would be too great. Some people might not be able to accept it and lose control on the spot. As she spoke, she mocked herself. If I still hadn't digested half of the despair potion, saying this much is about all that's needed. She made a sound of agreement and continued, I plan to meet with Madame Hele first. Give her a hint of it. She's emotionally stable and should be able to accept it. Then we can discuss how to proceed. After pondering for a moment, Lumion said, By the way, help me ask when the next gathering will be. Do you have something in mind? Franca asked curiously. Smiling, Lumion replied, I want to clarify one question. Why Aurora? Why Aurora? Jenna pondered. Why did Hidden Sage specifically choose Aurora as the target for infusing that knowledge? Lumion clicked his tongue and continued. The conditions of being a transmigrator, having the Grey Fog's aura, being female, and being a warlock, almost no one in the outside world could satisfy all of these simultaneously. But within the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, there are several who do. Why did the Hidden Sage pick Aurora? Was there something else about Aurora herself? Was Cordu already harboring abnormalities? Or was she simply unlucky and randomly chosen by Hidden Sage? Indeed. Franca nodded in agreement. We should investigate this. After discussing these matters, Jenna intentionally changed the topic to keep the atmosphere from becoming too heavy. She said to Franca and Lumion, You need to design your honorific names now. Lumion and Franca, both with relevant mystical knowledge, looked at each other, feeling inexplicably awkward. Of course, besides feeling awkward, Franca was also a bit excited. I'm going to have an honorific name. This is unprecedented. I'll go first, she volunteered. Seeing both Lumion and Jenna looking at her, she took paper and pen from the table, saying with a smile, The phrase the great Franca Roland needs to be there, but how embarrassing as an ending. As she spoke, she wrote down this phrase. The other descriptions should reflect your abilities and characteristics. Lumion reminded her. Franca thought for a moment and spoke. Should the first line be Demoness of Unaging? No, wouldn't that affect Mr. Fool's reputation? As his saint, I should lean towards the positive side. One who never ages. Should the second line be Spreader of Diseases and Plagues? That sounds like a villain. Need to rephrase it. Keeper of Diseases and Plagues. What do you think? This implies both the containment of plagues and the authority to bestow illness as punishment. I think that works. Jenna expressed agreement, and Lumion had no objections. Franca pondered for another while. I think the description of Demonis should be M included, as that's my current essence, but it needs to sound better. The Demonis accompanied by strife and catastrophe? I'm not the one creating the strife and catastrophe, they just follow me around. Good, that's the third line. For the fourth line, should we showcase a Demonis charm or my personal characteristics? But if we add pleasure to the description, what if people start praying to me for pleasure? As a saint of the Church of the Fool, we should indicate your relationship with the church. Lumion helped think. Also, don't use pleasure, that's too suggestive. Use joy, it encompasses more meanings, and you do bring joy, it's your characteristic. Lumion paused and said, fourth line, the cup bearing joy and pain. The cup refers to the cup card, indicating I'm Mr. Fool's minor arcana card. Using his status? The cup card also symbolizes emotions and feelings, which perfectly matches the joy and pain brought by a Demonis. Perfect. Let's use that. Franca clapped her hands and smiled brightly. She quickly wrote down the complete honorific name. The one who never ages, keeper of diseases and plagues. The Demonis accompanied by strife and catastrophe. The cup bearing joy and pain. The great Franca Roland. After reading it several times, Franca said with lingering interest, I see many Sequence 3 saints have protector of something in their honorific names. Should I add that too? But I don't have anything to protect right now. I still lack accumulation and have been a saint for too short a time. I can't be the protector of Lumion and Jenna. Can I? Protector of human trials and spirit of adventure? Lumion joked. Franca rolled her eyes at him. Your turn. Lumion took the paper and pen from in front of Franca and said with a smile, we can always add descriptions about being someone or something's protector later when it actually happens. After all, every demigod can have many descriptions, though they don't use all of them. He then wrote down the last line of his honorific name with the pen. The great Lumion Lee. Then he smiled at Franca and Jenna. The first line should leverage Mr. Fool's status. As he spoke, he wrote down his first honorific line, the chariot of Mr. Fool. Before Jenna and Franca could speak, he made a self-deprecating comment. The second line will continue to leverage, this time from 0-01. Proxy of the god of war? Franca blurted out. No good. Lumion shook his head. Lady Magician mentioned before that the title God of War refers to both 0-01 and Red Angel Medici. If I call myself the agent of the God of War, he might laugh uncontrollably. Wouldn't that be like giving him a free gift? Try something else, like Proxy of the Lord of War? These will all point to 0-01 anyway, Jenna suggested. I think it should be more conceptual, to minimize Red Angel's influence as much as possible. Lumion thought for a few seconds and wrote, Proxy of Chaos and War. Seeing this description, Franca suddenly laughed. If you really want to leverage, you should continue. Let me do a count. Heir of the Blood Emperor, divine child of the Great Mother, friend of the underworld Taoist, one who serves the peak beings of both calamity and sacrifice pathways. TSK, better forget those. If you really added them as your honorific name, you might drop dead on the spot. A room can't hold that many people. Lumion glanced at Franca, responding with an old joke. Holding the pen, Lumion continued, I thought of the third line before going to bed. What is it? Franca asked curiously. Instead of answering her, Lumion directly wrote down a description. The dual-bodied one forged by fire and frost. Dual-bodied one. Jenna read the latter part aloud. Suddenly understanding this was preparation for Aurora's further resurrections, allowing the corresponding anchors to point to her as well. Dual-bodied one refers to both you and Aurora, and also to the female Demonis and male hunter, as well as the me outside the mirror and the me inside it. Brilliant! Franca sincerely praised. Fire and frost correspond to the hunter and Demonis abilities, and being forged by fire and frost would inevitably bring intense pain. Only sufficient obsession and strong will could endure it. This also represents your journey to become who you are now. As she spoke, Franca shut her mouth. Then, feigning world weariness, she sighed and patted Lumien's shoulder. Things will get better. Indeed, Jenna said hopefully. After reconciling with myself, my condition has actually improved quite a bit. Lumien laughed, looking at the paper on the table. For the fourth line, I want to show both my current highest sequence characteristics and point out how I differ from most Beyonders on the Demoness and Hunter pathways. You have abilities merged from two pathways, most notably the Fire of Destruction. And the most obvious trait of the Demoness of Unaging sequence is Eternal Youth. Franca pondered. Lumien nodded slightly and wrote carefully, Unaging Saint holding Destruction? Make it bearing, although holding makes me imagine a beautiful demoness extending both hands holding black flames of destruction. Unaging Saint bearing destruction sounds better. Franca imagined the corresponding scene. That works too. Lumien accepted Franca's suggestion. Finally, his honorific name was determined as the Chariot of Mr. Fool, Proxy of Chaos and War, the dual-bodied one forged by fire and frost, Unaging Saint bearing destruction, the great Lumien Li. Putting down the pen, Lumien made a self-deprecating comment. Just thought of a hellish joke. I could also add Protector of Cordu to my honorific name. Jenna and Franca exchanged glances, both feeling that Lumien's mental and spiritual state had indeed improved somewhat. All right, we can now summon Madame Judgment's messenger to inform her of both our honorific names, and ask her to contact the Church of Knowledge on our behalf, hopefully getting an opportunity to visit the City of Exiles soon. Only after the time is confirmed can I go borrow gift of the land. That sealed artifact is too dangerous. I can only use it briefly. The latter half of Lumien's words were meant for Jenna. He knew that although Jenna appeared calm on the surface, she was quite anxious inside. Obviously, Jenna hoped to become a demoness of despair before Julian returned to Trier, which was only a week away. All right. Franca didn't delay. After sending letters to both Madame Judgment and Ma'am Hermit through their respective messengers, the three demonesses waited for Madame Judgment's possible reply. Franca looked out the window at the early evening lights and said somewhat emotionally, The scenery here is beautiful, and the environment is nice, but it feels somewhat stuffy living here. This luxurious villa had just been gifted to them yesterday by Madame Justice, as additional compensation for awakening Mr. Fool. Franca had also moved her belongings, especially that small analyzer machine, and announced her return to the Telegraph Group last night. Stuffy? Jenna was a bit confused. Franca smacked her lips and said, Maybe I'm just not the type who likes living in villa districts. I prefer having lots of shops downstairs, street vendors gathering in the morning, but sleeping in a room away from the street to avoid being disturbed. Whatever I want to eat, I can go down and buy it any time. When there's nothing to do, I can stand by the living room window and watch children chase and play, see how vendors do business, watch what stories passers-by might act out, and sometimes with a non-ordinary one's hearing, faintly catch some gossip and rumors. Franca's voice grew softer, as if immersed in such scenes. After a few seconds, she sighed and said with self-mockery, Living here is good too. At least we don't have to worry about affecting innocent people when fighting. With saint-level abilities, that would be difficult, Lumien reminded her. To this, Franca could only respond with a brief interjection, Ah. Soon after, Madame Judgment replied through her jellyfish-like messenger Angla. Results from communication with the Church of Knowledge will come tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Tomorrow or the day after. Lumien nodded and smiled. Then there's nothing urgent for now. We have some leisure time. He then left the bedroom and went downstairs. Then, he went to the study, took several popular novels and a pile of recent newspapers and magazines, came to the living room, and started reading under the bright crystal gas chandelier, appearing very relaxed. Why are you reading these? Franca asked curiously. Lumien didn't hide anything and said with a slight sigh and smile, The conversations with Mr. Fool and the exchange during self-reconciliation helped me understand some things. Since the end of the path is already determined, whether it's the apocalypse or resurrecting Aurora then during this journey, if there really isn't anything urgent, I might as well be a bit kinder to myself. Yes, Lumian Lee deserves to enjoy life too. A smile gradually bloomed on Jenna's face. She extended her right hand to Lumian. May I invite you to watch a play or opera tonight? Sure. Lumian reached out and touched hands with Jenna. Jenna then turned to Franca. May I invite you too? Of course. I thought I was going by default. Franca tried to smile lightly, but it turned out quite radiant. Jenna then looked at Anthony, who was also reading newspapers in the living room. Anthony put down his newspaper and cleared his throat. I'll pass. After staying in the Dream City for half a month, I haven't contacted many of my intelligence sources in reality for a long time. I already have appointments tonight. All right. Jenna then said to Ludwig, who was waiting for the stew to finish cooking in the kitchen. You must come. Otherwise, no one would watch him. Ludwig only raised one question. Does the theater have food? We can get you candy-like food, the kind that doesn't make noise when you eat it. Jenna smiled and said. Franca then said to Ludwig, you really should experience more things. Life isn't just about eating. Ludwig looked at her, his gaze full of, I don't think so. Speaking of eating, Franca suddenly got excited. How about hot pot tomorrow? Does Trier have all the ingredients for a hot pot base? Jenna looked toward Ludwig. Before Ludwig could respond, Franca said quite happily, we can have another version of hot pot with bone broth. It's not as complicated, and we can use garlic, Phanepotter chili, salt and such for dipping sauce. It's equally delicious. Those who want spicy can add spice. Those who don't want it don't have to. Everyone chooses for themselves. We can use pork bones or beef bones for the broth, add some common spices, plus mushrooms. Hearing this, Lumian, Anthony, and Jenna said in unison, skip the mushrooms. After discovering their very unanimous opinion, the three immediately burst into laughter. Gulp. Ludwig, who had been made hungry by the talk, swallowed his saliva. This made Franca laugh too. Laughter echoed in the living room. When they returned from the opera, it was already late at night. Franca walked back to her bedroom with light steps. In one corner of the bedroom sat that small analyzer machine connected to a mechanical typewriter and wireless telegraph transceiver. I'll chat a bit before sleeping. Franca walked to the complex machine and said silently to herself, how should I tell 007 and others tactfully and without showing off that I'm now someone with an honorific name? Oh right. First summon Madame Hellas Messenger to request a meeting in reality. After sending the meeting request through the skull-headed messenger, Franca turned on the wireless telegraph transceiver and small analyzer machine. Click-clack. Messages were typed onto paper by the mechanical typewriter one after another. Franca read for a while before joining the group chat. I'm the group's early sleep assistant. Those members who haven't gone to rest yet must pay a fine, only gold accepted. As she sent out the telegraph, she recalled life in the Dream City. Group chatting over long distances in the real world is so difficult. Franca felt inexplicably melancholic and nostalgic, suddenly losing the desire to show off her honorific name. What about Sequence 3? Even Sequence 3 can't solve the problem of real-time long-distance group chat. If we ultimately survive the apocalypse, I hope the god of steam and machinery the god of electric power and information technology will bring about a new industrial revolution. I am a demoness of unaging. I can wait. Moon King was the first to reply to Franca. Look at my nickname, obviously the type who's only active late at night. By the way, Hidden Blade, you haven't been online for almost a month. What kind of mission doesn't even leave you time in the evenings? Look at you, not even knowing that secret missions require turning off phones and cutting off all contact with the outside world. You clearly haven't dealt with such things before. 007. Am I right? Franca suspected Moon King was joking with her, but had no proof. 007 replied, I was also locked away for a while. Franca immediately perked up. You advanced to Sequence 4. Yes, I got the qualification. 007 didn't hide it. The other group members exploded. The demigod? The first saint among us. Besides Hela and Gandalf, this is the Research Society's third demigod. right? 007. Didn't you say that even with the qualifications, you'd have to queue and wait for a long time? After the rapidly spitting paper slowed down, 007 explained, I also thought I'd have to wait longer, but recently, the church not only brought out many stored Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 Beyonder characteristics, but also crushed some Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Most candidates who currently qualify and meet all prerequisites have been scheduled for advancement, though some failed. This situation makes me suspect major events will occur within the next year or two, which is why the church is mass-producing demigods regardless of consequences and costs. This matches the speculation about the apocalypse coming early. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church thinks so too. Franca noticed the other group members suddenly fell silent, clearly also thinking about the major crisis, wondering if they would be affected and whether they could handle it. Franca could tell that 007 probably knew part of why the Eternal Blazing Sun Church was doing this, given that he was now a saint, but he couldn't say directly and could only hint at it. Did you become an unshadowed? France changed the subject. She actually didn't want 007 to continue advancing on the sun pathway, feeling that the unshadowed were too pure, and being within the church would inevitably become fanatical. If so, the 007 who would complain about her always finding things to keep him too busy to rest might never speak such words again. This gave Franca the feeling of watching a friend gradually slip away before her eyes. However, she had never tried to persuade 007, only pointing out the possible changes that becoming an unshadowed might bring, letting 007 make his own decision with full knowledge. Everyone's life should be their own to control. She had always believed this. She was also grateful that when she was hesitating between becoming a war bishop or advancing to demoness of unaging, Lumion and Jenna only presented options without trying to persuade her. Although they probably had their own thoughts and preferences, they never showed them, never manipulated, never pressured. Judge actions, not thoughts. That was very, very good, since everyone inevitably had dark and selfish thoughts, but ultimately not acting on them showed they'd overcome themselves, proving they're not that kind of person. An unshadowed might not have dark, selfish thoughts, but I actually hope 007 does. Franca silently sighed. 007 quickly replied to her, yes. Staring at this word on the telegraph paper, Franca let out a long sigh. Ah! 007 continued. Some colleagues have switched to other pathways, and some colleagues not in neighboring pathways have also gained advancement. At this point, Franca quickly adjusted her mindset. She kept telling herself, 007 just deliberately hinted and reminded everyone to prepare for major events and disasters, showing he still retains his positive emotions and humanity. As people age, everyone changes and becomes somewhat different from before. 007 has just changed a bit more, but in terms of friendship, he's still that same 007. What major events will happen in the next year or two? Another Telegraph group member Win sound pressed. I'm not sure. 007 answered concisely. Stop asking, stop asking. Franca forcefully inserted herself into the conversation to prevent 007 from being put in a difficult position. What we can do is take opportunities to improve ourselves and enjoy life in the meantime. Hidden Blade, you seem to know something? Moon King telegraphed. Franca wasn't bound by secrecy restrictions, but she didn't dare speak too clearly, fearing some group members might become too desperate and turn to extremes. After careful consideration, she said, if I tell you that the apocalypse is approaching, but there's hope of surviving if tall figures shield us and everyone is prepared, would you believe me? The previously constant incoming telegraphs suddenly stopped. After a long while, 007 replied, I believe you. Damn it, I'm panicking. Great Lord Hidden Blade. Introduce me to a demoness. I'm going all in. Damn. I hope it won't be a case of dying before spending all my money. I need to buy land and dig a bunker. With 007's endorsement, Wind Sound and others truly believed Franca's words. Those who could join this telegraph group were either laid-back, good-natured, or decent people. Although they were all quite nervous and worried at the moment, they could still express their inner emotions in rather lively and playful language, with no one particularly depressed or desperate. Seeing her initial purpose achieved, Franca seized the opportunity to say, I've actually become a demigod too. Now I really believe something big is going to happen. Good heavens! Hidden Blade has become a demigod? Still a demoness? Or did you switch to the hunter pathway? The group members immediately burst into chatter. Don't you know to chat? Franca snorted and responded, Still a demoness. Demoness of despair? 007 suddenly inquired. What does 007 mean? Right, he's already an unshadowed, a church higher up, and while demonesses mainly operate in Intis and the southern continent, even if he doesn't know the exact despair potion formula, he must know how the corresponding advancement ritual to detect anomalies and stamp out plague outbreaks early. Franca replied with understanding, Don't worry, I didn't harm any innocent people, and I used a shortcut method. Shortcut? Rituals can have shortcuts. Moon King's words revealed surprise. Wind Sound sighed, Hidden Blade, how can you advance so quickly? Are you even human anymore? Oh right, not human, half god, half human. Franca considered carefully before saying, Actually, we transmigrators all possess certain special qualities. When conditions are met and the pathway is suitable, these qualities manifest, helping us make tremendous progress at certain stages. In a sense, we are chosen ones. Chosen by the celestial worthy. Afraid the group members would become arrogant. She quickly added, This isn't entirely a good thing. What special qualities? 007, Moon King, and others telegraphed almost simultaneously. Franca chuckled and typed quickly, Can't say if you know, you'll know when you encounter it. Not giving the group members a chance to ask follow-up questions, she quickly changed the subject. 007, are you still in Trier? Now that he was an unshadowed and archbishop or senior deacon, he would need to guard a diocese, and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had sufficient forces in Trier, even with angels hidden there. Still in Trier, 007 replied. Many of the saints who advanced this time have stayed in Trier as mobile forces. Many stayed in Trier? Franca suddenly became alert. Does the Eternal Blazing Sun Church think Trier is where problems are most likely to erupt? Franca couldn't help but lower her head to look at the floor. What she was really looking at was the fourth epic Trier and the special mirror world sealed beneath Trier. Will the apocalypse's outbreak start from beneath Trier rather than the high-altitude barrier? Franca slightly furrowed her brows as this thought fleshed through her mind. At this moment, Madame Hellas Silver, skull-headed messenger, returned, letting a paper held between its teeth float down before her. Franca caught and read it. Tomorrow morning at 10, Rue Ancienne, Little Dairy Cow Café. Quartier de I Observatoire, Rue Ancienne. Franca, who only dared go out after using lie to lower her looks and suppress her charm, arrived at the Little Dairy Cow Café 15 minutes early. She sat by the window, watching with interest as people came and went outside, as bicycles, bionic mechanical devices, and steam robots hurried past. Soon after, Hella, dressed as a black widow, appeared at the door. The moment she saw this lady, Franca suddenly had a strange feeling that she walked between darkness and sunlight, death and life. Hella's complexion had grown slightly paler, the sense of being alive seemingly fainter. Has Madame Hella advanced again? Indeed, if the Eternal Blazing Sun Church is mass-producing demigods, how could the Evernight Goddess Church not do the same? She switched back to the Death Pathway, Sequence 3 Ferryman. Wonder what special abilities come from combining the darkness and death pathways. Franca now had very rich mystical knowledge. Good morning. She stood up, smiling in greeting. After Hella replied, she said to the cafe welter, a glass of absinthe and a triple espresso shot. After they both sat down, Franca fiddled with the veiled hat placed beside her and said with a smile, I went to a place recently with skyscrapers, electric cars, mobile phones, and the internet. Unfortunately, it was just a dream. Madame Helle listened carefully before nodding slightly. I know you went there. Franca was stunned. After being stunned, Franca's first reaction was, how does she know? Although Franca had long suspected that the one at the Star Dream Provision store was the Evernight Goddess, and believed that Madame Hella was highly valued by this deity. Otherwise, that ancient palace in the nation of the Evernight wouldn't have been offered as a meeting place for the curly-haired baboons research society. She never imagined that the Evernight goddess would tell Hella about something as trivial as their entry into Mr. Fool's dream. Shouldn't she have only mentioned Mr. Fool's initial awakening? Hella continued, "Actually, I've known the truth about the transmigration for a long time." Franca, who had carefully prepared an explanation and planned to gradually tell Madame Hella about the transmigration to avoid shocking her too much, was completely dumbfounded. When did this happen? Before we knew? How does she know? At this moment, the waiter brought over a glass of absinthe swirling with dreamlike green color and a triple shot of Ream coffee. After drinking the glass of absinthe in one go, Hella's pale, cold face showed a bit more expression. After Port Santa's sea prayer ritual. After seeing the fairy tale-like magic used by the helper you invited. Like Cinderella, Jack and the Beanstalk, Sleeping Beauty? Franca recalled Ma'am Hermit's performance then, muttering, "I thought they came from Emperor Roselle's fairy tales." Hella gazed at Franca with her pitch-black eyes. "I requested materials about this and learned what the core ability of Sequence 4 Mysticologist of the Mystery Prior Pathway is. It's called mystical reenactment, which can draw power from mystical knowledge to create magic or witchcraft. The less known and spread the corresponding mystical knowledge is, the stronger the created spells become." Franca vaguely began to understand. Those fairy tales aren't just stories, but mystical knowledge? This proves they actually happened in this current world. Hella stated her conclusion. "From that day on, I knew we had always been in our original world. Only time had passed." Franca suddenly remembered Hella's gaze and attitude when she mentioned Harrison and the hope of returning home at the curly-haired Baboons Research Society gathering. At that time, she had already guessed the truth. At that time, she was looking at us with sadness and pity. Hella finished her triple shot of Ream and continued, "I had originally planned to hint at this to you all, but then the Harrison incident happened, and many of you became very excited, very hopeful." "Like me," Franca said with a self-deprecating smile. She took a sip of her coffee and hesitantly asked, "Madame Hella, should we tell the other members the truth about the transmigration?" Hella had already thought about this. "Not for now. Let those who haven't accepted reality live with hope. After we survive the apocalypse, if everyone's still here, we can gradually tell them the truth. Indeed, having something to hold on to is good." Franca sighed in agreement. She added, "However, we can't let these hopes become too strong, too intense, or too urgent. Otherwise, I'm worried some of them might make rather extreme choices and actions." After speaking, Franca saw a slightly relieved expression appear on Madame Hella's face. Hella nodded and said, "This is good enough for now. Don't actually catch Harrison." "Even if we catch him, we can't tell them," Franca replied, showing their mutual understanding. She then inquired, "Should we talk about the apocalypse?" "We can mention a bit, focusing on emphasizing hope," Hella answered. "Just like what I was thinking." Franca proceeded to ask, "When is the next gathering?" "Aiming for sometime this week," Hella decided. Having discussed the important matters, Franca gazed at Hella's pitch-black eyes and pale face, remained silent for a few seconds, then spoke from her heart. "Speaking of hopes earlier, do you have any hopes left?" This wasn't really a question she didn't expect an answer. She was just reflecting. To her surprise, Hella actually answered. This lady dressed as a black widow said with a faint smile, "My biggest hope now is to survive the apocalypse. If the apocalypse crisis is resolved, and we're all still alive." As she spoke, she seemed to drift into memories. "The most memorable gift in my life was the telescope my parents gave me, because I loved watching stars since childhood, and loved imagining what existed in that vast cosmos. If we truly survive the apocalypse, I have two dreams. First is for this world to develop into something Nike our original one. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, just similar. Second, provided those evil gods are gone, and I can protect myself, I want to use my abilities or help from certain sealed artifacts to explore the stars, visit different galaxies, and experience different civilizations, Franca gradually became lost in the reverie. Such a life doesn't sound bad. Usually staying in Trier, enjoying modern life, and when bored, inviting Jenna, Lumion, and Aurora, along with Anthony, Ludwig, Madame Judgment 007 and others to form a travel group, touring other countries, continents, planets, and civilizations together. The cosmos is indeed dangerous, and we might not survive the apocalypse, but people need something to hope for. Looking at Hella speaking softly, Franca suddenly felt this lady's image become much more vivid in her mind. She waved over the waiter who had been sneaking glances at her from afar, and ordered 2 glasses of sweet wine and 2 glasses of absinthe. Picking up 1 glass of sweet wine, she made a toasting gesture. Hella didn't quite understand but still raised her absinthe. "This toast is to our homeland." Franca clinked glasses gently and drank her sweet wine. After Hella finished her glass of green liquid, she picked up another glass of sweet wine and said, half smiling, half wistfully, "This toast is to distant horizons." With a gentle clink, the 2 different colored liquids swayed, their contained light dispersing outward. After returning to the luxurious villa in the Arts District, Franca said to Lumion, "Madame Hella said she'll convene a meeting this week, aiming for before Saturday." Lumion nodded and continued, "Madame Judgment has also replied to us. The Church of Knowledge has agreed to our request, but they need to do some pre-processing and necessary preparations. The time to go to the City of Exiles is set for next Monday." "That's good. Julian won't return to Trier until next Thursday." Franca looked toward Jenna beside her. "Honestly, we need to trick your brother into leaving soon and not return to Trier for 2 years. If the information from 007 is correct, Trier will be a key point in the outbreak of the apocalypse." Jenna nodded solemnly. "I'm working on it." "There's suddenly nothing much to do." Lumion smiled as he picked up his wide-brimmed hat with veil from beside him. "Let's go for a walk. Your attitude has really improved. In the past, you would definitely have been anxious. Waiting time was always the hardest to endure," Franca remarked teasingly. Jenna asked instead, "Where to?" Lumion smiled. "Let's go to Lavini Docks, to Mr. Fool's Cathedral. The establishment and preaching about the patron saint should have already begun." "I want to go listen." "Listen to others talk about yourself? Wouldn't that be too awkward?" Franca's face showed resistance. Neither she nor Lumion had told Madame Magician which cathedral they wanted to be assigned to, because they both wanted to be modest, yet felt the other wouldn't agree, so they simply let the Church of the Fool decide. "I don't mind," Lumion smiled. "Besides, we should also look around the area to see if there's any way to collect anchors." "Fine," Franca sighed. "If this were in the Dream City, I'd debut as a celebrity. Those fans would be my anchors. Though there are problems with that too. These kinds of anchors have an expiration date and can't be passed down. Plus, the different attitudes and focus points from fans would bring conflicting perceptions, which might affect my state." "That's one way." Lumion looked at Jenna. "When you reach Sequence 3, you could consider becoming the most famous theater actress in the northern and southern continents. Of course, this is assuming you receive Mr. Fool's protection or—" Lumion didn't finish his sentence. At the Square District, Lavini Docks, inside Mr. Fool's Cathedral with its wide, clear windows, Lumion, Franca, and Jenna, wearing hats with lowered veils, settled into a corner of the rows of seats. At this time, the half-giant bishop with golden hair, standing over 2.5 meters tall, wearing a custom-made coat and silk top hat, was preaching. On one wall that had previously been bare, artists were using scaffolding and various tools to create new murals. In this world where the church held such high status, being commissioned to create religious murals for a cathedral was the highest recognition and praise a painter could receive. Shortly after Lumion and the others sat down, removed their hats, and lowered their heads, the half-giant bishop proclaimed in a solemn, resonant voice, "Let us praise Mr. Fool." Praise the Fool! All the believers, including the bishop, stood up and pressed their hands to their chests. The half-giant bishop continued, "Let us also praise this cathedral's patron saint, the great Saint Franca. Our cathedral is thus named. Franca's toes began to curl tightly inside her boots. The half-giant bishop continued. Saint Franca is Mr. Fool's cup, bearing people's joy and pain, keeping disease and plague at bay. She is the ageless one, the demoness who spreads strife and catastrophe to enemies. She once walked in Mr. Fool's dream, working for the Lord's return. She broke through illusion and reality, bringing the Lord's grace to the land. Damn it, they make me sound so impressive. Franca felt both embarrassed and somewhat pleased. After recounting Saint Franca's deeds, the half-giant bishop said, "Let us praise Saint Franca. Praise the one who never ages, keeper of diseases and plagues, the demoness accompanied by strife and catastrophe, the cup bearing joy and pain, the great Franca Roland." The believers began to pray along with the bishop. Franca suddenly froze and turned her head toward Lumion and Jenna with a slightly bewildered expression. "I hear some illusory voices, and I see some points of light." Lumion recalled the faith-related materials provided by the Tarot Club and carefully said, "This should be the mystical manifestation of faith anchors, and the result of chanting your honorific name." Oh, I'm receiving their prayers." Franca suddenly understood. She immediately continued, "Fortunately, we're now unified both inside and outside the mirror, with our consciousness existing both within and without. This allows our mirror self to handle matters related to believers without affecting our daily life and combat state. Otherwise, if we were suddenly hit with prayers during intense combat, it would be easy to get distracted and have accidents. However, I think some pathways sequence 3 should be able to effectively use these prayers to temporarily strengthen themselves, like the Sun pathway." "War Bishop," Lumion smiled. "Within a certain range, the more anchors, the stronger a war bishop becomes. His soldiers are all his anchors." Franca nodded, browsing the points of light with interest and listening to the illusory voices to understand what the believers were praying for. Continued good health, family being safe and sound, business success, no dangers during sea adventures, stay away from chaos and war. These are all generic prayers. I can't respond or help. They're too vague," Franca muttered to herself. She glanced at Lumion. "Your fate domain powers could actually be useful here. There's nothing that good luck and fortune-turning can't solve." "Why isn't anyone praying to curse their enemies?" At this point, Franca paused. "There's one prayer asking for their illness to be cured. I'm professional at making people sick, but healing isn't within a demonist's authority." Jenna thought for a moment and said, "Don't you still have some of those healing agents left from Mr. Moon?" Jenna thought for a moment and said, "Lumion had 11 bottles in his traveler's bag, while Franca, Jenna, and Anthony each had 2 bottles." "You're right. Nobody said a patron saint can't use external help." Franca immediately took out a potion from the traveler's bag. While recalling the mystical materials provided by the Tarot Club, she imitated their contents along with knowledge from pre-crossing textbooks, magnified the corresponding prayer light point, and extended her demoness spider silk, so fine it was invisible, into it, quietly inserting it into that believer's nostrils and reaching their stomach. During this process, she used her petrification powers to make the flesh touched by the spider silk enter a paralyzed state, preventing the prayer from noticing anything unusual. Then, Franca unscrewed the healing agent's cap and let the liquid flow along the spider silk to its destination. After completing all this, she withdrew the spider silk and removed the paralysis. That plainly dressed believer with many patches suddenly felt their stomach become slightly heavier, as if they had unknowingly drunk a glass of water. They didn't pay it much attention and finished their prayer, continuing to listen until the half-giant bishop completed the sermon and began distributing communion. Just then, that believer let out a surprised sound. "Ha!" Seeing people around looking at them, he said with both confusion and joy, "My spirit feels better. My body feels lighter. My illness is cured." They finally realized what had happened and told the fellow believers watching them with some fanaticism. "I just prayed to Saint Franca for healing from illness. She blessed me. Praise you, keeper of diseases and plagues, great Franca Roland." Hearing this from her corner, Franca felt both embarrassed and secretly delighted. Helping others feels pretty good. Getting sincere praise from others feels nice too. After this batch of believers left St. Franca Cathedral, Franca lowered her voice and said to Lumion and Jenna, "We can't rely on healing agents every time, right? Since my honorific name includes Keeper of Diseases and Plagues, future prayers will definitely include plenty of such requests." Without waiting for her companions to respond, Franca muttered to herself, "Actually, at Sequence 4, one can create their own unique plague varieties or mystical pathogens. I want to invent a mystical pathogen whose characteristic is devouring other pathogens, while its effect on humans is just causing drowsiness, fatigue, or laziness for a period of time. This could cure most diseases in ordinary people except for their own physical mutations. If you succeed, this could also be used in battles with other demonesses." Lumion was quite looking forward to the mystical pathogen Franca described. Of course, this was just a concept, and whether it could actually be created remained unknown. Franca thought seriously for a while, then suddenly smiled. "There's another illness that demonesses can cure." "What?" Jenna asked curiously. "Functional disorders in that matter." Franca clicked her tongue both self-mockingly and with feeling. "Just throw a charm at them and it works for a certain time, though it can't be permanently cured." "Damn, what kind of thing is this?" Lumion and Jenna fell silent for a moment. Franca thought for a bit and continued, "When I advanced the other day, I felt there were anchor points besides you too. Some others seemed to come from the market district. The dancers and streetwalkers you helped before? Especially those who changed their lives through learning theater performance." Jenna realized, "That's another kind of anchor." Franca sighed. "No good deed goes unrewarded." However, with the Savoy mob gone and us being forced to leave the market district, their situation must have worsened again, so they missed the past. I'll return to the market district later, find the people currently in charge of related matters, persuade them and control them. It's a pity this is Trier, and we can't completely solve these problems. If we don't have to stay in Trier in the future, I want to find a place to build a new society. Acting on her words, Franca and Jenna quickly left the cathedral for the market district. Lumion didn't follow them, worried that doing so would split Franca and Jenna's anchors. He chose to take a carriage to the outskirts to look at St. Lumion Cathedral. On the way, 15 to 20 points of light suddenly appeared before his eyes, and illusory prayer voices echoed in his ears. "The preaching about me has begun too." Lumion nodded imperceptibly and browsed through the different believers' prayers. As Franca had said earlier, the vast majority were vague, difficult to achieve everyday requests, and Lumion temporarily had no intention of using his fate domain powers to help turn their luck around. While browsing, he discovered a relatively special request. This wasn't actually a request, but rather an elderly woman telling the patron saint about her regret. When she was young, her family was poor and couldn't afford photographs. By the time their circumstances improved, she had aged and could no longer capture her youth, leaving that part of her life unrecorded. "I also regret not cherishing those early years in Cordu properly." After pondering for a moment, Lumion decided to respond to this request. He magnified the corresponding light point and saw the old lady with obvious wrinkles wearing a conservative black dress. Layers of mirror worlds then appeared in Lumion's eyes, reflecting the old lady's different stages of life. Her as a child, her innocent self, her youthful and simple self, her mature and steady self, and her kind and benevolent self. Sitting in the carriage, Lumion quickly chose the mirror trace of her at 17 or 18 years old. The wrinkles on the praying old lady's face visibly contracted, and her skin quickly gained luster. This was an application of the unaging characteristic, but when used on others it could only last for a very short time, no more than half an hour, since the mystical connection was only established with the illusory trace in the mirror, not real and not stable. In Lumion's view, this was half temporary rejuvenation, half mirror illusion. After the old lady returned to her 17 or 18-year-old appearance, Lumion transmitted a message in a female voice. "Hurry." The old lady immediately broke from her prayer state, not knowing where that somewhat cold and deep but pleasant female voice came from. You. Those around her all widened their eyes. "What about me?" the old lady asked these fellow believers in confusion. The next second, She discovered her voice had become quite sweet, just like when she was young. You. The nearby believers still couldn't form proper sentences, but someone handed over a mirror. The old lady looked in the mirror and froze in her seat. Isn't this me when I was young? What's going on? Have I regained my youth? Did my prayer to Saint Lumion receive a response? As thoughts raced through her mind, the old lady recalled the female voice she had just heard. Hurry! She suddenly understood, abruptly stood up, and said to the surrounding believers with a smile, I'm going to get my photograph taken. She quickly squeezed out of that area and walked briskly toward the cathedral door. As she walked, she lifted her skirt and began to run, getting faster and faster, just like when she was 17 or 18 and ran desperately for a job opportunity. She ran to the nearest photo studio and sat in front of the backdrop. Click! A flash of light captured a youthful and radiant smile. In the moving carriage. Having responded to the prayer, Lumion seriously considered a demonist faith anchor issue. War bishop is actually simpler: recruit soldiers, cultivate a team, and that's it. Most of a demonist's abilities tend toward disaster, making it difficult to use them positively to develop believers. Those demonesses of unaging in the demonist sect probably rely on seduction, charm, and fear from disasters. In the early stages of faith, making people fear is also a method of developing believers, the most standard method. But since we're affiliated with the Church of the Fool, we can't do that. Fear. Lumion suddenly thought of a sect that deliberately spread fear of disease. The sick church. His eyes, like highland lakes, immediately brightened. Is it possible to take over the sick church, eliminate all the blessed and those corrupted by evil gods, then steal the faith directed at evil gods and make certain alterations? This is somewhat similar to that section about the sea god church in Scripture. This could also weaken the corresponding evil god's influence on the real world. Having considered his next direction, Lumion looked out the carriage window. By now, the hired carriage had reached the gray-white city walls encircling Trier, queuing to leave the city. The Church of the Fool's newly established cathedral in Trier was located in the suburbs, right next to where the Strenzo River curved. The river was wide there, with convenient transportation, both a dock and a station, in a picturesque town. After arriving at this town called Ram, Lumion discovered it wasn't small at all, with numerous steamships at the dock and streets bustling with people, extraordinarily lively. After asking the carriage driver, Lumion roughly understood the reason. Most goods entering Trier had to pay an entry tax, though rates varied. Therefore, many goods that didn't need to be sold in Trier or transit through it were unloaded at Ram and sent to surrounding towns. This gradually made the town prosperous, attracting many maritime merchants, adventurers, and sailors, bringing with them the faith of the Fool. Lumion had heard from Franca that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had long wanted to abolish the entry tax to promote commerce and improve circulation. But this tax was one of the Intis Republic's main sources of revenue, and Trier's entry tax alone equaled the sum of several major cities' entry taxes. The government simply couldn't give it up. Lumion put on a wide-brimmed hat, letting the black veil fall, and began wandering around Ram. Soon, he found what was now called St. Lumion Cathedral, the Church of the Fool's location, but didn't rush to enter. He just stood on the street for a while, admiring the large glass windows and plain walls. I hope one day, no clergy will say that St. Lumion will have to make do with their actions. After making this self-deprecating joke, Lumion continued walking. The main faith in this town was the Eternal Blazing Sun, worshipping Trier's patron angel Saint Vive. Lumion examined the white stone angel statue for a few moments before walking into a bar diagonally across the square. This bar had good business, and on weekends, many people from Trier would come to freely enjoy various alcoholic beverages that didn't require entry tax. As soon as Lumion pushed open the bar's heavy wooden door, he felt gazes turn toward him, some surprised, some amazed, some greedy, some excited, and some like snakes slowly slithering across his body. He then remembered that he was now a lady, an extremely charming lady, even with her face hidden behind a veil. It was never like this when he was a man before. At most, thieves would observe to judge if there was any value or possibility of theft. The sense of belonging at home is gone. Lumion slowly shook his head and directly took out a revolver from his traveler's bag. He placed his hand on the doorframe, pointed the revolver at the ceiling, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet brought down clusters of dust, and the people in the bar, like athletes hearing the starting gun, quickly scattered in all directions. This left Lumion a spacious path to the bar counter. When the chaotic scene of people taking cover had somewhat settled, Lumion deactivated the bottle of fiction and, holding the revolver, walked toward the bar counter while saying in an icy but soft voice, "I just want a drink." He then sat on a bar stool, tapped the counter, and said to the bartender who was staring at him blankly, "One la fée verte." The bartender finally snapped out of it and hurriedly poured Lumion an absinthe with a splash of lemon juice. Lumion didn't remove his hat or lift his veil, slowly sipping the bitter and fragrant liquor. The other people in the bar gradually returned to normal. In this small town frequently visited by pirates and adventurers, they were used to such things, which explained their practiced response earlier. Lumion quietly listened to their chit-chat and whispers, trying to discover useful intelligence, especially anything pointing to the sick church. But unfortunately, what he heard was mainly discussion about himself. The most discussed topic was what it meant to be a person of dual bodies. There were artistic interpretations, such as having a male body but also a female side, being both flame and frost. And there were vulgar ones like busty up top, hard down below. Lumion turned his gaze toward the drunk who had said the latter. His Highland lake-like eyes were like mirrors, reflecting the other's figure. The drunk was making obscene gestures to accompany his earlier description when his chest and lower body suddenly experienced intense pain, as if being burned by flames. He screamed in agony and fell to the ground, rolling in pain. This stunned those around him who had been agreeing with his joke. After about 10 seconds, the drunk finally came back to life. He supported himself on a nearby chair and stood up trembling. "What just happened? Sudden illness? You should go to a clinic right away." The people around him spoke up in a jumble. The drunk shook his head in confusion. "It just hurt suddenly, but now I'm fine." As he spoke, he looked down to check his physical condition and was surprised to find his chest had strangely swollen from unknown burns, while his lower half had become like stone, tenting his pants. Almost simultaneously, those around him also noticed this condition. "Busty up top, hard down below." Someone repeated the drunk's earlier words. The people around quickly moved away from the area, all looking at the drunk with wary gazes. "It was him who insulted the saint. It has nothing to do with us. We weren't standing next to him either. Don't let the lightning strike affect us." In their fear, everyone present unconsciously had the same thought. Is the Church of the Fool's new patron saint really this efficacious? Lumion withdrew his gaze, letting the reflected figure in his eyes disappear. This was a small punishment, not affecting any essential functions or physical health. For Lumion, he didn't care at all if someone insulted him. He would just find an opportunity to play a prank. But insulting Aurora was not acceptable. Moreover, this was also an opportunity, a chance to reasonably use fear to spread faith. It could also help digest the witch potion. Lumion looked at the absinthe in his hand, seeing his veiled, half-visible face reflected in the dreamlike green liquid. The deep red wine swirled gently, with 3 faceless wooden dolls placed beside it. Franca leaned back in her chair, leisurely admiring the blood color permeating the wooden grain and the hair that had slipped into the crevices. After looking for a few seconds, she turned to look at the 3 men standing in front of the desk and smiled, saying, "I only have 2 requirements for you. First, help me collect various intelligence, and second, follow these 13 rules I've established and treat those dancers and streetwalkers well." After Franca finished speaking, Jenna, standing beside her, held up the paper and began reading. First, no coercion. Second, ensure adequate rest. 13th, provide basic medical care. "We're the mafia, not some damn charity," burst out the most hot-tempered of the 3. Franca laughed. "Right. I'm not doing charity either. She then flicked out a quiet black flame, letting it fall on one of the wooden dolls. The doll was immediately covered in black flames, silently burning. The gang leader who had just spoken suddenly screamed in agony as strange black flames erupted from within his body. He fell to his knees in pain, his face contorted as he shouted, I was wrong. I am doing charity. I agree. I agree. Neither Franca nor Jenna responded, watching silently until the gang leader collapsed to the ground, convulsing until death. Only then did Franca look at the other two gang leaders and ask with a smile, "Any objections?" None. The two gang leaders seemed to be competing to see who could shake their head faster. After Jenna posted the paper with the 13 rules on the wall, Franca stood up and said, "Remember to look at it every day, and if there's any violation." Franca picked up the remaining two wooden dolls. You should know what they represent. They're a demoness curse medium. After becoming a demoness of pleasure who could directly curse through mirrors, Franca no longer used such black magic in battle, but mirror curses were real-time and couldn't be fixed in place. To control these two gang leaders and make them obey, she still needed to make media like dolls using their blood and hair. And for a demoness of unaging, possessing such media could also affect the target's direct relatives. We know. The two gang leaders began their nodding competition again. Jenna thought for a moment and said to Franca, "May I add one rule?" "Of course." Franca smiled. Jenna picked up the pen and added another rule to the posted paper. Rule 14, loan shark annual interest cannot exceed 36%, and no additional fees such as handling fees or service charges can be collected. No problem, right? Jenna turned and smiled. The two gang leaders being questioned dared not object. Franca put away the two curse dolls and casually said as she walked toward the door, "I know you have some supporters behind you. I don't care what they think, nor will I interfere with your territory disputes or making money here. I only want those two things I mentioned earlier. If your supporters aren't satisfied, let them come see this statue." As she spoke, strands of gray-white light spread out and fell on the dead gang leader's body. The corpse quickly turned into a stone statue. "No problem with that, right? You'll quietly notify me if they want to move against me, won't you?" Franca turned back to look at the remaining two gang leaders and asked with a smile. The two gang leaders first showed uncontrollable fascination, then hurriedly responded, We will. Leaving the room, Franca walked toward the dancers and streetwalkers waiting nervously at the stairway. "Boss!" Several girls called out joyfully. Franca nodded gently and said, "Things will go back to how they were before, but I still want to say, this isn't a long-term profession." Across from the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, Franca and Jenna sat on a street bench, calmly watching the audience and actors coming and going. "Not going over to say hello?" Jenna asked. Franca smiled. "No need, since they're doing fine. There's no need to go over." "That's true." Jenna nodded slightly. Franca then turned her head and said, half serious and half joking, "This is left for you in the future. You'll be the protector of actresses." After watching for a while longer, they returned to the luxury villa. By this time, Lumion had already returned and was saying to Anthony, "Help me collect intelligence on the sick church." The sick church. Franca suddenly understood what Lumion wanted to do and quickly smiled. "I have intelligence sources now too. I'll have them keep an eye out." Having considered his next direction, Lumion looked out the carriage window. By now, the hired carriage had reached the gray-white city walls encircling Trier, queuing to leave the city. The Church of the Fool's newly established cathedral in Trier was located in the suburbs, right next to where the Srenzo River curved. The river was wide there, with convenient transportation, both a dock and a station, in a picturesque town. After arriving at this town called Ram, Lumion discovered it wasn't small at all, with numerous steamships at the dock and streets bustling with people, extraordinarily lively. After asking the carriage driver, Lumion roughly understood the reason. Most goods entering Trier had to pay an entry tax, though rates varied. Therefore, many goods that didn't need to be sold in Trier or transit through it were unloaded at Ram and sent to surrounding towns. This gradually made the town prosperous, attracting many maritime merchants, adventurers, and sailors, bringing with them the faith of the fool. Lumion had heard from Franca that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had long wanted to abolish the entry tax to promote commerce and improve circulation. But this tax was one of the Intis Republic's main sources of revenue, and Trier's entry tax alone equaled the sum of several major cities' entry taxes. The government simply couldn't give it up. Lumion put on a wide-brimmed hat, letting the black veil fall, and began wandering around Ram. Soon, he found what was now called St. Lumion Cathedral, the Church of the Fool's location, but didn't rush to enter. He just stood on the street for a while, admiring the large glass windows and plain walls. I hope one day, no clergy will say that St. Lumion will have to make do with their actions. After making this self-deprecating joke, Lumion continued walking. The main faith in this town was the Eternal Blazing Sun, worshipping Trier's patron angel St. Vive. Lumion examined the white stone angel statue for a few moments before walking into a bar diagonally across the square. This bar had good business, and on weekends, many people from Trier would come to freely enjoy various alcoholic beverages that didn't require entry tax. As soon as Lumion pushed open the bar's heavy wooden door, he felt gazes turn toward him, some surprised, some amazed, some greedy, some excited, and some like snakes slowly slithering across his body. He then remembered that he was now a lady, an extremely charming lady, even with her face hidden behind a veil. It was never like this when he was a man before. At most, thieves would observe to judge if there was any value or possibility of theft. The sense of belonging at home is gone. Lumion slowly shook his head and directly took out a revolver from his traveler's bag. He placed his hand on the doorframe, pointed the revolver at the ceiling, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet brought down clusters of dust, and the people in the bar, like athletes hearing the starting gun, quickly scattered in all directions. This left Lumion a spacious path to the bar counter. When the chaotic scene of people taking cover had somewhat settled, Lumion deactivated the bottle of fiction and, holding the revolver, walked toward the bar counter while saying in an icy but soft voice, "I just want a drink." He then sat on a bar stool, tapped the counter, and said to the bartender who was staring at him blankly, "One la fée verte." The bartender finally snapped out of it and hurriedly poured Lumion an absinthe with a splash of lemon juice. Lumion didn't remove his hat or lift his veil, slowly sipping the bitter and fragrant liquor. The other people in the bar gradually returned to normal. In this small town frequently visited by pirates and adventurers, they were used to such things, which explained their practiced response earlier. Lumion quietly listened to their chit-chat and whispers, trying to discover useful intelligence, especially anything pointing to the sick church. But unfortunately, what he heard was mainly discussion about himself. The most discussed topic was what it meant to be a person of dual bodies. There were artistic interpretations, such as having a male body but also a female side, being both flame and frost. And there were vulgar ones like busty up top, hard down below. Lumion turned his gaze toward the drunk who had said the latter. His Highland lake-like eyes were like mirrors, reflecting the other's figure. The drunk was making obscene gestures to accompany his earlier description when his chest and lower body suddenly experienced intense pain, as if being burned by flames. He screamed in agony and fell to the ground, rolling in pain. This stunned those around him who had been agreeing with his joke. After about 10 seconds, the drunk finally came back to life. He supported himself on a nearby chair and stood up trembling. "What just happened? Sudden illness? You should go to a clinic right away." The people around him spoke up in a jumble. The drunk shook his head in confusion. "It just hurt suddenly, but now I'm fine." As he spoke, he looked down to check his physical condition and was surprised to find his chest had strangely swollen from unknown burns, while his lower half had become like stone, tenting his pants. Almost simultaneously, those around him also noticed this condition. "Busty up top, hard down below." Someone repeated the drunk's earlier words. The people around quickly moved away from the area, all looking at the drunk with wary gazes. It was him who insulted the saint, It has nothing to do with us. We weren't standing next to him either. Don't let the lightning strike affect us. In their fear, everyone present unconsciously had the same thought. Is the Church of the Fool's new patron saint really this efficacious? Lumion withdrew his gaze, letting the reflected figure in his eyes disappear. This was a small punishment, not affecting any essential functions or physical health. For Lumion, he didn't care at all if someone insulted him. He would just find an opportunity to play a prank. But insulting Aurora was not acceptable. Moreover, this was also an opportunity, a chance to reasonably use fear to spread faith. It could also help digest the witch potion. Lumion looked at the absinthe in his hand, seeing his veiled, half-visible face reflected in the dreamlike green liquid. The deep red wine swirled gently, with 3 faceless wooden dolls placed beside it. Franca leaned back in her chair, leisurely admiring the blood color permeating the wooden grain and the hair that had slipped into the crevices. After looking for a few seconds, she turned to look at the 3 men standing in front of the desk and smiled, saying, I only have 2 requirements for you. First, help me collect various intelligence, and second, follow these 13 rules I've established and treat those dancers and streetwalkers well. After Franca finished speaking, Jenna, standing beside her, held up the paper and began reading. First, no coercion. Second, ensure adequate rest. 13th, provide basic medical care. We're the mafia, not some damn charity, burst out the most hot-tempered of the 3. Franca laughed. Right, I'm not doing charity either. She then flicked out a quiet black flame, letting it fall on one of the wooden dolls. The doll was immediately covered in black flames, silently burning. The gang leader who had just spoken suddenly screamed in agony as strange black flames erupted from within his body. He fell to his knees in pain, his face contorted as he shouted, I was wrong. I am doing charity. I agree. I agree. Neither Franca nor Jenna responded, watching silently until the gang leader collapsed to the ground, convulsing until death. Only then did Franca look at the other 2 gang leaders and ask with a smile, Any objections? None. The 2 gang leaders seemed to be competing to see who could shake their head faster. After Jenna posted the paper with the 13 rules on the wall, Franca stood up and said, Remember to look at it every day, and if there's any violation. Franca picked up the remaining 2 wooden dolls. You should know what they represent. They're a demoness curse medium. After becoming a demoness of pleasure who could directly curse through mirrors, Franca no longer used such black magic in battle. But mirror curses were real-time and couldn't be fixed in place. To control these 2 gang leaders and make them obey, she still needed to make media like dolls using their blood and hair. And for a demoness of unaging, possessing such media could also affect the target's direct relatives. We know. The 2 gang leaders began their nodding competition again. Jenna thought for a moment and said to Franca, May I add 1 rule? Of course. Franca smiled. Jenna picked up the pen and added another rule to the posted paper. Rule 14, loan shark annual interest cannot exceed 36%, and no additional fees such as handling fees or service charges can be collected. No problem, right? Jenna turned and smiled. The 2 gang leaders being questioned dared not object. Franca put away the 2 cursed dolls and casually said as she walked toward the door, I know you have some supporters behind you. I don't care what they think, nor will I interfere with your territory disputes or making money here. I only want those 2 things I mentioned earlier. If your supporters aren't satisfied, let them come see this statue. As she spoke, strands of gray-white light spread out and fell on the dead gang leader's body. The corpse quickly turned into a stone statue. No problem with that, right? You'll quietly notify me if they want to move against me, won't you? Franca turned back to look at the remaining 2 gang leaders and asked with a smile. The 2 gang leaders first showed uncontrollable fascination, then hurriedly responded, We will. Leaving the room, Franca walked toward the dancers and streetwalkers waiting nervously at the stairway. Boss! Several girls called out joyfully. Franca nodded gently and said, Things will go back to how they were before. But I still want to say, this isn't a long-term profession. Across from the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, Franca and Jenna sat on a street bench, calmly watching the audience and actors coming and going. Not going over to say hello? Jenna asked. Franca smiled. No need, since they're doing fine. There's no need to go over. That's true. Jenna nodded slightly. Franca then turned her head and said, half serious and half joking, this is left for you in the future. You'll be the protector of actresses. After watching for a while longer, they returned to the luxury villa. By this time, Lumion had already returned and was saying to Anthony, help me collect intelligence on the sick church. The sick church. Franca suddenly understood what Lumion wanted to do and quickly smiled. I have intelligence sources now too. I'll have them keep an eye out. The confluence of the Srenzo and Ryan rivers created a fertile valley region in the Trier district, with villages and estates dotting it like jewels, strung together into what was considered the most beautiful and expensive necklace in all of Intis. Vival Town was one of the most peripheral towns in the Trier district, quite ordinary in both geographical location and resources, and had never received much attention. In the basement theater of the Wild Rabbit Café, though there was no puppet show at the moment, 20 to 30 spectators had still gathered. Some were clearly townspeople, while others seemed to have just arrived from the surrounding countryside, with mud spots still visible on their trouser legs. Under the yellowish light of the gas wall lamps, the cafe owner Dalbero, standing at center stage, looked around before raising a black and white photograph in his hand. You've all seen Neil's death photo very clearly. He tried to betray us, and then the great malady god brought down punishment. In the photograph, a man in his 30s had his eyes wide open, frozen in fear, his face showing obvious signs of decay in several places, with white bone visible in many areas. Dalbero was a typical Intis gentleman, with beautiful blue eyes, slightly curled brown hair, neatly trimmed beard, and a ruddy but thin face that made him popular with ladies. But at this moment, his expression was unusually gloomy and cold as his gaze swept across the face of each malady god follower. Those caught in his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads, muttering, "Welcome the malady god, drive out disease. Welcome the malady god, drive out disease." Dalbero finally withdrew his gaze and nodded gently. Disease has long been scattered throughout this world. Through the great malady god's grace, they haven't devoured most humans, only dealing with those who abandon the deity. I saw with my own eyes how Neil died in pain and regret, tormented to the point of breakdown by an incurable disease. Remember, devotion is the best medicine. Devotion alone can keep you away from disease. After completing the daily sermon and receiving offerings from each follower, Dalbero had the congregants leave in batches to avoid drawing attention. Then he returned to his bedroom upstairs and placed the newly acquired money in a metal safe. After finishing all this, Dalbero was about to head for the door when he suddenly saw his reflection in the full-length mirror undergo a strange transformation. The person in the mirror quickly became a woman, wearing a black robe with the hood down. The woman appeared to be only around 20 years old, with cascading black hair, each strand glossy but slightly thicker than normal, and eyes like Highland lakes. Clear, bright, and dreamlike, making Dalbero's soul seem to drown in them. For a moment, Dalbero forgot to be surprised, forgot to be cautious, forgot to be afraid, and just watched as the lady in the mirror walked out and approached him, giving him the feeling that a beautiful dream had finally come true. Oh, goddess of my dreams, angel more beautiful than the entire Trier Valley, my soul, my heart, what can I do to serve you? Dalbero reflexively praised her, expressing the burning in his heart. You Trierians, even after worshipping an evil god, receiving boons, and having your personalities altered, it doesn't stop you from spreading your peacock feathers in situations like this? Lumion showed a slight smile. Are you a disease envoy? Franca had already obtained some information about the malady god from 007, learning the names of several boon sequences. Among them, Sequence 9 was Patient, also called Rotting Patient, Sequence 8 was Secretary, Sequence 7 was Vermin, also known as Corruptor, Sequence 6 was Disease Envoy, Sequence 5 was Child of Decay, and Sequence 4 was doomed one. Dalbero suddenly shuddered, breaking free from the beauty's charm through his faith in the malady god. I don't know what you're talking about. He knew he should try to find a way to escape contact or suddenly attack and control her, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Lumion curled his lips and said, "Would you like to hear how I found this place? First, I used magic mirror divination to determine the general area, then infiltrated official channels to get data on disease-related deaths from recent years for comparison. After that, I had inconspicuous beyonders ask around bars and such about anyone who had fallen seriously ill but suddenly recovered in the past few months. Finally, I checked the bodies in the hospital morgue. Perhaps blessed by the gods, I had good luck and discovered Neil, who died with his entire body rotting. That doctor and those 2 orderlies are followers of the malady god, right? Thanks to them, similar punishments were never exposed, and afterward helping with cremation requests was no problem." Dalbero swallowed hard with difficulty and complexity. What do you want? I am a demoness. You know what a demoness is, right? Lumion asked with a smile. Dalbero suddenly understood. I know a little, no wonder. No wonder she has such great charm. Just her appearance, figure, and temperament make one want to worship. Although the church always emphasized that demonesses were enemies, establishing connections wasn't impossible. Any faction could cooperate briefly if their current interests aligned. Then you should also know that we demonesses are classified as a cult by officials and suppressed everywhere, Lumion said with rather helpless eyes. We can barely stay in Trier anymore and want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Dalbero was willing 1,000 times over in his heart, but still maintained basic vigilance based on his faith in the malady god. Yes, the primordial one hopes to receive the great malady god's protection in the future. She is even willing to become the malady god's consort, Lumion said with an ambiguous smile. Before Dalbero could respond, he slightly raised his chin and said, Report to your superior. You certainly can't make decisions about this matter. Dalbero immediately felt stifled, which gave rise to an impulse. Kill the superior, become the superior, then gain the qualification to properly discuss cooperation with the beautiful demoness before him. How could he let her look down on him? Final rationality made Dalbero control himself, and he said sincerely, I will find an opportunity to report this. His hidden meaning was that he couldn't do it under her watch, and he needed to find a safer environment. Lumion nodded slightly and smiled. Are you secretly spreading disease? Trying to weaken and control me? Dalbero's face instantly turned red and he stammered, It was just an instinctive choice. You came so suddenly. I had to do this. I can understand, Lumion said with a smile. But I should warn you, diseases have little effect on demonesses. After speaking, his figure suddenly faded and disappeared right before Dalbero's eyes. This was just a projection that Lumion had manifested through the mirror world. She's so nice, even warning me. Dalbero gazed longingly at the full-length mirror in the room and where the demoness had stood, feeling that a faint fragrance still lingered in the air. After 15 or 20 seconds, he finally managed to break free from his current state. Looking at the bright sunlight outside, he quickly left the master bedroom and came to the study, opening a secret room. The secret room was empty, with bare walls, peeling paint, showing signs of decay. Dalbero lit a white candle, locked the secret room's door, and carefully checked his surroundings. After confirming there were no abnormalities, he knelt down, assuming a posture of penitent prayer. Then he chanted in an ancient and desolate language that seemed to be losing its very meaning. Envoy of depravity and corruption, witness to humanity's end, child of rot and disease, palm of the god of decay, the great malady god. He was praying and beseeching his superior. The first few lines were directed at them, but the malady god part wasn't. His superior had deliberately borrowed their worship deity's alias to conceal their true name, saying they could respond based on proximity using the previous 4 descriptions and current environment. As Dalbero chanted devoutly, the already dimly candlelit secret room grew darker, the candle flame flickering, about to go out. Meanwhile, in a room opposite the Wild Rabbit Cafe, Lumion held a plain silver mirror, reflecting the cafe and the building above it. In reality, pedestrians were coming and going on the street, and the cafe had neither many nor few customers. But in the mirror, only the corresponding buildings and rooms existed, with no traces of humans or other living beings. No, there was one. In a windowless secret room somewhere in the mirrored building, Dalbero was kneeling before an increasingly yellow and dim candle flame, praying devoutly. In reality, the secret room in the building still existed, but there was no lit candle, nor was there Dalbero. When Dalbero finished chanting the honorific name, Lumion immediately felt information trying to drill out from the mirror, establishing some kind of mystical connection. He neither blocked nor influenced it. Soon, Dalbero heard a low, hoarse voice. "What is it?" Dalbero immediately reported, "A demoness has found me. She represents the demoness sect in seeking cooperation." Demoness! Dalbero suddenly heard his superior curse with anger. "Idiot! Damn it!" Before Dalbero could come to his senses, his body began rapidly decaying, intense pain stabbing into his mind. He was already certain to die. But before this, Lumion in the real world had already sensed consciousness drilling into the mirror world along the previously established mystical connection, falling toward Dalbero. He immediately reached out his right hand and stroked the surface of the silver mirror. The consciousness from afar instantly left traces in the mirror world. Beside him, Franca held another mirror, using it to perform magic mirror divination by questioning her own spirituality. Where is the source of the traces? Where is the source of the traces? In the blink of an eye, Franca's mirror reflected a scene. Darkness, enclosed, seemingly the interior of a coffin, seemingly containing a corpse that hadn't completely decayed yet. As soon as Franca tracked down the source of the traces in the mirror, Lumion immediately grabbed her shoulder and teleported to the location indicated by that scene. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Lumion's figure materialized in a cemetery between mountains, appearing before a gravestone. Franca had gone somewhere unknown. Lumion cast his gaze toward the gravestone, seeing a memorial photo embedded in it and a name engraved, Mocoxitos. "So you've long been dead, buried in a cemetery." No wonder the two churches could never find the high-ranking members of the sick church. "And who knows how you managed to avoid purification or cremation?" Lumion said mockingly while looking at the gravestone. He had anticipated various methods of contact Dalbero might use, intercepting the corresponding information and establishing connections by placing him in the mirror world. Before Lumion could finish speaking, the ground in front of the gravestone suddenly exploded with countless pieces of stone and soil. They shot toward Lumion like bullets fired from a steam rifle, whooshing through the air. At the same time, Lumion saw a hand. The hand was entirely cyan in color, swollen to the point of being translucent, with yellowish-green pus flowing inside, making every capillary abnormally clear. These capillaries and palm lines together formed complex symbols and patterns. Just looking at them made Lumion freeze in place. At this moment, his field of vision was completely occupied by this hand. Compared to it, the shooting stones and soil seemed as tiny as dust. Lumion began to tremble, his frost-white, cream-like skin instantly developing deep black spots. These spots rapidly eroded inward, causing his flesh to quickly rot. Lumion couldn't move, couldn't use any of his abilities, and even his thoughts were rapidly decaying. This was no saint's hand. This was clearly the left hand of a deity. "Don't look directly at God." Lumion trembled in fear, his mind sinking into silence, unable to make any effective response, as if destined to walk toward the end of decay. Everything about him was decaying. Suddenly, his right palm became scorching hot, bringing an obvious stinging sensation. Lumion abruptly had an impulse to extend his right hand and touch that left palm, to let the black pinhole in his palm touch the other. This allowed him to barely regain some self-awareness. However, it was too late. The shooting stones and soil hit his body, creating ripples and the sound of breaking glass. Behind Lumion, a hidden mirror revealed itself. This current Lumion wasn't his true form, but rather a projection manifested through the mirror world. Of course, Lumion was also nearby. After teleporting to the cemetery, he had concealed himself and thrown out a mirror. But the impact of directly looking at a deity still affected him, severely wounding him, leaving him unable to move or take any measures to dodge. As the ground stones and soil quickly weathered, that cyan, terrifying, strange hand pressed against Lumion's projection. The projection instantly shattered, each illusory fragment rotting and fading. A series of cracking sounds came from Lumion, who was hiding behind a nearby tree, the sound of all his mirror substitutions breaking. Even with the repeated substitutions of mirror substitutions, the black spots and deep decay on Lumion's body persisted. Just a second or two later, his gaze lost focus, and his living presence disappeared. Thud! He fell in a highly decayed state, his traveler's bag raising dust from the weathered soil. He died on the spot. At this moment, the figure before the gravestone fully appeared. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black suit without a hat. His face was somewhat long, with rotting spots showing bone on both sides, and his skin was pale, as if it hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. His left hand hung naturally, its cyan-green swollen state completely different from the rest of his body. Before Mocoxitos could check the situation, surging, quiet, indifferent gray-white appeared from behind the gravestone, rapidly spreading over. Wherever the gray-white passed, whether floating dust or weathered ground, everything instantly became solid and heavy, losing all other colors. Mocoxitos didn't panic, extending his left palm with its yellowish-green capillaries and cyan patterns toward this gray-white expanse. Though there was no physical contact yet, the gray-white slowed down, becoming increasingly sluggish, even developing cracks within itself. At this moment, a mirror flew out from the fallen traveler's bag. From that mirror, Lumion, wearing a black robe with the hood down, appeared, walking back to reality with a smile on his lips. His Highland Lake-like eyes had already captured Mocoxitos' figure. Almost simultaneously, two black flames containing destruction and madness leaped from Lumion's pupils. Ah! Mocoxitos immediately screamed in agony as bursts of black flames erupted from his rotting flesh, both igniting his soul and burning his decaying body composed of various pathogens. He hurriedly withdrew his left hand and tore open his abdomen, as if trying to pull out the source of the black flames. But this was a demoness curse. The true source was with Lumion. Lumion had disappeared, perhaps teleporting to somewhere distant, or perhaps hiding in the mirror world. As Mocoxitos' left hand collided with the fire of destruction, the corresponding black flames began to weaken, flickering as if about to die out. But the black flames didn't extinguish completely, stubbornly continuing to burn Mocoxitos' flesh and soul, though their intensity began to rapidly decay. While Mocoxitos dealt with one threat, he couldn't handle the other. The previously suppressed gray-white became surging again, crossing the barriers and spreading to his side. His clothes quickly took on the gray-white color, turning to stone. Mocoxitos' body suddenly emitted a putrid aura, with cyan-green yellowish pus oozing from the rotting areas where bone was visible. This pus instantly covered Mocoxitos' body, causing him to decompose into countless pathogens and disappear on the spot. Some pathogens were still entangled with black flames and quickly annihilated, but others that weren't originally affected managed to escape the burning of the fire of destruction. At this time, the gray-white color symbolizing petrification grew more intense, engulfing many pathogens and turning them to stone fragments that drifted to the ground. Lumion's figure materialized at the side of the gravestone, smiling as he raised his right palm. Throughout the entire valley cemetery, from sky to earth, strange and quiet black flames ignited silently. In this black flame hell, every tree and blade of grass withered, collapsing as the surviving pathogens around the gravestone lost their spirituality and life one by one. After about 7 seconds, Lumion heard a shrill, unwilling, ethereal, cursing scream in the air. From this, he knew Mocoxitos had completely died. And due to the burning of a demoness black flames, the other spirit would completely dissipate in the next few dozen seconds, unable to channel his spirit or do anything else through those means. Lumion flipped his hand, using the mirror to pull the area around the gravestone and Mokaxidos' spirit into the mirror world, thereby affecting the return of the boon powers. He and Franca then crossed through the silver mirror surface, arriving in the corresponding area behind the mirror. During this process, Lumion couldn't help but reflect on the recent battle. Mokaxidos' performance had exceeded both his and Franca's expectations. That cyan green swollen left hand was like one belonging to a true deity. Merely seeing it and being pressed by it from afar completely crushed Lumion's resistance, making even dodging impossible. This definitely surpassed Sequence 3, reaching the power level of an angel, perhaps even higher. Most Sequence 3 saints from other paths would have died irreversibly facing that attack just now. Fortunately, Lumion was a demoness of unaging, peculiarly difficult to kill and skilled in revival and rebirth. Moreover, other demoness of unaging couldn't manage this so easily. They would likely have their normal mirror person die along with them, only able to revive through a pre-placed mirror in a hidden location, largely disconnected from themselves, containing a sleeping mirror person. This would take dozens of minutes or even hours, making further participation in this battle impossible. Lumion had something special in his right palm, and thanks to the stimulated residual aura of the mutated Blood Emperor, he managed to break free from that left hand's influence slightly earlier to some extent, actively using mirror substitution. Even so, all his mirror substitutions were destroyed, and his true form had to die once, though it didn't affect his self in the mirror. If not for Franca's assistance and containment, Mokaxidos would have escaped before he could revive and return. That left hand was indeed formidable, with a terrifying divine descent quality. But aside from the left hand, Mokaxidos' other aspects seemed quite ordinary, even inferior to the Sequence 4 demigod of the same path I killed before. Did the existence of that left hand suppress the manifestation of Mokaxidos' other abilities, causing his thinking and reactions to decay to some extent? Since Amon could modify the ability manifestations of various sequences in the Marauder pathway, surely the great existence using Malady God as an alias can do the same. When bestowing power, he deliberately adjusted the sequence abilities, lowering the rank of his own or a left-hand projection of some angel near the divine throne to Sequence 3, but had to reduce other abilities as a result and make the bestowed pay an additional price. As these thoughts flashed through Lumion's mind, he glanced at Franca and took out his chariot card and the Fool's sacred emblem. For the upcoming theft and manipulation, they would definitely need to beseech Mr. Fool's help. Lumion himself didn't have such abilities. If he could control Mokaxidos and have enough time to use large-scale black magic, using this saint as a medium to slowly establish contact with all Malady God believers, he might barely be able to take over the sick church by himself, but now less than 30 seconds remained. As Lumion watched the cemetery turn gray-white and the faintly visible fragmented spirit, he quickly lit 3 candles. With one hand holding the Fool's sacred emblem and the other holding the chariot card, he began chanting in Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I implore you, I beseech your assistance. Regarding the sick church matter, Lumion had already reported to Mr. Fool beforehand, explaining his thoughts, so there was no need for detailed descriptions now, nor for setting up an altar. After completing the imitation ritual supplication, Lumion and Franca's thoughts became slightly sluggish, like when they had to study after pulling an all-nighter before gaining their supernatural abilities. Then, they seemed to see a hand wearing a black glove. That hand covered the high sky, ethereal and illusory, not actually present. Almost simultaneously, tiny fragments of spiritual light gathered, reassembling Mokaxidos' nearly annihilated soul body. Around this soul body, illusory points of light appeared one after another, while from its body extended an insubstantial cyan green yellowish line stretching infinitely upward. That line suddenly wavered, pulled back by an invisible force, connecting its ends to form a closed system, no longer maintaining contact with the outside world. Only this way could Lumion and Franca's theft of the sick church's faith avoid being corrupted by the corresponding horrifying will. For a great existence of this rank, bearing his name meant becoming him, even if it was just one of his aliases. Since no one had preached in the name of Malady God before, and this title Malady God had subsequently established a connection with him over time. This was him, just not as closely bound as his true honorific name. After the illusory line connecting the anchor and object of faith entered a self-cycling state, those points of light surrounding Mokoxidos's remnant spirit quickly floated toward Lumion. Scenes then appeared before Lumion's eyes, representing each bestowed who knew Mokoxidos's honorific name. Ordinary believers weren't qualified to know and chant the name of the Malady God's envoy. They would only pray silently according to those preachers' intimidation and sermons, adding prefixes to Malady God and his messengers based on their own understanding. This was also an anchor, but wouldn't have such points of light. Lumion quickly scanned through them all, discovering that among these bestowed, only one possessed godhood, and clearly didn't have God's left hand, like Mokoxidos. Only one sequence 4? The rest are all mid to low sequences. Is this all the power the sick church has in the Trier region? Must pay extra attention to the sequence for demigod. He might see through Mai and Franca's disguise, realize it's blasphemers deceiving for faith. He must possess part of the Malady God's honorific name, maybe even the complete name, just as Lumion had this thought. He saw the doomed one in the light point take out a pair of black gloves from somewhere, put them on, and gently nod across the void. Is he controlled by Mr. Fool? Parasitized? Lumion's confidence doubled. He put on the lie earring, altered his throat structure, and began issuing commands to each bestowed represented by the light points in Mokoxidos's voice. The situation has changed. From now on, the great Malady God will gradually descend into reality in twin form. They are the god of plague and the god of disease. They are both male and female. This would point to Lumion and Franca, matching their essence. As for Gina, there was no reasonable way to add her now. Once Lumion and Franca truly controlled the sick church in the Trier region, changing the doctrine and adding new saints would be very easy, since Gina was still far from sequence 3. Lumion continued speaking rapidly. Spread the new doctrine to believers quickly. Urge them to master the honorific names of both deities and pray to them. One is the Lady more ancient than the times, servant of calamity, child of plague and disease, destroyer who walks in shadows, guide of all lost lambs in Trier, the great god of plague. Here Lumion borrowed his sister Aurora's uniqueness, then pieced together his own specialties, whether serving calamity, child of plague and disease, or destroyer. All came from the top powers of the hunter and demoness pathways that had given him the boon and caused his palm to mutate somewhat. This matched the explanation of the Malady God's division and wouldn't make the bestowed suspicious. This way, even without using his true name but referring to himself with the false god of plague, he could be precisely indicated because even without the last line, the previous 5 lines in standard format could lock onto him. This was also adding anchors for Aurora. The other is the Ancient One who transcends time, one who remains forever young, envoy of disease and plague, lady who spreads pain and despair, protector of humanity's adventurous spirit, the great god of disease. This would point to Franca. To ensure these descriptions combined with precise accuracy, Franca also imitated Mr. Fool, incorporating her uniqueness as a transmigrator into the description. Currently in the northern and southern continents, only she and half of Aurora were both transmigrators and demonesses of unaging. Of course, Franca didn't dare bet that no other high-ranking beings in this world matched just the 2 descriptions of Ancient One who transcends time and remains forever young. In the depths of space and various alternate dimensions, there might truly be beings who had lived from before the primordial one's awakening until now and didn't age, since apparently only Earth's living creatures had encountered the apocalypse back then. But such beings surely could no longer be called human. After initially anchoring herself with the first 2 descriptions, Franca took several titles she had considered before but weren't suitable for inclusion in the Church of the Fool's patron saint name, selected those that fit the sick church's doctrine, and added Protector of Humanity's Adventurous Spirit, a title that had earned her mockery but actually wasn't bad upon careful consideration. This could effectively distinguish her from Aurora while remaining neutral, potentially serving as an entry point for her and Lumion to gradually transform the sick church's doctrine later. And with these 5 honorific names, The great god of disease became optional. However, it wasn't completely useless. As time passed, the title God of Disease would gradually become associated with Franca. If she could become an angel in the future, God of Disease would truly become equivalent to her. After explaining the most important matters, Lumion saw those illusory points of light return to their original size, still surrounding him. They had been grafted onto him. Of course, this wasn't permanent, and Lumion hadn't intended it to be. If he hadn't needed these bestowed to preach and change the believer's understanding, he would have eliminated them all on the spot, leaving no survivors. These were severely corrupted people who had received boon from the corresponding existence. To Lumion, who had usurped the position of malady god, they were genuine time bombs with basically no possibility of salvation. I'll need to watch them constantly. Once most of the malady god believers in the Trier region establish connections with me and Franca, I'll immediately eliminate these bestowed. The grafting of faith anchors can last at least a month. That's enough. Lumion slowly exhaled, sincerely thanking Mr. Fool for his help. The power that had made his and Franca's heads feel insufficient then receded. Next, Lumion looked at Mocoxidos's remaining spirit floating in midair, slightly surprised to find it hadn't completely dissipated. According to Lumion's previous estimation, after entering the mirror world, Mocoxidos would completely pass away in just over 30 seconds, unable even to channel spirits, but now it seemed he could still hold on for about 20 seconds. And what they had just done couldn't have taken only 10 seconds. Just speaking the honorific names took longer than that. Did Mr. Fool's gaze make time slow down? No, not slow down, my actions and words didn't become slower. Did time slow down only for Mocoxidos's spirit body? Or did Mr. Fool grant Mocoxidos's spirit body more time? An application of high-ranking Marauder pathway abilities? As these thoughts raced through Lumion's mind, he quickly employed a magic mirror spirit channeling spell. There should still be time to ask one question. Lumion wasn't worried this would lead to him being noticed by the entity worshipped by the sick church, because Mocoxidos's connection with that being had been cut off, its ends joined to form a cycle. Regarding Mocoxidos and sick church matters, Lumion actually had quite a few questions. From those prayer light points just now, the sick church had only 10 to 20 bestowed in the Trier region, clearly not a large scale. But among fewer than 20 bestowed, there was actually the sequence 3 Mocoxidos and a sequence 4 doomed one. Wasn't this ratio too extreme? Back then, 007 as a church deacon for a district in Trier was only sequence 5 with 2 teams of Beyonders under him, nearly 15 people. Even though bestowed couldn't be directly compared to those who advanced through potions, the sick church's situation was puzzling. Normally, such a team composition with a sequence 4 demigod would already be the limit, and that only because the Trier region was very important. So, Lumion wanted to ask what special contribution Mocoxidos had made to receive the sequence 3 boon, which had also led to some of his subordinates receiving advancement. Perhaps very important secrets were hidden here. Soon, Lumion completed the magic mirror spirit channeling spell taught by Franca. In the makeup mirror he took out appeared Mocoxidos's increasingly fading spirit. Lumion asked quickly, "What incident led to you receiving a boon to that left hand?" Obvious fanaticism appeared on Mocoxidos's increasingly pale and transparent face. In a deep, hoarse voice he mused, "After the vortex incident." After the vortex incident, Mocoxidos continued, "God specifically bestowed upon me, telling me to stay in Trier, not to do anything else, not to expose myself. It wasn't because you made some special contribution?" Lumion quickly followed up. When he heard the word vortex, he thought he'd found a key point, but unexpectedly, Mocoxidos's answer was completely different from what he had imagined. This was even more suspicious. "Because I am devout," Mocoxidos said fanatically. "Compared to the order of all extinction, we are the overlooked faction, doing less. God specifically bestowing upon me could only be because of my devotion." Before he could finish speaking, his remnant soul had faded too much to sustain the spirit channeling. Lumion and Franca could only watch helplessly as he completely dissipated. Franca took out the inevitable gun and placed it where the cyan-green yellowish light points were gathering and floating upward. Since this was an ordinary mirror world, the return of the boon was only partially affected. While it settled down again, most of it still broke free and disappeared. While waiting for the inevitable gun's power to be replenished and show more mutations, Franca said to Lumion, "Getting a Sequence 3 equivalent boon without needing to make any contribution. I thought becoming a demoness of unaging was already easy enough, but I didn't expect there could be something even easier." Smiling, Lumion replied, "Didn't you notice this when you were in the Savoy mob? If they suddenly give you a gun, it's definitely to make you do something dangerous, to use you as cannon fodder. Right? There's no such thing as a free lunch. The more free it seems, the more expensive it actually is." Franca understood Lumion's meaning. The entity worshipped by the sick church gave Mocoxitos and others more boons, instructing them to lie low in the Trier region, because in the near future they'll be made to do something quite crucial, something they must do even if it leads to all their deaths? Lumion nodded. "It's unfortunate that the sick church is a fringe sect. If we had captured a Sequence 3 saint from the order of all extinction, we might already know what the issue is. This could be seen from the names of the first few boon sequences of the patient pathway. The followers of that great existence naturally tended toward infiltrating Trier's upper and middle classes, gradually corrupting the entire system. Disease and plague were just two among that being's many authorities." "Indeed," Franca sighed. "Whatever the case, removing one nail is still one nail removed. We don't need to worry about the sick church for now." At this point, her inevitable gun showed some changes, expanding slightly overall and taking on a faint cyan-green tinge. Franca retrieved the revolver with spider silk and learned the final results by querying her own spirituality. The shots with either certain death or sure hit effects were restored to 13 times, and an additional new effect was added that could stun enemies, cause their thoughts to decay, and significantly affect their thinking and actions. This didn't require actually hitting the target to take effect. As long as the target was locked onto and the shot was fired, they would experience similar conditions. And if a bullet with this effect actually hit, unless the target had previously used a body double ability, their original body would inevitably decay and move toward death. Though this wouldn't affect the mirror that the demoness of unaging had hidden away earlier with most mystical connections severed. It can't compare to the original left hand. It won't make targets truly feel like they're facing divine descent, completely unable to move or even think. Let's just say it can be useful in split-second moments, leaving enemies no time to react. Franca casually explained. She quickly named this effect God's Gaze, which could only be triggered once. Franca then sighed. "It's a pity we were too rushed. If we had brought Anthony's Winter is Coming, his weapon could have been replenished too." Franca and Lumion had originally thought Dalbero's superior would at most be a Sequence 4 doomed one. Although they had made contingency plans for encountering a Sequence 3 saint, that wasn't their main focus, so the execution was inevitably somewhat hasty. Many preparations they should have made weren't done, and they could only rely on the demoness of unaging's bizarre unkillable trait to forcefully confront and block the target. "There will be other chances." Lumion smiled slightly. He was referring to the Sequence 4 demigod currently under Mr. Fool's control. Of course, this was assuming Mr. Fool didn't plan to use that puppet for something else. Franca made an affirmative sound, then said, "The gathering time is set for 10 p.m. Saturday. You got the message, right?" "I did." Lumion nodded. Saturday night at 10 p.m., in the ancient and dilapidated palace of the nation of the Evernight, Lumion's figure quickly materialized. He was once again dressed as a warlock, wearing a silver-white half-mask. After waiting another 5 minutes, Hidden Blade Franca, still wearing her assassin outfit, walked to the huge stone chair and cleared her throat. "Everyone, I have announcements to make." Her voice wasn't loud, but it transmitted through the mirror items carried by many curly-haired baboons Research Society members, allowing everyone to hear clearly. "That's a nice trick, Hidden Blade," someone immediately praised. Hidden Blade's past actions and previously established image meant people didn't respect and revere her like they did Hela and Gandalf, instead treating her more like a friend they could tease. Franca's lips curled into a smile. "You're right. The first thing I want to announce is, ladies and gentlemen, I've become a demigod." As the many Research Society members stared in shock, unable to believe it and about to express their emotions with profanity, the flaxen-colored long hair extending from under Franca's hood floated up, becoming slightly darker and thicker. This made the vast majority of curly-haired Baboons Research Society members inexplicably alarmed, instinctively lowering their heads as if threads of electricity were coursing through their bodies. This wasn't displaying an incomplete mythical creature form. Franca wouldn't dare do that. She was merely showing a hint of her godhood's aura to make her words more convincing. The entire ancient palace suddenly fell silent. After a moment, when everyone came to their senses, they instinctively wanted to express various opinions and use different tone words, but instantly remembered Hidden Blade's previous display and closed their mouths again. That was the aura of godhood. Hidden Blade was now half god, half human. Franca's deliberate showing off was mainly to strengthen the persuasiveness of her subsequent words. Seeing their reaction, she smoothly continued, "We're still brothers and sisters. Don't be so formal. After all these years, don't you know what kind of person I am? If you don't curse a bit, don't marvel at how Hidden Blade suddenly became so powerful. Don't express your inner shock and admiration. Wouldn't my showing off be for nothing? Right, Hidden Blade's air is back." The Research Society members immediately relaxed considerably and, like those people in the Telegram group, began expressing their shock and admiration. Franca immediately harvested joy from this. She had to admit that a small part of her deliberate showing off was for the showing off itself. When everyone's discussion had somewhat subsided, Franca said in a low voice, "The second thing I want to announce is that I've received intelligence that those evil cults across the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas will do something big in the next year or two, which might bring apocalyptic scenes. If you have chances to advance your sequence, try your best to do so. If not, that's fine too, just enjoy life and when the time comes, hide in places like the cathedrals in major cities. As long as the true gods can hold on, things won't be too hopeless. If they can't hold on, everyone should first preserve their useful selves and decide what to do based on the specific situation. Personally, I think catastrophe will inevitably come, but it's possible to survive them." The curly-haired Baboons Research Society members looked at each other, both bewildered and confused. If Hidden Blade hadn't become a demigod demoness, they would have thought she was joking, playing a prank. How could the apocalypse come so suddenly? Were there no omens or prophecies? Everyone turned their gazes toward Hela and Gandalf. Compared to the newly made demigod Hidden Blade, these two had more authority and were more trustworthy. Hela walked to Franca's side and looked around. "Members in Trier try to leave within half a year. This city will be one of the key nodes where problems erupt. Even if you really like life in Trier, you can return after things are over." This indirectly endorsed Franca's previous words. The curly-haired Baboons Research Society members immediately erupted, asking all at once, "What exactly is going to happen? Which places will be safer? Will remote villages be affected?" Franca pressed down with one hand, gesturing for everyone to calm down. "The specifics aren't clear. Just treat it as a prophecy made by a prophet. There might not be only one interpretation." As everyone discussed, she and Hela walked down the steps. Gandalf came to where they had just been standing, showing no surprise or shock about the apocalyptic matter. This president of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society looked at everyone and said, "Let me add one more point. Try to hide in big cities, but not the capitals of various countries." The successive confirmations made the gathering's atmosphere suddenly heavy, though not to the point of freezing or despair. The Academy Group's gathering spot had the same atmosphere. Professor, wearing a butterfly bow tie, looked at Lumion and asked, "Muggle, you're quite familiar with Hidden Blade. Have you heard more details?" "No," Lumion added. "I only know that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church has placed nearly half its forces in Trier." After periodic table, isotope, associate professor, and others discussed for a while, Lumion thoughtfully said, "I have something to remind you about. After becoming a warlock, I was infused with quite a bit of knowledge by the Hidden Sage, some of which was about summoning special creatures from the spirit world. This had significant problems. Took me a long time to resolve them, so I have some experience. Have you been infused with knowledge in this area? Something about weak balls of telepathic connections. Lumion deliberately spoke very clearly to ensure no one would overlook it. Moreover, he pointed out that this matter was dangerous, and he had experience in how to resolve it. This way, if any of the present warlocks had been infused with mystical knowledge about summoning white papers and hadn't yet undergone complete personality alteration, they would surely be alarmed, become fearful, and then either openly or secretly seek him out to discuss whether the problem truly existed and what solutions there might be. Professor, who represented the Academy Group's warlocks, thought for a moment and shook his head. I've never been infused with knowledge in this area. After the other warlocks gave similar answers, a man who had spoken little in the previous discussion suddenly said, "The weak ball that can telepathically connect with me, right? I received related knowledge." Lumion's heart leaped with joy as he looked at this Academy Group member who was also dressed as a warlock, remembering his code name, Condensed Matter. Yes, Lumion nodded, glancing around before asking Condensed Matter, "May I ask you some questions in private? If you're unsure about me, we can have Madame Hella present." Worried that he might already have hidden problems due to that mystical knowledge, Condensed Matter didn't refuse Lumion's invitation. Okay. Soon, in a corner of the ancient palace, with Hella witnessing, Lumion questioned Condensed Matter. "Have you used those descriptions to summon the corresponding spirit world creature?" "I have." Condensed Matter couldn't help asking, "Is there something wrong with that?" Lumion's brows furrowed slightly beneath his silver-white half-mask, and instead of answering, he asked, "Can you sense anything special about me?" He wanted to see if the other person could detect Omabella's bloodline. "Does being particularly charming count?" Condensed Matter answered honestly. "It does." Lumion smiled behind his silver-white half-mask. "When did you first summon that spirit world creature?" "Around June or July 2 years ago," Condensed Matter recalled. "June or July 2 years ago. By then, Madame Pualis and the Padre already had the child." Lumion thought for a moment and asked, "After being infused with this knowledge by the hidden sage, you didn't try it immediately?" Condensed Matter shook his head. "When I received the related knowledge, I was traveling with family, so I couldn't try it. Later, I was infused with more knowledge and also traded for a grimoire, so I forgot about it until remembering much later." "I see." Lumion's tone suddenly carried a hint of sighing. This wasn't for Condensed Matter, but for Aurora. He then said, "Can you describe what the contracted creature you summoned looks like?" Condensed Matter described his contracted creature's appearance in detail, which was almost identical to the white paper Lumion had summoned. "When you first summoned it, did it have slightly milky and pale yellow clear liquid inside its body?" "It might have disappeared later," Lumion asked as if confirming something. Condensed Matter thought carefully before saying, "No, no." Lumion sighed as if he had expected this. He then said to Condensed Matter, "The one you summoned probably doesn't have any problems." "That's good, that's good." Condensed Matter turned his head with undisguised joy, glancing at Hella as if hoping this lady would endorse this assessment. At this point, Lumion added, "But I can't be completely certain yet. There are still a few questions I need you to answer. This might involve your privacy, but you don't need to be too detailed. I just need to grasp the general situation." After hesitating for a few seconds, influenced by multiple factors including his desire for a definitive answer, the other party's extraordinary charm, and Madame Hella's presence as witness, Condensed Matter finally nodded and said, "Ask away." Lumion sincerely said, "Thank you." He then posed his question. "Which deity do you worship? If it's not one of the Orthodox gods, you don't need to answer." Finding the question simpler and less awkward than imagined, Condensed Matter quickly answered, "Eternal Blazing Sunday." Eternal Blazing Sun. Is this the common point? On the surface, they're all casual believers of the Eternal Blazing Sun. But surely among the warlocks in Trier like Professor and the others, there must be some who praise the sun daily to conceal their identity. Are they deliberately concealing it, not mentioning it? Also, Condensed matter is male, Aurora is female, so gender clearly isn't why the hidden sage targeted her. Lumion was initially pleased but quickly sank into deep thought. How old were you when you transmigrated? And how old was the body after transmigration? Lumion further asked. My last memory was lamenting that I was almost 30 and had achieved nothing. Condensed matter for a moment before saying. When I occupied this body, he was just 25. Different from Aurora's body state before and after transmigration, Lumion quickly considered which aspects he should look for common points. While thinking, he casually asked, Are the current body's parents still alive? They passed away long ago. Condensed state answered concisely. Do you have children? Lumion continued digging in this direction. Yes. Condensed matter clearly didn't want to say more. There really aren't any common points with Aurora. At this moment, Lumion recalled something condensed matter had said earlier and thought for 2 seconds before asking. You said when you were infused with the corresponding knowledge, you were traveling with family. Which family members? Condensed matter still only spoke generally. My wife and my elder sister's family. Elder sister. Lumion's pupils suddenly dilated, as if he'd been struck by lightning. Condensed matter nodded slightly. Yes, the sister who raised this body of mine. Lumion stared at condensed matter, falling completely silent. He felt he had found that key point. The key point beyond the 3 words warlock, transmigrator, and gray fog aura. Sister and brother. Elder sister and younger brother. Lumion began silently talking to himself. He kept repeating 2 names. Omabella, Zetus. Omabella, Zetus. Suddenly, Lumion remembered something else from the past. When Madame Magician mentioned the empty baby cradle, she used the word, lost. This meant that in the eyes of this angel who had a relatively deep understanding of the Corda village incident, according to her spiritual intuition, the cradle was empty because the child was lost, which wasn't exactly equivalent to death. And the subsequent intelligence from Madame Puali's and everyone's deductions indicated that baby Omabella had died early on, killed by her father, her direct relative the Padre. At the time, neither Lumion nor Madame Magician thought there was anything wrong with this. Death was indeed a form of loss. But now Lumion had a new conjecture. Could it be that Madame Puali's didn't give birth to one child for the Padre, but to twins, a sister and brother? Then one was killed, one mysteriously disappeared, achieving some purpose through the ritual of the inevitability believers? The killed baby Omabella has now returned to Madame Puali's embrace but can't come to reality yet. What about the mysteriously lost child? Thinking of this, Lumion suddenly smiled. He felt this might have something to do with himself. He began to suspect that his selection of the abscessed hand profile from such a large collection of spirit world creature materials, making it the first creature for a contractee to sign with, wasn't coincidental but stemmed from some mystical connection. Similarly, when he first arrived in Trier, his choice of the Market District and the Auberge du Coq d'Or wasn't just because that's what the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order arranged, but perhaps also because of the poison spur mob supported by the Night Stalkers there. If this was true, then later meeting Father Montserrat and obtaining Omabella's remaining umbilical cord was destined. An inevitable fate. This also clarified why Madame Puali's had to find him specifically in the Dream City. Ignoring condensed matter's surprised and confused gaze, Lumion half closed his eyes and silently said to himself, Hand bro, I'll bring Omabella's remains to see you as soon as possible. Trier, 4th level of the catacombs. Lumion held a lit white candle, accompanied by Jenna who also had yellowish light spreading from her hands, as they walked step by step toward the ancient tomb containing the Samaritan women's spring. Before going to Morora to help Jenna advance to Demoness of Despair, he wanted Jenna to meet with Crismona's shadow to see what changes might occur or what hints they might receive. Can't Franca come here anymore? Jenna asked curiously. Lumion nodded. After obtaining godhood, one should visit Trier's underground, especially places like this, as little as possible. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to come. Aren't you a demigod too? Jenna asked, both amused and concerned. Lumion chuckled. It's different. For me, entering the catacombs feels as comfortable as returning home. If I weren't worried about making others nervous, I wouldn't even need to light a candle. He raised his right hand, exposing his palm with its pale skin, dark red marks, and black pinhole to the cold air and candlelit dimness. Then he blew out the candle in his hand, suddenly enveloped by darkness with only Jenna's candlelight revealing his silhouette. Don't take risks. Jenna was startled. Lumion obligingly relit the candle with a smile. I was right, wasn't I? You scared me to death. Jenna glared at Lumion. As they talked, they finally reached the ancient tomb chamber. Lumion looked at the tomb door for 2 seconds and sighed. Too bad we didn't encounter Crismona's shadow on the way. I feel she's more friendly outside the Samaritan women's spring, while inside she tends to be more. Lumion paused, then said in a low voice, evil, in front of the grayish-white fog surrounding the area of the Samaritan women's spring. Lumion and Jenna both lowered their heads, pressed their hands to their chests, and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. When they raised their heads, they had already arrived on the other side of the gray fog. The two followed the slope downward, and soon heard faint, ethereal splashing sounds. A few steps later, they saw the figure of a beautiful and holy woman in white robes, the child of the primordial demoness Crismona. Jenna examined the target's pale, transparent face for a few seconds and stepped forward on her own, to see if her special nature would elicit any additional reaction. Suddenly, a gleam of light appeared in Crismona's empty, blank eyes. It was sharp, cold, and extraordinarily vicious, almost simultaneously around Lumion and Jenna. From the sloped ground, the gray mist above, and the air in all directions, emerged one thick, slippery black poisonous snake after another, each with distinct black and white eyeballs rolling on their heads. In less time than it takes to blink, this place had become a forest of black snakes, obscuring the earth and piercing the sky. With these changes, the temperature dropped dramatically, and the area around the Samaritan women's spring instantly became a world ruled by ice and snow. Icicles were interspersed among the dense black snakes, covering them with a layer of crystalline white. Jenna had already frozen stiff, with ice particles and icicles forming on her flaxen hair, face, and all over her clothes. Around Lumion, intense white flames with a blue tinge burned, but these flames were also freezing rapidly, with crystalline ice layers spreading quickly. For Lumion, blocking for this brief moment was enough. He raised his right palm, activating the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his palm. The splashing sound instantly intensified, and Jenna, who was already nearly frozen and petrified, immediately lost consciousness. Lumion felt the familiar aura of madness and the deathly cold emanating from the underworld Taoist. The water of the Samaritan women's spring receded into its deep source, pulling Crismona's shadow along with it, making it bob up and down. Both the black snake forest that filled this space and the frost world that was cold enough to be almost unbearable even for a Sequence 3 saint dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Jenna gradually regained her thoughts, and as the spring water began flowing again, she heard Crismona's fearful, hateful voice filled with intense cursing. Do not advance to demoness of unaging. Do not advance to demoness of unaging. The high-tier demoness figure lingering near the spring water repeated these words, her voice shrill and terrifying. Seeing that the world of ice and snow was about to descend again, and thick hair like black poisonous snakes was about to pierce from the ground toward the sky, Lumion pulled Jenna back 2 steps. Crismona's figure no longer showed any abnormality, her eyes once again becoming empty and blank. How do you feel? Lumion had also heard what Crismona was shouting, but he was more interested in knowing if the pure female demoness had any special sensations. Jenna paused for 2 seconds, then recalled, It's different from what I sensed during an advancement. The current Lady Crismona is more like the primordial demoness. This isn't about similarities in temperament or feeling, but rather that the malice toward pure female demonesses is almost identical, the kind of malice that would personally strangle the corresponding possibility. Well, there are still subtle differences. Lady Crismona's malice stems more from fear. She seems terrified of seeing a Sequence 3 pure female demoness. Is the Crismona here a remnant of obsession and malice, so it manifests more directly and obviously? Lumion nodded with understanding. Looking at it this way, there shouldn't be much problem with pure female demonesses advancing to sequence 4. The hidden danger and risk lie in reconciling with the mirror person when becoming sequence 3. Lumion gazed at Crismona's figure beside the Samaritan women's spring and said thoughtfully, what was her relationship with her mirror person? Enslavement, infatuation, or reconciliation? You suspect something went wrong with Lady Crismona before she perished? Jenna asked, turning her head. After pondering for 2 seconds, Lumion said, the one lingering around the Samaritan women's spring might be fine, but who knows what the one near the Crismona night pillar in 4th epic trier is. Jenna nodded solemnly. Let's go, we can't communicate normally anymore. Lumion turned around. He then smiled and said, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Normal communication might involve instigation and deception, while curse-like shouts based on obsession are more authentic. Through this, we can confirm there are no hidden dangers in advancing to demoness of despair. As he spoke, Lumion turned back to look at Crismona's body. Through the thin gray fog, he saw the holy and beautiful high-tier demoness continuing to wander beside the spring flowing with pale water, day after day, year after year, her face pale and transparent, her gaze empty and blank. Suddenly, Crismona looked toward them. This time, inexplicable fear appeared in her blank eyes. The gleam of fear vanished instantly, completely swallowed by endless emptiness. What did she see? Lumion muttered as he walked back. But with just himself there, Crismona showed no reaction. When Jenna joined, the previous events merely repeated, with no additional information gained. At this point, Lumion and Jenna finally abandoned their desire to continue probing and left the Samaritan women's spring. The next morning, in the new city of Silver, at the bottom of the spire, at the end of the mottled stairs, in a room filled with morning light, black hair strands, various plants, and different mushrooms. Under Mr. Sun's watch, Lumion walked to the brownish soil pile and placed both hands on the withered, huge grayish-brown tree trunk. At this moment, Lumion felt as if the human-like patterns on the tree trunk were staring at him intently. 2 huge crimson flowers served as the eyes. Best not to exceed 2 minutes, or random effects will occur. The tall Mr. Sun reminded Lumion. Lumion made a sound of acknowledgement, then exerted force with both hands to forcibly pull up Omabella's remains, known as the gift of the land. The entire new city of Silver suddenly shook, as if experiencing a mild earthquake. The morning light in the room grew brighter, and the surrounding black hair strands, plants, and mushrooms began to grow and multiply at a visible rate. Lumion quickly placed the gift of the land into a specially allocated space within the traveler's bag, then teleported to somewhere in the mirror world. Madame Magician, wearing the previous silver-starred black robe, along with Jenna and Franca, were already waiting for him in the dark, pitch-black mirror realm. According to the agreement with the Church of Knowledge, Lumion and Jenna couldn't go to the City of Exiles through normal means, but the Church would create a gap in Merora's seal somehow, allowing them to enter using the power of the mirror world and high-tier beings of the door pathway. I borrowed it, Lumion said extremely concisely about the result. Madame Magician nodded, making all the silver stars on her wizard robe light up. A dreamlike starry sky appeared, and endless stars quickly formed a passage. Surrounded by brilliant light, Lumion and Jenna instantly arrived in the City of Exiles Morora, at the square outside the cathedral. Using the authority of 0-01, Lumion gathered enough serious criminals to meet the ritual requirements. A sea of people. These exiles were already nearby, as if waiting for the Reaper to arrive. Without wasting time, Lumion quickly said to Jenna, "Finally, let me tell you a fact." Jenna had already begun quietly spreading the plague using the Demoness of Despair's Beyonder characteristic and the Sequence 5 level charm given by Franca. "What?" Lumion said seriously. "Even if you really become a Sequence 4 demigod, you won't be able to do much when the apocalypse comes. Whether you can protect your loved ones and friends is another matter entirely." Jenna opened her mouth but couldn't refute. She actually understood this clearly but was unwilling to accept it. "Are you in despair?" Lumion smiled. "If you're in despair, then go ahead and advance. Advance with this despair, with the intense desire to change this reality. Jenna understood Lumien's intention, sighed softly, and said with a laugh, "Damn it, good thing I'm relatively strong. Otherwise, I'd definitely lose control during the ritual." "I wouldn't say this to someone who isn't strong." Lumien didn't delay any further and, relying on the mystical connection between himself and 0-01, directly entered the underground mausoleum. Jenna turned around and looked at the criminals bound by commands in the square. Her gaze was like water, both deep and calm, as if looking at the villains from her past life and their various endings, both good and bad. After a while, Jenna walked through the crowd, heading outside the square. This was to ensure that the serious criminals at the edges also received fair treatment, experiencing the same plague. When thousands of exiles showed symptoms, growing weaker amidst violent coughing, Jenna took out the ingredients and began preparing the potion. As one wave after another of serious criminals fell to the ground, she drank the liquid in one gulp. As soon as she began advancing, Madame Magician used the pre-given mental imprint to transfer her out through the beautiful dreamlike starry sky to an area in the mirror world shrouded in thin gray fog. As long as the ritual was achieved and the time limit hadn't passed, advancement could occur anywhere. It didn't have to be in Morora. Of course, this assumed the seal's gap still existed and Jenna's connection to the ritual hadn't been severed. This thin gray fog was obtained by Franca through prayer to Mr. Fool, aimed at deceiving the primordial demoness and preventing her observation. During Jenna's advancement, Lumien also arrived at the mountain peak of corpses where 0-01 was planted, next to Hand Bro, who patrolled back and forth like the steel puppets and undead soldiers, nearly perfect like a work of art. With time running short, Lumien directly pulled out the gift of the land from the traveler's bag and planted this withered, huge trunk in the wilderness. The abscessed hand, who had been walking, suddenly stopped, his beautiful crystalline crimson eyes looking over. His face, which was almost at the limit of beauty, instantly twisted, with emotions like pain, hatred, malice, pleasure, and mockery overflowing. He opened his mouth and shouted fiercely in the Jotun, "O Mabella, I curse you. I curse you to die by the hand of your direct descendant." Lumien had advanced too quickly and hadn't yet mastered many mystical languages. He had only learned part of Jotun so far, but he had a contractual connection with the abscessed hand, allowing him to directly understand the meaning through the thoughts transmitted by the other party. At that moment, he was completely stunned by the abscessed hand's reaction and words. He had originally imagined that after thousands of years, the reunion of brother and sister would be sad yet heartwarming, like when Hand Bro had just become a 0-01 soldier and called out the name Omabella with such depth. Instead, there was not a trace of warmth, only bone-deep hatred. As the abscessed hand's voice echoed, the area around him lit up, as if crimson moonlight was falling from an unknown place onto this wilderness, evil, cold, and bloody. Then, within the crimson moonlight, one after another illusory and complex doors of summoning split open, connecting to different places, with some indescribable horror growing behind them. On the wilderness ground, countless plants sprouted, creeping toward the withered trunk that had evolved from Omabella's remains. The gift of the land, stimulated by this, also reacted, with the soil below splitting apart, leaving nothing growing. This power, rich with death and return, met the lush scene of new life. Standing between Omabella's remains and the abscessed hand, Lumien was instantly affected, uncontrollably regressing into a mirror that cracked with a snap. This influence continued to expand rapidly, not giving Lumien, who was trying to redraw his silhouette, a moment's peace. At this moment, streams of invisible flames shot up from various parts of the wilderness, the sky above taking on the color of burning, as a terrifying will that could conquer everything suddenly descended. The flesh in the middle of the abscessed hand's brow writhed, pulling at the skin. The distortion of his face quickly returned to normal, and around him, whether it was the crimson moonlight, the numerous doors of summoning, or the various newly grown plants, all instantly vanished. The sealed artifact gift of the land also returned to silence, the desolation no longer spreading. As the invisible flames extinguished, this blood-stained wilderness before the mountain of corpses was once again shrouded in darkness. Lumion looked toward the peak of the corpse mountain and couldn't help muttering, "Boss, aren't you being a bit too hasty?" He had wanted to observe for a while longer before using 0-01's power and authority to suppress the abscessed hand and the gift of the land, but unexpectedly, 0-01 had reacted to the stress. This left him quite helpless. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, 0-01 was the boss and he was just the proxy. And 0-01 was actually in a state of deep sleep, reacting purely on instinct, not something Lumion could persuade even if he wanted to. Confirming Hand Bro's reaction and hearing those words is enough. Some of my previously unclear thoughts and speculations have either been overturned or connected. Heh, Hand Bro, should I call you Zetus from now on? Lumion muttered for a while, then put away the gift of the land which had been suppressed and become quiet, with no random effects likely to appear for some time, and teleported back to the square in front of the Church of Knowledge. Here, wailing and groaning were everywhere, with many having already lost their lives. Lumion swept his gaze around, quickly left Morora, and appeared back in the area behind the mirror, appearing beside Franca. At this time, Jenna had just completed her advancement, her hair slightly darker and thicker, her eyes an even more beautiful blue. "Where's Madam Magician?" Lumion took his gaze off Jenna and asked Franca. Franca made a tongue-clicking sound and chuckled. After confirming there were no problems with Jenna's advancement, she went back to work on her manuscript. She said if you have any findings or speculations, either summon her messenger or report directly to Mr. Fool. "This time I'll need a signed book." Lumion laughed, then said to Franca and Jenna, "Let's go to the new city of Silver first." After returning the gift of the land to the room at the bottom of the spire, Lumion went to the Church of Fool headquarters and entered the confessional that Mr. Sun had specially prepared for him and the others. He immediately created a ball of blazing white flame, letting the light fill every inch of space inside the confessional, then began telling Franca, Jenna, and Mr. Sun, who had come specially to listen, about his brother-sister speculation, the names Omabella and Zetus, the abscessed hand's recent reaction, and his spoken words. "You mean Omabella and Zetus are both children of the Great Mother, the former being the elder sister who inherited the power of the Earth pathway, and the latter being the brother on the neighboring Moon pathway, and they were possibly twins?" Franca tried to sort out the logic. At this point, Jenna's face showed a grave expression. Zetus was killed by Omabella? For unknown reasons? Perhaps with the help of Omabella's husband, the ancient god Giant King Ormer. They were worried about Zetus's resurrection, so they deliberately dismembered him into multiple pieces and sealed them in different places. This is also why the Sanguine never heard of such an angel of the Moon pathway. Yes, this event probably happened quite early, before that Sanguine ancestor partially regained consciousness in the second epoch and became an ancient god. I've been saying, it doesn't make sense that there was only a Sanguine ancestor in the second epoch. Since one of the sequences in the Beyonder characteristics is called vampire, there should have been vampires as creatures in the early second epoch or even the first epoch, regardless of whether they had rationality or were completely equivalent to monsters. This doesn't affect the essential definition. Lumion spoke slowly, thinking as he talked. Mr. Sun offered an explanation on behalf of the Sanguine. The Sanguine don't consider such monsters as their kin. So it's Sanguine ancestor, not vampire ancestor? Lumion thought that if Mr. Moon were present, there might be some unpleasant incidents. After one divine assembly and one small gathering, he had gained a preliminary understanding of Mr. Moon's personality and concerns. Mr. Sun answered very fairly, "That's what they call it. But you people of the new city of Silver think vampires and the Sanguine are essentially the same?" Lumion, Franca, and Jenna, all three demonesses, could hear what Mr. Sun left unsaid. What a considerate person. Lumion sighed inwardly before continuing. Before his death, Zetus cursed his sister Omabella, cursing her to die by the hand of her direct descendant, and this curse came true. At this point, Lumion suddenly paused and after 2 seconds, said in a low voice, Zetus, as an angel of the moon pathway, was killed by Omabella of the earth pathway, who might have also stolen his identity, while Omabella ultimately died at the hands of the sanguine ancestor, an ancient god of the moon pathway who might no longer have had true god status at the time, and then had her identity stolen. This is an inevitability. Lumion felt profound emotion. When he had stolen the power of inevitability, he had no clear understanding. But the more he learned, the more he felt that inevitability was an issue that even angels, true gods, and great beings couldn't avoid. After discussing for a while longer, Lumion stood up and said, "I need to report to Mr. Fool. He might provide new revelations." He began praying right there in the confessional. Suddenly, thin grayish-white fog appeared before his eyes, and his ears seemed to hear terrifying chaotic sounds. In just the blink of an eye, Lumion saw himself sitting at the bronze long table, in the position representing the chariot, while at the head of the long table, in that huge stone chair, Mr. Fool's figure, wearing a top hat and coat, was faintly visible, hidden in the mist. "Good morning, Mr. Fool." Lumion immediately stood up and bowed. He had intended to report to Mr. Fool through prayer but was directly pulled up to the gray fog instead. The Fool nodded slightly, his voice carrying more gentleness than the coldness of the last gathering. "You have found the answer?" Lumion sat down. "I have become a demoness of unaging, borrowed the gift of the land, and went to see the abscessed hand in the depths of Morora." After repeating Mr. Fool's previous revelation, he shared all the information he had collected and all his speculations, finally asking, "Mr. Fool, did Madame Pualis deliberately hide the infant Zetus in Cordu to use the ritual that the inevitability believers would ultimately perform? Was the infant Zetus's mysterious disappearance due to that ritual?" The Fool, shrouded in thin gray fog, nodded. "Yes." Lumion suddenly smiled, laughing for several seconds. Then, he sighed and asked seriously, "Mr. Fool, the infant Zetus's soul fragments are within my body, right? Since the one worshipped by the Aurora Order could use that ritual and Mr. Fool's seal to let Amon return within the barrier undetected and steal Termaboros's power and identity, the Great Mother could do something similar. The infant Zetus must have also been in the destruction brought by the ritual at that time. Like other villagers of Cordu, shattered into pieces with only fragments of soul remaining, which were then sealed inside my body. That's how he mysteriously disappeared." The Fool placed his right hand on the edge of the long table and rapped it gently. "Yes." Lumion gave a self-deprecating smile. "No wonder I encountered matters related to the Great Mother as soon as I reached Trier, met the priest who had nurtured Omabella as soon as I went to sea, and the first contract creature I selected was the abscessed hand." He sighed softly for a few moments, then looked back at the table before the Fool. "Mr. Fool, can you help me remove the seal and separate the infant Zetus's soul fragment?" The Fool said in an even voice, "Like Aurora's soul fragments, he is already merged with you." Lumion was stunned for a moment, shocked yet feeling this was natural. The special quality possessed by Aurora's soul fragment was obviously also possessed by the infant Zetus's soul fragment. The two of them were different from other villagers. If one had merged, the other would certainly not be an exception. "Will he affect Aurora's resurrection?" Lumion asked the question he cared about most. The Fool shook his head slightly. "He has a different gender from Aurora. He will only replace you in the future. He merged with you when you obtained Omabella's bloodline. Zetus's soul fragment, Omabella's bloodline, heh. I alone am equivalent to divine twins." Lumion exhaled and sincerely asked, "Mr. Fool, is there a way to resolve this issue?" The Fool looked at Lumion for several seconds, his voice suddenly becoming somewhat drifting, as if narrating fate. "This is a hidden danger, a risk, and also a variable, an opportunity. It's both a hidden danger and a risk, as well as a variable and an opportunity. I understand what the hidden danger and risk are, but how is the variable and opportunity manifested?" Lumion did not ask further. His spiritual intuition told him this was a revelation, a scene that Mr. Fool had seen in the River of Fate, something that could not be explained in detail. After a moment's thought, he decided, What should I do next? This was about what to do after clarifying the situation with the infant Omabella in Madame Pualis's arms and understanding what Zetus represented. The fool looked at Lumion, his voice still somewhat drifting. Calamity needs to stay away from the mother. Stay away from the mother? Does this mean avoiding meetings with Madame Pualis and the infant Omabella? I can't even touch the Great Mother unless the barrier fails, and if the barrier does fail, touching the Great Mother would be meaningless. Lumion pondered the true meaning of Mr. Fool's latest revelation. Suddenly, he thought of more possibilities. The mother might not only refer to the Great Mother, but also Earth Mother of the Phaenopotter Kingdom. Does this mean I have to stay away from Earth Mother and her proxies, and even avoid touching any sacred objects that could point to her? After all, as the sanguine ancestor and the former ancient god of the moon pathway, using the identity of Omabella, with the true god status of the Earth pathway, she has existed for thousands of years. Even now, after removing the theft and abandoning the corresponding identity, there would inevitably be a very strong mystical connection with Omabella. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. Yes, Mr. Fool. Regarding matters related to Omabella, he already had a very deep understanding, long knowing that the sanguine ancestor Lilith, with the help of the ancient sun god, had killed Omabella, stolen her identity, and then assumed Omabella's name to become Earth Mother, playing a crucial role in the war a few years ago. When Mr. Fool indicated he could leave, Lumion made his final request. Can you help me remove the seal on my chest? Since the soul fragments of Aurora and the infant Zetus had already initially merged with himself, they would not perish whether the seal was protected or not. This would allow the villagers of Cordu to find peace. They had no hope of resurrection and would only exist in the form of Lumion's puppet soldiers, which he was unwilling to do. Okay. The fool agreed to Lumion's request. Before Lumion could speak, this great existence leaned back in his chair, speaking in a calm voice. The seal will be automatically removed in 3 minutes. Praise you, Mr. Fool. Lumion stood up, pressing his hand to his chest in a salute. Returning to the real world, Lumion, accompanied by Franca and Jenna, bid farewell to Mr. Sun and returned to the luxurious villa in Trier. After briefly mentioning Mr. Fool's new revelation and his own understanding, he chose to teleport away alone. His destination, Cordu Village, in the Dirige region of Riston province. Soon, Lumion's figure took shape in that familiar yet strange hometown. Glancing at the blood-red pillar that wasn't particularly high yet had a mountainous feel, and then looking at his family house some distance away, Lumion walked into the buildings surrounding the pillar. He surveyed the house ruins, some completely collapsed, others burned, trying to discern their original appearance. Walking step by step through the broken walls and ruins, a pure and brilliant starlight emerged from Lumion's chest. As the starlight dispersed, fragments of radiance flew out from his body, falling around him and materializing into blurry figures. These were Neferia, Nasli, and other elderly women, various Pierres and Guillaumes. Some gathered together, basking in the noon sun, chatting about village matters. Others carried farming tools returning home, some playing with children, chasing and frolicking, or herding a group of white geese. The ruins suddenly became lively. Lumion looked around, but no one paid him any attention. Those figures were slowly fading. Lumion smiled, nimbly climbing onto the top of a nearby building's ruins, lying down, letting his black hair pile beside him. It was noon, bright and sunny, almost dazzling. White clouds drifted slowly across the blue sky. The scent of spring grass and building stones, accompanied by sounds of conversation, chasing, and laughter, quickly penetrated Lumion's mind, making him feel warm in the sunlight, drowsy. He closed his eyes, letting his thoughts drift. The surroundings gradually became quiet, returning to silence. In the previously rented apartment in Trier, Lugano, with his handsome features and robust build, was reading the latest medical journal while skewering a piece of sausage to eat. For nearly a month, he had been living quite leisurely, with his salary paid in advance and nothing much to do. As a genuine doctor, he could easily earn money even without running a clinic. The only issue was that he could still only access the mystical circle he already knew, unable to obtain higher sequence potion formulas or corresponding items. He had recently discovered that the activities of that mystical circle had completely stopped, with the official forces in Trier unprecedented in their strength. I both want the boss to come back quickly, yet fear his return. Lugano couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, he saw the bedroom door open, and his long-awaited employer walked out, as if he had never left. "Good evening, boss." Lugano jumped up, reflexively greeting him. Lumion, who had been secretly observing him for some time, nodded slightly. "I have something for you to do." Lugano, dazzled by his employer's appearance, instinctively asked, "What is it?" The boss seems even more beautiful, his charm greatly increased. "What happened?" he muttered inwardly. Lumion took out a list. "Visit each person on this list. Tell them you are a blessed and priest of the malady god, and then maintain contact with them, responsible for preaching and conducting mass." Lugano was stunned. "Is this a cult?" Lumion chuckled in response. "Don't worry. The authorities have given the go-ahead. If any of the malady god followers have any illnesses, just treat them. The consultation fee depends on the family's situation. Charge normal rates for the wealthy, and nothing for those without means." The people on this list were all malady god followers in Trier. Their previous blessed had recently informed Lumion through prayer that the Beyonders from the two major churches were watching closely, and they didn't dare to make contact. Lumion had responded in time, granting them death. Then, through the Church of the Fool, he communicated that a saint from the Church of the Fool had taken over these followers to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the God of Steam and Machinery Church, and would be responsible for reforming them so they no longer needed to keep watch. This matter of openly poaching followers, after private communication and promises, had finally been tacitly approved. Since Lumion couldn't personally preach, and couldn't do everything himself, he thought of Lugano. He was a genuine doctor who could treat illnesses while preaching, truly embodying the authority of the malady god. Lugano suddenly understood. The sick church is going legitimate? Are you now a follower of the malady god? Lumion glanced at Lugano and said with a smile, "I am the malady god." Lugano was stunned again. "And also the patron saint of the Church of the Fool," Lumion continued. This was something he couldn't hide from Lugano. "My boss has become a patron saint? Become the malady god? What am I now?" Lugano was bewildered and fearful for 2 seconds. What should I tell these followers? Do I have scriptures to read? A mass to conduct? Lumion took out a stack of documents. "The malady god has now split into the god of plague and the god of disease. One is me, the other is Franca. When preaching to these followers, do not mention our real names or the Church of the Fool for now. Follow what's written on these papers. These doctrines are still quite simple, and those followers won't understand anything complex. We'll slowly modify and add to them once they truly believe in me and Franca." "Yes, boss, no?" Lugano suddenly knelt on one knee, head lowered. "Yes, great Lumion Lee. This is also an anchor with potential risks." Lumion nodded satisfactorily. "Several on the list were originally bestowed of the malady god. I've already punished them, and they're now dead. Go to the addresses on the list to collect their bodies and take away their ill-gotten gains. In the name of me and Franca, return these funds to the followers, especially those living in difficult circumstances. The remainder can be used as expenses for your preaching. Afterwards, don't mention donations to the followers, but if they actively donate and the money won't affect their family's life, don't refuse. After completing this task, I'll help you find the potion formula and corresponding Beyonder ingredients for the next sequence." Still kneeling on one knee, Lugano's heart leaped, and he blurted out, "Praise you, great Lumion Lee." Lumion gestured for him to rise while saying, "Franca and I are now sequence 3 saints. Our honorific names are in these documents. God of plague is me, God of disease is her. If you have anything, contact us by reciting the honorific name." "I shall obey your will," Lugano quickly responded. As the boss was about to leave, he instinctively asked, How is Ludwig? You must be very busy and have no time to take care of him. If he gets too hungry, he might eat people. Is this the mother pathway? Lumion thought to himself, then said with a smile, Don't worry about him. He can now cook for himself using the ingredients we prepared. Moreover, Ludwig was about to have a big feast. In an apartment with insufficient lighting, the classic clock's hands ticked away. Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony were gathered around a corpse, watching Ludwig tie a white napkin around his neck. He's quite well-mannered, Lumion quipped. The corpse in the room belonged to the remaining sequence 4 demigod from the sick church in the Trier region, named Sithipo Air. Previously controlled by Mr. Fool, he had recently completed the task of making his followers pray to the god of plague and god of disease. Then, Lumion received a revelation from Mr. Fool, instructing them to come to this apartment at the current time to handle the subsequent matters. As soon as Lumion and the others knocked on the door, they saw Sithipo Air collapse and die in front of everyone. Fortunately, Lumion had already pulled this apartment and all its contents into the mirror world, and had Anthony quickly place the Winter is Coming pistol on the corpse. Thinking about Sithipo Air, who had been busily helping himself and Franca connect with followers and spread new doctrines and was essentially Mr. Fool's avatar, Lumion felt something was off. Isn't it strange that the god he believed in would go to such lengths, meticulously and diligently running around to recruit followers, preach doctrines, and spread his honorific name? Would a great existence be so hands-on? Recalling the stories about Amon that meta-magician had told him and the abilities of high-ranking Beyonders from the Marauder and Seer pathways, Lumion thought this seemed somewhat normal. 1,000 avatars, all of which are oneself. Can I eat now? Ludwig raised his head, looking eagerly at Lumion. Should we first channel the spirit? Lumion turned his head and asked Franca. Although Mr. Fool had certainly grasped all of Sithipo's information through parasitism, Lumion felt that they should still channel the spirit. They couldn't always trouble Mr. Fool with everything. Franca looked at Sithipo's floating spirit and pondered. The decay is slower than expected. Mr. Fool must have done some processing. Let's not rush to channel his spirit. Do we know what to ask? Jenna chimed in. We might as well search the apartment first and see what clues we can find. Then we can channel his spirit, which will help us know exactly what to ask. Okay, Lumion said. Seeing many green and yellow light points had settled on Anthony's Winter is Coming revolver. He smiled at Ludwig. Go ahead. He had previously asked Ludwig if returning to Sequence 4 or Sea Monster would cause him to transform into a grotesquely sized sea monster, which would make it impossible for him to stay in Trier unless he constantly hid in the mirror world. Ludwig had looked at his hands and body for a few seconds and unexpectedly became sad, crying, Not yet. He was clearly disappointed. He told Lumion that his appearance shouldn't change much, but he would need to be taken to the ocean daily to have a proper feast. Something easy for Lumion, who had teleportation abilities. With the Godfather's approval, Ludwig cheered and lunged at the corpse. Franca and Jenna instinctively turned their backs. Amid sounds of tearing, chewing, cracking, and crunching, the 2 demonesses began examining every corner of the apartment. Mechanical music boxes, classic clocks, fabric sofas, red desks, brass gas meters, and exquisite small statues passed before Franca and Jenna's eyes. Suddenly, Franca walked to the desk and opened a drawer. Inside were various denominations of gold coins, including several 20 Louis d'Or coins. Franca's hand moved through the coins, picking up a coin with a dark gold, less lustrous color. It was a gold coin, but not of any current legal tender. Franca brought the dark gold coin close to her eyes, noticing a male head profile on the front, with long hair, wearing a crown with rigid lips and sharp facial lines. On either side of the male head were layered doors and a raven with one eye large and one small, surrounded by changing lines, a vertical sword, and an extended hand. Franca had a vague guess. She turned the coin over, finding a number 7 on the back. Around the 7 were images of gathered soldiers, sharp weapons, and flowing blood. Is this a Tudor coin? Franca spoke aloud. Her spiritual intuition told her so. The Tudor dynasty of the Fourth Epoch had issued its own currency, but perhaps due to the Blood Emperor's mental state or influence from the original pathway, its value and conversion were perplexing, unlike the normal 1, 5, 10, 20, but with seemingly random values like 2, 7, and 13. These coins had long since disappeared over 1,000 or 2,000 years, either remelted into new coins or gold items, or buried in ancient tombs. Currently, one could only see them in museums or some collector's vaults. How could there be a Tudor coin? Jenna looked over. I'm also puzzled. You can't even use this thing. Were they planning to sell it as an antique? Franca pondered for a few seconds. We'll ask during the spirit channeling. While the two demonesses carefully searched the apartment, Lumion suddenly said to Anthony, "You can pick up the revolver now." He intuitively believed that Winter is Coming had reached its limit in bearing the bestowed power, and continuing might damage it. Of course, no matter how damaged, it would still be a weapon with beyonder power, though the negative effects might change and become unbearable. Anthony, who had already quietly cast Placate on himself, squatted down and picked up the artistic Winter is Coming revolver from the bloody, mutilated corpse. The certain death and sure hit charges have been enhanced to 9 times. Even if this revolver shatters, it can be reassembled. No other changes. Lumion used magic mirror divination to inform Anthony about the current state of Winter is Coming. Anthony, who had received a traveler's bag as a bonus from the dream mission, breathed a sigh of relief and placed the revolver inside. At that moment, they heard a loud, prolonged burp came from Ludwig. Ludwig had only eaten half the corpse and seemed already full. He sat there, with what felt like a mass of air in his stomach, occasionally distending his belly and causing crackling sounds in his chest. Beneath his facial skin, countless insects writhed, creating multiple bumps. At this moment, Lumion and the others distinctly felt that a terrifying beast was about to tear through Ludwig's skin. Ludwig's body alternately stretched tall, causing skin cracks, and then swelled, nearly bursting his clothing. After 10 to 20 seconds, his state finally stabilized, still looking like the same 7 or 8-year-old boy. The Church of Knowledge's seal is indeed of high quality, Lumion thought to himself. Ludwig suddenly looked at him, his eyes filled with blood vessels and desire. I want to go to the sea. I want to eat. Lumion nodded, grabbed Ludwig's shoulder, and disappeared from the room. Somewhere in the fog sea, Lumion's figure took shape in midair, throwing Ludwig toward the blue sea surface. Ludwig didn't mind at all, already opening his mouth while still in the air. That mouth kept opening wider, until eventually, his entire head and body seemed to become part of the mouth, with sharp teeth reflecting the brilliant sunlight. With a splash, Ludwig fell into the sea. Then, the seawater descended, and an inexplicable whirlpool appeared. The whirlpool gradually expanded, and fish nearby involuntarily rushed over, swimming toward its bottom. These marine creatures numbered in the thousands, streaming endlessly. Splash! The massive whirlpool's appearance triggered changes in this sea area, with water currents becoming turbulent and massive waves rising in the distance. A large steamship was passing near the sea's edge but appeared tiny beneath the towering waves. The passengers were frightened and scattered, with the captain ordering the crew to change course immediately. Splash! A huge wave approached, but before it could truly arrive, it suddenly froze in midair. It quickly disintegrated, each fragment like a snowflake or ice crystal, beautiful under the sunlight. In Sithippo's apartment, Franca performed the magic mirror spirit channeling spell. Facing Sithippo's mirror image, she directly showed the Tudor coin. Where did this come from? Since Sithippo had been parasitized by Mr. Fool and his faith grafted, she didn't need to worry about any corruption from divining this sick church demigod. Sithippo's pale face responded mechanically, "A gift from God. A gift from God. Wait, where did your God get a Tudor coin? This is within the barrier." Franca pressed. "Through what method was it given?" Sithippo responded at a steady pace. "First, the great malady god gave a revelation, telling us to wait before a mirror. Then, the coin fell out from inside the mirror. Look at this Does this look like a gift from the malady god? If you said it was from the primordial demoness, I might believe it. From what we know, the malady god doesn't have authority over the mirror world. Franca asked again. Besides you, who else has one? Mocoxitos, Sithipo answered. We hadn't found it back then. Well, Mocoxitos had used his rotting power to decompose himself into pathogens. Everything on his body should have rotted away and disintegrated. Franca asked several more questions but couldn't get useful answers. Sithipo didn't know what the malady god wanted to do, only that he was instructed to wait patiently in Trier. At this moment, Lumion returned with a soaking wet Ludwig. Ate about 10 to 20 tons of fish and shrimp. Can't afford to feed him, can't afford to feed him, Lumion said, clicking his tongue. Having just become a sea monster, his appetite had already instantly changed by orders of magnitude. Franca echoed the sentiment, then told Lumion the spirit channeling results, adding, since it wasn't directly given by the malady god, we can divine where this tutor coin came from. Lumion nodded, taking the coin. Being cautious about matters involving great existences, he specially sought Mr. Fool's observation and help before performing magic mirror divination to inquire his own spiritual intuition. Who was the previous owner of this coin? Who was the previous owner of this coin? Soon, the mirror's surface rippled with water, becoming profound. In the next second, Lumion saw a pair of eyes so dark they were without light. "W." Lumion blurted out, calling a name in a deep voice, Zarathustra. After Lumion called out that name, the image reflected on the mirror's surface shattered, like a stone thrown into a lake. Zarathustra? No, in the real world, we should call him Zaratul. Franca also recognized who those eyes belonged to. Jenna added, the celestial worthy's subordinates are cooperating with the malady gods bestowed? What's the purpose of this tutor coin? Lumion first shook his head, then said, Mocoxitos only received the sequence 3 boon after the vortex event. I suspect that whoever possessed that palm, the cooperation between the celestial worthy's subordinates and the malady gods' blessed ones, is an aftershock of the vortex event, or rather, a result of one of its branches. Such a massive event, involving so many great existences, definitely can't be ended just because the one the Aurora Order believes in says so. This might be why he changed his stance, hoping for Mr. Fool to awaken soon. Franca and the others nodded. Ludwig had been taken care of by Jenna while Lumion was performing magic mirror divination, changing out of his wet clothes, and was now once again a clean and fresh little boy. The tutor coin's purpose involves the schemes of great existences, so we probably can't divine its purpose, Lumion pondered aloud. But we can try to divine who owned the coin before its previous owner, which might yield some insights. He immediately put his words into action, again seeking Mr. Fool's observation to eliminate certain dangers and interference. Who was the owner before the previous owner of this coin? Who was the owner before the previous owner of this coin? Lumion held the dark gold coin, chanting the question several times. The mirror placed before him suddenly became bright, as if there was a light source bursting from within. No, that was formless, colorless flames burning. The entire mirror had caught fire. Thin gray fog descended, preventing the flames from spreading, but the mirror and desk quickly turned to ashes. Seeing this, Franca's first 2 thoughts were, there really is great danger. Good thing we were careful enough, and good thing Mr. Fool is so powerful. That was scary. Fortunately, I had already collected all the coins from the drawer. After the formless, colorless flames extinguished, Lumion, as the 0-01 proxy, laughed with a slightly deep voice. I know where this tutor coin came from. 4th Epoch Trier. Everyone present, except Ludwig, had been to 4th Epoch Trier, and this revelation sparked certain associations in their minds. The goal of cooperation between the malady gods bestowed and the celestial worthy's subordinates points to 4th Epoch Trier? Franca said thoughtfully. Will this tutor coin serve as a medium for some purpose then? Lumion nodded and placed the tutor coin into the traveler's bag. What we need to do next is search for clues about Zeradal's whereabouts and uncover more of the Celestial Worthy's subordinates and members of the Order of All Extinction. Then, he said to Anthony, we don't know how long we'll have to wait for Madam Justice, so we can first get the manipulator's potion formula and try collecting and preparing the ingredients ourselves. If we run into difficulties, we can ask for their help then. Manipulator was the name of the sequence 4 potion in the spectator pathway, and it was Anthony's next sequence. I have no objections, Anthony agreed. Feeling they couldn't pin all their hopes on Madam Justice finding that ancient dragon, Lumion then turned to Jenna. Julian will be back in 2 days. Have you figured out what to do? Jenna was silent for a few seconds before saying, I'll use money and instigation to help create a good position for him in Port Lusur, Suet, or Nivelle, one of these big cities, with a 3-year term. And then, Jenna paused before continuing, if Julian won't listen to my persuasion and insists on staying, I'll get Anthony to help me convince him with some degree of hypnosis. Franca blurted out in surprise. Wasn't this the approach Jenna had been quite opposed to and unwilling to use? She didn't want to use beyond her powers to influence Julian or interfere with his personal choices. Jenna gave a self-mocking smile. If this were a choice that would affect Julian's entire life, I definitely wouldn't do this, but for just 3 years, I can accept it. The smile gradually disappeared from her face as she muttered to herself, life is about constantly moving forward while giving up certain principles. At this point, some obsessions with purity can be discarded. Demonesses are meant to bear pain and torment. Whether I become harsh or cold-hearted doesn't matter. What matters is whether Julian can escape his dangerous situation. At this point, Jenna mocked herself again. Let's push the guilt and blame onto divinity. Just consider it the price I pay for obtaining godhood. No, a certain someone will bear all of this sin. Lumion responded in a joking tone. Then he nodded. This is the best solution. It's like moving house. If you have plenty of time, many days ahead, then naturally you can carefully pack and organize, abandon nothing, break nothing. But if you only have a few minutes before the room explodes and you can't prevent it, you can only take what's most important and essential, leaving everything else to be destroyed no matter how reluctant you are. As they listened, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony suddenly realized that Lumion was actually talking about the conflict between humanity and godhood, about what Beyonders should do as they advance sequence by sequence. Lumion was speaking from experience, thinking of his previous conversation with Mr. Fool. For the sake of more important things, this was the only choice. Was it worth it? It's worth it. Indeed. Franca sighed, then turned to Jenna and said, actually, have you considered teaching your brother mystical knowledge and collecting corresponding potions for him, letting him become a Beyonder? This way, he could understand why he must leave Trier. Jenna slowly shook her head. No, I know him well. He's a very stubborn person. Once he understands the real reason, if I don't leave, he won't either, and I... At this point, Jenna's gaze swept across Lumion and Franca. Then, after some thought, she said, the hypnosis will still be necessary, but that doesn't conflict with teaching Julian mystical knowledge and guiding him to become a Beyonder. Yes, even just a low sequence would improve his ability to protect himself, but we absolutely cannot tell him about the approaching apocalypse or that major changes will happen in Trier within a year or two. That would make him anxious, and when he's anxious, he tends to go to extremes and take wrong paths. Then we need to choose a good pathway for him, at least not obviously problematic ones like Devil, Prisoner, Earth, Moon, or Assassin. Franca helped think it through. In the end, she still felt that, being demonesses, flipping a coin and relying on spirituality to choose might yield better accuracy. In the afternoon, since Jenna was taking the slightly taller Ludwig shopping for new clothes with Franca accompanying them, and Anthony had gone out to meet his informant and contact members of the Psychology Alchemists, Lumion was left alone in the large villa. He collapsed onto the sofa, wondering whether he should contract a spirit world creature specialized in house cleaning. After resting for a while, Lumion contemplated the tasks ahead and his responsibilities as the major arcana, the chariot. First is to consolidate and deepen the faith of the sick church's believers in me and Franca. Second, I need to consider the sequence 2 issue. I have the Demoness of Catastrophe potion formula, but as a demoness of unaging, I still don't know how difficult demonesses of catastrophe are to kill. Plus, they have the protection of the primordial demoness and Mr. Fool is only in a preliminary awakened state. The best choice would be the Sequence 2 Weather Warlock from the Hunter pathway. During the previous Divine Assembly, Mr. Fool showed the Red Priest card. I could exchange the potion formula from him. Besides the Sauron family and Einhorn family, where else might there be weather warlocks beyond her characteristics? Some grade 0 sealed artifact in a church? If there weren't any other choices, I'd rather not go to the Blue Avengers treasury and face that Alista Tudor inside the mirror. Heh. Maybe I have no choice. Among the Tarot Club's missions, I'm not responsible for the Great Mother matters right now. But with my current condition, it's very difficult to truly avoid it. For now, I just need to find Zeradal's whereabouts and members of the Order of All Extinction. The first task isn't easy, even Mr. Fool, as a supreme being of the Seer pathway, hasn't located Zeradal. At this point, Lumion suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze toward the edge of the living room. His messenger, who looked like a charred corpse, Penitent Banefell, appeared holding a letter. Lumion stared for a few seconds at Banefell, whose eye sockets burned with dark flames, before finally speaking. "Give me the letter." He then took the letter and opened it. Finding the contents were simple. "I would like to visit you this evening, if possible." The Hermit. What does Ma'am Hermit want? My previous speculation about the hidden sage state? Lumion nodded thoughtfully and said to Banefell, "Please help me reply to the sender. Tell her it's fine." Banefell nodded and disappeared at the edge of the living room. In the evening, just as night fell, Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and the others who had been waiting heard the doorbell ring. Ding dong, ding dong. Ma'am Hermit is so polite. After getting used to Madame Magician's style of suddenly appearing and disappearing and rarely using doors, Lumion felt somewhat unaccustomed to this situation. He personally went to open the door and found it was indeed Ma'am Hermit, wearing thick glasses and a purple-patterned robe. After exchanging greetings, he led his peer, a king of the seas, into the living room and invited her to sit in an armchair. Lumion sat down next to Franca and Jenna, and after just a few moments of small talk, heard Ma'am Hermit say directly, "I have something I'd like your help with." "What is it?" Lumion asked thoughtfully. The hermit looked up toward the ceiling without immediately answering. The next second, thin gray fog spread throughout the living room. Lumion realized things weren't as simple as he had imagined. After everyone sat up straight, the hermit said in a low voice, "Mr. Fool is preparing to hunt down the hidden sage." Upon hearing Ma'am Hermit's words, Lumion's eyes suddenly lit up. The corners of his mouth gradually turned upward, his smile becoming quite bright. "What can I do to help?" Trier, Cathedral District. At the entrance of the Church of Steam and Machinery's patriarchal cathedral, with its towering iron-black chimneys, Lumion, wearing a lady's soft hat and face covered by a black veil, looked up for 2 seconds before walking through the open doors into the interior. The first thing that caught his eye were thick grayish-white pipes crisscrossing everywhere. Some attached to walls, some supported by pillars, some winding across the dome. They were components of a giant steam engine, or rather, this cathedral was made up of a giant steam engine and several other large mechanical devices. Currently, no heat radiated from these pipes, but come winter, when the giant steam engine would run continuously, the entire patriarchal cathedral would be enveloped in warmth, allowing worshippers to experience the pleasantness of early summer. Lumion then saw many believers walking out, seemingly having just finished listening to a sermon, still immersed in the solemn atmosphere. Lumion passed by them, walking toward the altar area. Many believers, both men and women, suddenly found their gazes following this tall, beautiful figure, unconsciously turning their bodies sideways and looking back. Lumion walked forward naturally, neither fast nor slow. Arriving at the first row of seats before the altar, he gazed at the triangular sacred emblem representing the god of steam and machinery, his eyes slowly moving between the symbols of steam, gears, and levers within the solid triangle. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about how sacred or mechanically beautiful it was, but rather pondering a question: If the god of steam and machinery truly evolved into the god of electric power and information technology, what would this sacred emblem look like? Lumion controlled his blasphemous thoughts and, under the watching eyes of the preaching bishop, sat in the first row near the center aisle, raised his hands, lowered his head, and began to pray. When his spiritual intuition told him that the bishop had looked away, he reached into his traveler's bag. He took out a mobile phone, the one he had used in the Dream City. Of course, this wasn't real, but rather woven from his memories by Madame Dreamweaver. It had no functions and couldn't last long. The woven phone screen was lit, displaying a WeChat dialogue box between Lumion and Stiano. The content of the conversation showed Stiano sending Lumion a mini-program called Information Shredder. Lumion held this false, dreamlike phone and began praying again. Great God of steam and machinery, you are the embodiment of essence, the protector of artisans, the glory of technology. Please grant me once again the ability to shred information, effective for 1 week. After praying earnestly, Lumion drew the triangular sacred emblem across his chest with his right hand. At the same time, he felt a subtle change. He lowered his head and looked again at the dream phone in his left hand, finding it seemed more tangible now. Lumion instinctively swiped the screen with his finger, watching the dialogue box retreat to WeChat's main interface. Then, he switched back to the home screen and found all the previously downloaded apps were there. Was a real phone created based on the corresponding information? Is this the glory of technology, a sequence 0 true God? Although Lumion was already a sequence 3 demoness of unaging, he was still quite amazed. He studied it for a while, confirming that the phone really worked, just without network connectivity. Of course, the information shredder didn't need an internet connection. In an apartment on Avenue du Boulevard, Professor, Associate Professor, Periodic Table, Isotope, and 2 other warlocks currently in Trier sat on the sofa, back chair and armchair, looking at each other with unease and anxiety. After receiving Hidden Blade's request for an urgent meeting, they contacted each other and, after much consideration, finally decided to meet with her. Of course, they chose the time and place. What urgent matter could Hidden Blade have? Isotope whispered with concern. If it weren't for Hidden Blade's consistently good reputation and character, they would definitely have refused such a hasty meeting request without specific details. Whatever her purpose, I believe she has good intentions. Professor, wearing a black butterfly mask, said looking around. Besides, don't we also have something to discuss with her? Everyone nodded. At this moment, they heard a knock at the door, using Morse code. Come in. All the members of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society present straightened their backs. Not only did Hidden Blade enter, wearing her assassin outfit, but with hood down, revealing her striking features, but also Hela, dressed as Black Widow. Madam Hela, you're here too? Periodic Table and others stood up simultaneously. Listen to that. Just listen to that. You've never addressed me as Madam. Though Franca complained internally, she wasn't actually upset. Too many madams would give her goosebumps. Hela nodded slightly and replied, I'm here to vouch for Hidden Blade and handle the aftermath. Professor and the others immediately turned their gaze toward Franca. This time, they were all captivated by the demoness of unaging's features, momentarily unable to look away. Franca walked to the fireplace where no charcoal was burning, and smiled at Professor and the others. Please sit down. Actually, I'm here today to ask for your help. Look, I've even shown my face to help you trust me more. Professor, who had sat back down, asked puzzledly. Hidden Blade, you're already a demigod. What could we possibly help you with? Franca glanced at Hela, waited for her to nod, waited for the night outside to seem deeper, then said with a smile to Professor, Associate Professor, Isotope, and others, would you like to completely solve the problem of the hidden sage force-feeding you knowledge? Completely solve it? Professor was quite a calm woman, but even she couldn't help blurting out. This was something they had never thought possible. No, they had fantasized about it when they were weak and ignorant. How to completely solve it? Can we really help? Periodic Table, who had already clearly told Franca she was a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, asked repeatedly. Although she didn't hold much hope, even if it was just a straw floating on water, she wanted to grasp it. The other warlocks present shared the same mindset. Franca didn't answer immediately, watching as they raised one question after another. Finally, Professor, with pale lips and a somewhat pale complexion, smiled bitterly and said, "Hidden Blade, actually, we were preparing to consult you about this matter. Previously, Muggle told us that the small ritual plaza at the entrance of the third level of the catacombs had divine power remnants that could block most external influences. That really helped us tremendously, even saved many of our lives. Otherwise, with the hidden sage's increasingly frequent and crazy knowledge infusions, some might barely hang on, but others would probably be gone already. What we wanted to ask you is, after leaving Trier, are there other places that can block the hidden sage's infusions? Or are there ways to reduce the negative effects? Indeed, while others are reluctant to leave Trier mainly for emotional reasons, Professor and others have a practical need, a life-or-death need. I was planning to have Lumion ask Ma'am Hermit if she, as a senior on the Warlock pathway, had any good methods to plug ears, then trade for that method and tell all the Warlocks in the Research Society. But now, Franca suddenly felt somewhat emotional. Then, she smiled and said to Professor and the others, "The solution is to kill the hidden sage." "You're not joking, are you?" Associate Professor asked with difficulty. Isotope followed up, "Hidden Blade. Although you've become a demigod, the gap between you and the hidden sage might be even bigger than the gap between us and you. It's a fundamental difference. Even the entire Research Society together couldn't handle the hidden sage." Professor likewise had no confidence. Franca smiled. "I'm not the main force. This matter has some big shots taking the lead. I'm just providing support." "Big shots?" Professor pondered before asking, "How big?" Franca pointed to the sky. "That big. Even bigger than the hidden sage." Isotope, Periodic Table, and others looked at Hidden Blade, suddenly remembering that Sequence 4 demigods could already be called saints, and were definitely high-ranking even within Orthodox churches. Their gazes moved back and forth between Franca and Madame Hella several times, gradually understanding that they might be involved in an event worthy of recording in mysticism history. A divine war. Is this what you sought us out for? We're not even demigods, Professor said hesitantly. You won't need to fight the hidden sage. Like me, you'll be doing support work? Hidden Blade Franca thought for a moment before saying, "This matter does carry some risk, though not from combat. Other demigods and I will handle intercepting all enemies and monsters. Your danger comes from something else, but it won't be much more dangerous than receiving another knowledge infusion from the hidden sage. I can't tell you the specifics now." The 6 warlocks present again communicated with their eyes, both somewhat tempted by this excellent opportunity to escape the hidden sage's threat, and very nervous and worried. After a few seconds, Associate Professor asked, "Are you confident? We wouldn't be planning this hunting operation if we weren't confident. Don't worry. Even if we fail, the hidden sage won't discover your betrayal. Trust me, by failure I mean not successfully killing the hidden sage and letting him escape, not that the hidden sage could win." Franca displayed complete confidence. "Why ask for our help? Why us?" Professor asked as if making a final confirmation. "Warlocks, transmigrators, gray fog aura," Franca answered simply. "Don't ask me what gray fog aura is right now." Periodic Table's face, covered in chemical symbols, frowned. "Muggle also meets these conditions. Why don't you ask her?" Franca immediately smiled. "In this operation, she has a more important task." After Professor communicated with their eyes with her husband, Periodic Table, and others for a while, she finally nodded and said, "Hidden Blade, we're willing to join." Making this decision and speaking these words made her suddenly relax, no longer so tense. At this current crossroads, whether for good or ill, whichever path they chose, they had to move forward. They couldn't stop or retreat anymore. If they didn't seize this opportunity to completely eliminate the hidden sage, they would either be forced to stay in Trier to face the possible coming apocalypse, or lose control and go mad in another big city, becoming monsters and even endangering their families. Franca breathed a sigh of relief, stating, Would you like to sign a notarized document to ensure I fulfill all my promises? Don't worry. This notarized document was created by another saint and is watched over by a true God. It has strong binding power over me as well. Professor shook her head and said with a smile, "No need. We trust you and Madame Hella." She paused, then hesitantly asked, "How long will this operation last? We have children at home who need care. Though we have servants, we're not entirely at ease." Franca had already prepared for this. For those of you who are married couples with children, only one person needs to go. Those who are single parents or have other relatives needing special care can opt out of this operation. However, those who stay behind need to bring their children or other dependents to live together in one place, under Madame Hella's watch and protection. This was to prevent secrets from leaking. The relevant personnel had to be placed under secrecy or sworn to secrecy. Phew. Professor noticeably relaxed and turned to Associate Professor, saying, I'll go. Associate Professor rejected her proposal without hesitation. The two argued until Professor made the final decision. My sequence is higher than yours and my condition is better. It'll be safer if I go. Fine. Associate Professor regretted for the first time spending too much time on unrelated research. After some discussion, those participating in this operation would be Professor, Periodic Table, and another male warlock called Prototype. Let's go. Franca tossed out a mirror. Under the influence of phantasms, the mirror grew larger and larger, fixing itself as a crystalline entrance. Franca led the three warlocks of different sequences across the solid mirror surface into the dark void of the mirror realm. They plummeted through an illusory dark tunnel, with light and shadows rapidly shifting around them, as if other mirrors were projecting their reflected images into it. Thus, after an unknown period, perhaps very short, perhaps very long, Professor and the others finally saw the exit. Led by Hidden Blade Franca, they whooshed out of the mirror, stepping onto a wooden floor that creaked under their feet. Periodic Table instinctively looked around and found they were aboard an ancient three-masted sailing ship. The gray-white mainsails billowed in the fierce wind, and only one or two sailors were on deck, making it feel quite eerie and quiet. Outside the ship, dark blue waves rose and fell, with thin fog permeating the entire sea area. When Professor, Periodic Table, and Prototype all looked at her, Franca raised her right hand, pointing in one direction, and said with a smile, Our destination, west. Splash. A low wave crashed over. An ice-blue wave crashed against Future's bow, producing numerous white sprays. The hermit, wearing a purple-patterned robe and thick glasses, stood at the bow, glanced at the changing weather above and the brewing snowstorm, then raised her right hand, signaling the ship to slow down and circle this small area of sea. The sailors performed their duties, some adjusting the sail direction, others lowering one of the sails, until Future's condition finally satisfied the captain, Queen of Stars Catlia's requirements. Catlia removed the thick glasses from her nose bridge, revealing a pair of deep purple, almost black eyes. She immediately began speaking numbers with a mysterious aura. 1, 5, 4, 3, 7, 8. These numbers materialized one after another, becoming entangled in mid-air, numbering several hundred. They were the entry password to the Moses Ascetic Order headquarters. The Moses Ascetic Order headquarters was created by one of the 10 pillars, the respected Chairman Toriope, using mystical reenactment, and named Avalon. Avalon existed neither in reality nor in the spirit realm, but was completely hidden somewhere in the North Sea. Only those invited or qualified could enter, and they must also grasp a corresponding string of numbers numbering 365 digits. For the Moses Ascetic Order, everything was numbers. Each number had spirituality, symbolism, and special meaning. When combined, these numbers naturally possessed mystical power. As the hermit Catlia spoke the correct spiritual numbers, which materialized and became entangled in mid-air, the numbers suddenly vanished, as if sinking into somewhere. Within seconds, it was as if an invisible curtain was drawn aside in front of Future, and a small boat sailed out unhurriedly unmanned. Starlight quickly lit up, extending from Future's bow to fall upon that small boat. The hermit Catlia stepped across the brilliant bridge formed by starlight and boarded the small boat in just a few steps. As one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, she naturally had the qualifications to enter Avalon, and currently barely qualified as part of the core team. The small boat carrying Catlia turned around and headed back in the direction it came from. The Queen of Stars' silhouette gradually faded until it disappeared from the view of Future's crew. After passing through layers of transparent curtains, the hermit Catlia saw an island. The island was shrouded in mist, lined with trees bearing golden apples, with music faintly drifting from the distance. Peaceful, tranquil, and abundant. The small boat stopped at the dock, and the hermit walked toward the depths of the apple grove, where there stood a warlock spire as if stepped out of a story. Along the way, she encountered over a dozen humans dressed as warlocks. These people stopped in succession, greeting the 10 pillars with nods. They were all members of the Moses ascetic order, raised in Avalon since childhood, receiving corresponding teachings most trusted. Currently, they were all in their period of silence to increase focus, enhance spirituality, and deeply master various morals and precepts. Only warlocks who grew up this way could eventually compete for the positions of chairman and vice chairman of the Moses ascetic order. Outsiders like the Queen of Stars, who joined later, could at most become one of the pillars, and would need to undergo years of testing and observation before having any hope of entering the core team. The hermit likewise responded to these silent warlocks with nods, and soon passed through the trees laden with golden apples to reach the tall black spire. Inside the spire, the wall protrusions, floor tiles, statues on both sides, and the elevator pulled by invisible servants were all composed of numbers. They looked normal at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would find that even a small bump was formed by multiple intertwined numbers. Hundreds of millions, billions of numbers were densely distributed throughout the spire, settling into different objects. Walking among them, the hermit felt surrounded by countless numbers. In her eyes, there were no walls, no bricks, no statues, no elevators, only numbers. At this time, some warlocks who had finished their period of silence were moving about in the spire. They either conversed quietly, went about their business, or huddled in corners, letting the strange eyes within the cracks on their faces observe their surroundings. These latter ones were members approaching loss of control. After the hidden sage's knowledge infusions became increasingly crazy and frequent, even the Moses ascetic order, which had mastered safe listening methods, inevitably had warlocks moving toward loss of control, far more than in previous years. What was once safe was no longer safe. If not for this problem, with the Moses ascetic order's accumulation plus the initial spiritual decline as the apocalypse approached, they certainly had more than 10 demigods. But unfortunately, they still only had 10 pillars. The hermit's gaze withdrew from these warlocks' faces as she entered the elevator. Pulled by invisible servants, she went all the way up to the spire's top floor. Here, the chairman and one of the 2 vice-chairmen were always on duty. Among them, Chairman Toriope and Vice-Chairman Risha Austin were pillars that the hermit couldn't quite get a read on. Before arriving today, the hermit Catlia had already confirmed that Chairman Toriope, an angel on the mystery prior pathway, was on duty in Avalon. As soon as the elevator steadied, Catlia walked forward. This was a hall larger than the spire's top floor itself. On the black walls, floor, and ceiling were eyes, each different, strangely shaped, and all cold eyes. They all seemed to be watching the Queen of Stars. At the end of the room, against the windowless wall, stood 3 dark gold statues. One wearing a mask, one resembling a lion, and one like an eagle. Chairman Toriope seemed not to be present. Just then, the masked dark gold statue's mouth moved, issuing a grand but hollow voice. "I have foreseen your betrayal." Hearing these words, Queen of Stars Catlia wasn't surprised, only somewhat sighing. Indeed, it was impossible to truly hide from a high-sequence clairvoyant. Once there was action, they would prophesy certain scenes or fragments. One could only try to delay when such perceptions appeared, or make the corresponding prophecies difficult to interpret. A card suddenly appeared in Catlia's hand. On its face was depicted a lonely old man with a cane, carrying a glass lamp. The Hermit card. As soon as the Hermit card appeared in Catlia's hand, it seemed to emit a glossy light. At the same time, outside the Warlock's tower, in the mist shrouding Avalon's sky, a star began to shine in broad daylight, growing brighter and brighter until it was dazzling to the eye. In an instant, a figure emerged from that star. It was Madame Magician, wearing a deep black warlock's robe embroidered with twinkling silver stars. Using the mystical connection provided by the Hermit, she forcibly located and tore open a gate to Avalon. After the Hermit Catlia gained free access to Avalon, the magician could actually have broken in using a Grade 0 sealed artifact from the Abraham family. After all, this place was merely created by Toriope using mystical reenactment, not granted by the Hidden Sage. How could it stop a high-sequence door pathway beyonder who could enter with or without doors? But the Moses Ascetic Order was an ancient organization with at least 2 angels and multiple Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts. At that time, even with the combined strength of the Tarot Club, the Church of the Fool, the New City of Silver, and New Moon City, they could at best fight them to a draw. Moreover, the enemy had the Hidden Sage's protection while the Fool was not yet awake. So the major arcana card holders didn't act rashly but waited patiently. Today, the opportunity had come. Mr. Fool and the other deities were responsible for dealing with the Hidden Sage. The most difficult part was how to find and lock onto the target without letting him escape. Meanwhile, the Tarot Club and friendly forces were tasked with attacking the Moses Ascetic Order headquarters to eliminate all the Beyonders who had been deeply influenced or even corrupted by the Hidden Sage. Of course, the Tarot Club and the Church of the Fool hadn't deployed all their high-sequence Beyonders. They needed to guard against enemy forces and evil god cults taking advantage of Mr. Fool's personal hunt to launch surprise attacks on places like the New City of Silver. For angels like Sua of the Rose School of Thought, winning wasn't important. What mattered was whether they could cause damage, which would shake the Fool's anchors. Miss Messenger and Mr. Palez must remain in the Rorstad archipelago. Will and Mr. Azik won't participate in this kind of thing. Only I can take action, but fortunately, allies will provide help. In a flash, numerous thoughts crossed the magician's mind, finally converging into one. But I still have manuscripts to submit. Her sigh didn't affect her actions as she stepped to the Hermit's side in one motion. The fact that only she had appeared so far didn't mean she was the only angel arriving. She was just faster, the first to reach here. In Madame Magician's eyes, starlight suddenly gathered, seeming to condense into a book. Immediately after, a giant sword composed of orange-red twilight light materialized out of thin air, piercing through the void to strike the masked dark gold statue. The twilight sword then shattered, transforming into countless orange-red shards of light that tore apart everything around them, cutting all objects to pieces, causing them to decay until they collapsed. The 3 dark gold statues were the first to be affected. In the storm of twilight light, they quickly broke into tiny fragments, each piece dim and rusty, as if washed by the passage of endless time or having reached its twilight years. In the hall, the walls, floor, and ceiling covered in strange cold eyes dissolved in the orange-red storm, sliding down inch by inch before shattering. This void also collapsed, but Madame Magician had already switched positions, flashing multiple images of herself, surrounding herself and Ma'am Hermit with layer after layer of protection. There were cages bearing a sense of holiness and glory, and darkness curved into spheres. By the time they shattered, the orange-red hurricane of light had completely subsided. As the hall atop the Warlock's tower collapsed in ruins, another scene entered the Hermit Catlia's eyes. This was a long, deep tunnel leading to an unknown destination. The tunnel was wide, seemingly composed of connected rooms. In the current room, more than a dozen high-sequence warlocks were busy with their own tasks. This space seemed to be a reflection of the Warlock's tower, another side of Avalon, a secret area the Hermit had no way to enter. It had been forcibly opened by the magician using the hurricane of light created by the Twilight Sword and the positioning ability of the Grade 0 sealed artifact. Madame Magician didn't delay, dropping a mirror before disappearing from the spot with Ma'am Hermit, flashing toward the depths of this dark tunnel. Before the throne mirror could hit the ground, Lumion and Jenna, wearing black warlock robes but with their hoods down, emerged from it. 1037. The warlocks in this room had just awakened from their previous concentration, all turning their gazes toward them. Some were consuming dead infants, some were using infants to make potions, some were extracting infant fat to apply to objects. Various such activities, all utilizing newborns to complete witchcraft, potions, or mystical items. Lumion raised an eyebrow. Although in folktales, warlocks were often associated with killing infants and children, and some strange, inhumanly cruel witchcraft preparations, Lumion knew this wasn't actually mainstream for the warlock pathway. Were there warlocks who did such things? Were there similar witchcraft practices? Of course there were, but definitely not many. Who would have thought that within the Moses ascetic order, which emphasized morals and precepts, emphasizing the maxim do as you wish but do no harm, there would be so many warlocks doing such things in Avalon's dark side? Of course, what surprised Lumion wasn't the Moses ascetic order's fall from grace. That had been confirmed long ago. Otherwise, the Moses ascetic order wouldn't have transformed from a respected society with good relations with various churches into an evil, shadowy secret organization. What astonished him was how deeply ingrained the practice of utilizing infant corpses had become in the Moses ascetic order. This couldn't have developed in just a year or two. And infants inevitably made him think of birth, of mothers. Was the hidden sage's mutation really related to the Great Mother? Had this practice started when she brought evil and corruption to the Moses ascetic order? Utilizing birth and death? Lumion tilted his head, looking at Jenna, whose expression changed from shock to anger, and quickly said, "This place is yours." He then flashed toward the depths of the wide, dark tunnel. His mission wasn't here. The reason Jenna participated in this operation was because Lumion believed the role of a demoness of despair could also be fulfilled through combat, through killing, through destruction. A demoness who brought despair. Jenna wouldn't participate in the battles deep within Avalon, mainly focusing on clearing out the corrupt low and mid-sequence warlocks, bringing them despair. In this process, if she encountered a saint or even 2 or 3 saints, with a demoness of despair's survival abilities, she might not win, but death was unlikely. The warlocks in the current room had already realized enemies had invaded, some preparing to cast spells, some taking advantage of their materials, some trying to bring out their mystical items. None retreated. What excellent materials! Their eyes burned with madness and greed as they looked at Jenna. The angry Jenna suddenly smiled, as if light had entered this somewhat dark world. All those warlocks of different sequences were stunned for a moment, unable to carry out their intended actions in time. Almost simultaneously, they felt the cold. A layer of frost formed on the surface of their bodies, their hair, and the tables themselves where infant corpses and various materials were laid out. They began to shiver, their joints stiffening, their movements becoming obviously labored and difficult. Then, one crystalline ice spear after another shot out from in front of Jenna, accurately piercing each warlock's body, pinning them to the walls or floor, their blood seeping out and freezing. The warlocks tried to resist, but not only were their bodies frozen, they were also bound and affected by invisible spider silk, making it difficult to take effective action. Jenna didn't kill them immediately, letting the mystical plague spread simultaneously with her charm freely erode these fallen ones, making them clearly feel their lungs tightening, their heads burning, and their life slipping away. They began to despair. The magician pursued in a wandering manner, leaving even the hermit behind. Finally, ignoring other enemies along the way, she reached a desolate, boundless plain. Toriope, wearing a black hood and warlock's robe, seemed to be in the depths of the wilderness. He gazed into the distance at Madame Magician and raised his right palm. An illusory figure was quickly sketched in the endless wilderness. This was a spell derived from mystical reenactment. As an angel who advanced in the middle to late 4th epoch, although Toriope wasn't a founding member who established the Moses ascetic order, he had lived for over 1,000 years, witnessed many mystical events, mastered much mystical knowledge, and through this created several powerful spells. With the core ability of mystical reenactment, Beyonders of the mystery prior pathway could indeed potentially live longer and grow stronger. However, because too many people knew about major events like the War of the Four Emperors and the Pale Disaster, Toriop couldn't draw power from them to create spells that would be considered terrifying even at the angel level, and could only choose second-rate ones. As soon as that illusory figure in the wilderness solidified, bloody chunks of flesh began falling continuously from its body. Each piece of bloody flesh turned into a cold, emotionless eye, and they quickly looked toward Madam Magician, emanating an aura of chaos, madness, and evil. This was a spell Toriop created from the strange death of one of the Moses Ascetic Order's founders, Loss of Control Gaze. Loss of Control Gaze was a spell that could cause even angels to show obvious signs of losing control, with better effects the more unstable the target's mental state. However, just as Toriop cast the spell, the magician vanished from the entrance to the wilderness. She didn't appear anywhere else in this area, seemingly having left entirely. Toriop's gaze focused as he watched the horrifying figure created by Loss of Control Gaze gradually dissipate. He didn't take this chance to escape. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but it was too late. Only when Queen of Stars Catlia entered the Warlock's Tower did he receive the revelation and make the corresponding prophecy, spending some time to interpret it. He had no time left to escape. He could only come to the depths of this wilderness and wait patiently. Wait for an opportunity. This approach wasn't just interpreted from his own prophecy, but also came from his understanding of this wilderness on the dark side of the Warlock's Tower, and his knowledge of the Moses Ascetic Order's past events. In just a second or two, the Loss of Control Gaze spell completely ended. At the same time, Toriop once again saw that young lady wearing the black robe embroidered with silver stars. She had returned. On the Blue Avenger, struggling to navigate through the fog and sea. Professor, periodic table, and prototype were all at sea for the first time, and they all walked to the ship's rail to gaze into the distance where the light was quite dim and the waves seemed to roar. Westward. Is this the depths of the fog sea? Professor made her judgment based on Franca's earlier words and the surrounding environment. Yes. The person who answered wasn't Franca, but a middle-aged man who walked out from the cabin. This man was of medium build with rough skin and messy deep blue hair, wearing a linen shirt, brownish jacket, and darker pantaloons. His bearing was rather dignified, giving the impression of someone long accustomed to authority. "This is the captain," Franca said, not introducing him as the hanged man of the Tarot Club, only telling periodic table and the others that he was the owner of this three-masted sailing ship. After a courtesy bow, Professor asked with some curiosity, "I've heard the Western Fog Sea is extremely dangerous, often with fierce winds and huge waves. Even official exploration fleets can't continue deep into it, and can only advance one section of waterway at a time by establishing forward bases. Actually, the weather here isn't as changeable and intense as the Berserk Sea," Captain the Hanged Man said in a slightly low, magnetic voice. "What's dangerous here is the fog." Most Beyonders of the Warlock pathway had strong curiosity. Prototype repeated the captain's words. "Fog? What's dangerous about fog? Does it make fleets lose their way, unable to find supplies or retreat?" The Hanged Man smiled slightly. "Do you know why this ocean is called the Fog Sea? Why fog often rises in the archipelago waters too? Completely different from the weather in the Sonia Sea." Recalling various meteorologists' explanations from newspapers and magazines, periodic table touched the chemical symbols on her face and suddenly realized. "It spreads from here?" The Hanged Man nodded gently. "The fog in this area sometimes contracts, sometimes expands. When it expands, the fog spreads eastward, affecting the weather. The closer you get to here, the more foggy weather there is, and the slower the fog disperses. By the time you reach the archipelago waters, the fog here needs to expand very dramatically to affect that area. So it's actually due to mystical reasons," Professor murmured to herself. The Hanged Man continued. "Similarly, the deeper you go into this area, the further west you sail, the thicker the fog becomes and the harder it is to disperse. Eventually you can't see anything but gray-white, dense fog, making it impossible to determine your coordinates and the correct waterway based on any external conditions. Who knows how many explorers and adventurers have vanished forever here. Perhaps their ships will only return from history much later in the form of unmanned ghost ships." Franca beside them listened with great interest. So this is the true origin of the fog sea's name? Did this fog come from the celestial worthies seal on the western continent? What about us? Professor asked with some concern. We're also heading deep into these waters. Unlike Prototype, who only had to worry about feeding himself, she and Periodic Table had strong attachments, naturally making them more anxious and worried. The Hanged Man looked around and said, "Don't worry. I've entered and left these waters many times and have some understanding of the waterways here. We won't lose our way before reaching our destination. Of course, you're a top seafarer," Franca muttered internally. The Hanged Man added, "This experience was bought with lives. I've lost my way here before, encountered dangers, and nearly disappeared with the entire ship several times. Fortunately, with divine protection, I prayed in time and received accurate positioning, which helped me successfully find my way back." Seeing how the captain introduced his experiences exploring these waters without arrogance, boasting, fear, or trepidation, Professor and the others gradually settled their hearts. This was indeed a safe waterway explored through countless hardships plus divine guidance, worthy of trust. At this moment, they all felt the captain was very steady and reliable. Periodic Table looked at the sailors who were clearly not enough to operate such a three-masted sailing ship, and asked with an investigative spirit, "Is this a ghost ship?" "Yes." The Hanged Man didn't deny it. Just then, the entire ship was thrown up by a wave, flying through the air. With a splash, a giant sea fish 20 to 30 meters long emerged from beneath the surface. Its body was covered in silver-white metal scales that flickered with dawn's light, and from the blowhole on its head spurted a water stream that seemed composed of early morning twilight. This water stream was like a giant sword wielded by a deity, slashing fiercely toward the Blue Avenger. This scene was visually stunning, leaving Professor, Periodic Table, and Prototype, who were used to fighting in cities and small environments, momentarily unsure how to respond. Silently, a gray-white color spread from the ship's rail, colliding with that deity-like dawn sword. The dawn's light on the giant sword immediately dimmed, taking on a gray-white color. It failed to create a hurricane of light, quickly turning into a stone sword that broke into sections falling toward the sea surface. At the same time, the Hanged Man flew into the air, his deep blue hair spreading wildly like tentacles. Bam! 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 The Hanged Man clenched his fists, throwing out bolts of lightning. These silver-white lightning bolts pierced through sky and sea, striking the sea fish covered in silver-white scales. Boom! Only now did the thunder echo out. Just as Professor and others watched dumbfounded as the captain brought down divine punishment like a deity to discipline the sea monster, the area where the Blue Avenger was about to fall began bubbling. Countless rotting creatures emerged along with the rising and bursting bubbles, cramming densely together. A horrifying, strange summoning from the realm of death's destination came from beneath the sea surface, pulling the Blue Avenger off course directly toward it. The gray-white color fell before the ship, turning all the rotting, undead creatures instantly into stone sculptures. Even the azure seawater became like a cement ground, uneven with highs and lows. The gray-white continued to penetrate beneath the sea surface, and everything fell silent. The Blue Avenger landed steadily on the water beside it, and the Professor and others saw large patches of gray-white stone being shattered by the incoming water flow, some sinking, some floating. A Sequence 5 sea monster? A gatekeeper? Franca muttered questioningly as she prepared to collect her spoils. Isn't this display of ability a bit exaggerated? The first creature to attack the Blue Avenger should have been a whale that had consumed a Sequence 5 Guardian Beyonder characteristic of the warrior pathway. Different species and environments can lead to different manifestations of abilities. The Hanged Man landed back on deck, ordering the sailors to quickly harvest the whale sea monster's Beyonder characteristic and valuable parts. Besides, you forgot that Sequence 5 at sea qualifies one to compete for the title of Admiral. Listening to their exchange, Professor and others finally realized. The captain was the other demigod Hidden Blade had mentioned. The power of a demigod was mind-shaking, as Franca used Demoness Spider Silk to drag up the Keeper Sea monster hidden beneath the surface. It was a flat, human-sized, spiky, deep black mutated sea urchin. She casually asked, "The deeper we sail into these waters, the more monsters like this we'll encounter?" "No," the hanged man shook his head. "The most dangerous things are the environment itself and our companions. Of course, as long as we stay on the predetermined waterway, there won't be much risk. These sea monsters have only appeared in recent years, possibly related to that war back then." Seeing Professor and others clearly confused, the hanged man briefly explained, "After the god of combat's defeat, many Beyonder characteristics fell from the astral world onto the earth and into the oceans. His divine kingdom also experienced some collapse, with many items falling into reality." "I see. The backstabbing armor, no, the pride armor came from that? That whale sea monster just now should also be." Gatekeeper is sequence 5 of the death pathway, adjacent to the warrior pathway, so it's normal for the god of combat's divine kingdom to have some related items. As Franca came to this realization, she waited for the pale and black mixed Beyonder characteristic to gradually precipitate out. She and Lumion would need to gain more believers in the future, which required priests to spread their teachings, so they needed to prepare some Beyonder characteristics for their subordinates. After collecting the spoils, the Blue Avenger continued forward. As they sailed deeper, the gray-white fog around them grew increasingly dense, making it impossible to see clearly beyond several dozen meters. During this process, Professor and others occasionally discovered things floating through the fog. There were faintly visible peaks, indistinct islands, and giant figures that seemed to hold up the sky. The hanged man didn't explain, only telling them, "They seem close but are actually far away, unreachable." After another half-day, when the gray-white fog reached a certain density, the hanged man suddenly said to Franca, "We're almost at our destination. Notify Ma'am Hermit that she can enter the Moses Ascetic Order's headquarters now." In the dark side tunnel of the Warlock's Tower, Ma'am Hermit continued to advance deeper. Her responsibility was to hold back the Moses Ascetic Order's upper echelons as much as possible until Allied forces arrived. Suddenly, she stopped in an area filled with many broken stone pillars. She saw a familiar figure. It was the Moses Ascetic Order's vice-chairman, another pillar who she couldn't get a read on, Risha Austin. Risha was a quiet, taciturn person who made the hermit feel like there was something strange about her as a warlock, though she had never explicitly said so, and Katlia believed she had already become an angel. And in the intelligence Katlia had obtained in advance, the current high-level members of the Moses Ascetic Order guarding Avalon were only Toriope and 2 other pillars who had been doing research there for years, so Risha should have already left. Unexpectedly, she appeared again. She was on the dark side of Avalon. Except for when there were real matters that needed to be handled. Every time she said she was leaving Avalon, she was actually just taking a detour and entering the dark side? Was she guarding against something, or doing some secret thing? Queen of Stars Katlia was surprised but not panicked. Risha being at the Moses Ascetic Order's headquarters was a good thing, so she wouldn't have to go looking for her everywhere to eliminate her. At this time, Risha in a loose robe with wavy wine-red hair stood on top of a broken giant stone pillar, looking towards the traitor foretold in the prophecy, her voice echoing in the current area. "I see you turning into a swan." As she spoke, Risha's body rapidly expanded, the loose black robe quickly tearing apart, transforming into a mass of cloth fragments that drifted down below the stone pillar. In the blink of an eye, this vice-chairman of the Moses Ascetic Order had her neck elongated, covered in magenta scales, her entire body the same. She was now 5 or 6 meters tall, her tailbone extending and becoming very long, filled with joints and barbs. Risha had actually transformed into a giant dragon, powerful and exuding an evil beauty, her head still human-like in the magenta color. Her amber vertical pupils immediately locked onto the hermit Katlia. The sequence 2 of the mystery prior pathway was called Sage, with the core ability being the mastery and utilization of information, including but not limited to the informatization of one's own self. In such a situation, if one had enough self-understanding, without disrupting the overall information balance, one could add appropriate, non-conflicting, and already fully grasped mysticism knowledge in the form of information into the corresponding information flow, and delete the unnecessary parts, thereby completing the transformation of one's own body and the fixation and acceleration of certain spells. Risha chose to gradually transform herself into a giant dragon at the information level, in order to gain a huge boost in physical strength and vitality. For this, she spent hundreds of years researching the remains of various dragons, and was also known as a dragon scholar within the Moses ascetic order. Queen of Stars Katlia originally thought this title meant Risha's research on the dragons was very in-depth, making her a true expert in the field. Until Queen Mystic also became a sage did they guess there was another layer of meaning. A scholar like a dragon. Immediately, countless cold, eyelashless eyes opened in the cracks between Risha's magenta scales. The mythical creature form of the mystery prior pathway. At the same time, countless fragments flashed in the hermit Katlia's mind. There was the warning from Queen Mystic when she chose the mystery prior pathway on the dawn. The constant pursuit of knowledge and the repeated indoctrination of the hidden sage. The painful episodes of almost losing control several times. The protection provided by Mr. Fool. The ostracism and suspicion she had suffered since becoming one of the pillars. And all the scenes of evil and corruption she had seen along the way into the dark side. All of this is finally about to come to an end. With a sigh, Katlia's back arched slightly, and pure white illusory feathers sprouted. Fairy tale magic? Ugly duckling. Even an ugly duckling could transform into a swan. A sequence 3 could also manifest an incomplete mythical creature form, supporting it for a short time under the impact of an angel. As these swan feathers grew out, cracks also appeared on Katlia's surface, with blood and flesh congealing in each crack to form stark black and white eyeballs. These eyeballs swept around, meeting the countless eyes on the magenta dragon's body. Ma'am Hermit and the draconized Risha both became somewhat ethereal, one seeming to have become an abstract black shadow, the other's body dimming, no longer exuding an evil beauty. Although Lumion had teleportation, considering the many dangers lurking in the dark side of Avalon, he didn't dare make a direct advance like Madam Magician, but blinked in stages instead. After 3 or 4 jumps, he arrived at what seemed like a palace rooftop. It was paved with large slabs of water-black stone, surrounded by walls and towers, the night sky above dark and deep, with clusters of dazzling stars dotting it, blinking on and off as if countless unknown existences were watching this area, those stars being their eyes. A tall, thin man dressed as a warlock stood at the top of the nearest tower, carefully cradling a long-necked silver flask. The surface of the flask was covered in dense bumps, each with a deep crack, within which countless black and white eyes slowly rotated. This was an unnumbered Grade 0 sealed artifact because it was not from the Orthodox churches, and sometimes it was an angel, sometimes a sealed artifact, its form unable to be fixed. It originated from a founding member of the Moses ascetic order, that angel's bizarre and uncontrolled death leaving behind this sealed artifact. And in the long years that followed, 3 of the order's saints had successively used this artifact to become angels, but ultimately all went mad and died or became monsters within 300 years, bringing great disaster to the Moses ascetic order. In the last 1,000 years, no one had dared to use this Grade 0 sealed artifact to advance, and thus it has earned a name, Destined Madness. As a long-standing secret organization, the Moses ascetic order was at its peak, possessing 6 Grade 0 sealed artifacts besides angels. Later, some were lost in internal strife, some were offered to the hidden sage, and some became the foundation of angels. Now, only 3 remained, and Destined Madness was one of them. The warlock holding this cursed flask was Sides, one of the pillars, who had been stationed in Avalon for years, researching mysticism knowledge. As a Sequence 3 clairvoyant of the mystery prior pathway, he chose Destined Madness over the other 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts because, for him, the current negative effects were still bearable and he could endure for some time. The countless eyes on the slender silver flask brought with them a flood of illusions. They were diverse fragments of knowledge, some turning into human shapes, eyes bursting, clutching their chests or heads exploding. Some resembling writhing masses of snakes, slick and repulsive. Some grotesque and indescribable, all racing madly toward Lumion. Knowledge was in pursuit. A swath of gray-white surged before Lumion, rolling forward like waves toward the embodied knowledge. Wherever the gray-white wave passed, The stone slabs grew denser, and even the air thickened. When the petrifying force met the knowledge entities, those apparitions donned a gray-white veil. However, in the next second, knowledge of stone, rigidity, slowness, and lifelessness seeped into the apparitions, becoming part of them. The knowledge pursuing Lumion didn't stop. They merely transformed into heavy yet swift knowledge statues. On the azure sea thick with gray fog. Because the area was so disorienting, Franca couldn't use conventional methods to contact Ma'am Hermit. She had to resort to praying to Mr. Fool to inform that major arcana card holder that they could start their operation. After she finished, Mr. Hangman began advising Professor, Periodic Table, and Prototype. Next, you may experience some hallucinations, see some illusions, but under no circumstances should you believe them, or the harm will extend beyond you to your companions as well. Even if you see me turn into a monster, or see a nearby companion attack you, you must neither evade nor retaliate. Trust that it's all false. Of course, it might not even be that intense. Professor and the others exchanged glances, eventually choosing to trust the experienced, powerful captain. Besides, Hidden Blade was there too. Then, the Blue Avenger continued deeper into the sea along the murky course. After a moment, Professor sensed an unnatural silence around her. Though it was a ghost ship with few people on board, it had never been so silent that not a single sound, save for the waves, could be heard. Professor looked slowly toward the captain, Hidden Blade, and the distant sailors, only to see them moving in jerky slow motion, as if controlled by strings. Professor was startled and instinctively looked at Periodic Table and Prototype. Both members of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society were smirking, identical chilling grins on their faces. Their smiles matched in every detail. Shuddering, Professor remembered the captain's warning and quickly shut her eyes, repeating silently, "It's not real, it's all fake." At that moment, it seemed as though tentacles were reaching out from the water, the slick sensation drawing closer and closer, while Professor's thoughts grew sluggish and even a bit muddled. "It's not real, it's all fake," she muttered to herself, braving her terror. It was unclear how much time passed before all abnormalities abruptly vanished as though they had never been there. Professor opened her eyes and saw that the captain was back to normal. Both Hidden Blade and the others, Periodic Table and Prototype, wore expressions tinged with confusion and fear. Professor and the others were about to ask questions when they all furrowed their brows simultaneously. They felt knowledge pursuing them, surging from the dense gray-white fog. Of course, it wasn't as extreme as the Hidden Sage's indoctrination, more like a manageable pressure. Mr. Hanged Man saw this and quickly said to Franca, "We've reached the target area." Franca nodded, pulling out several pieces of yellow paper etched with intricate patterns from the traveler's bag. Petrification did nothing to stop the advancing knowledge. Instead, petrification became a part of them, and they surged forward toward Lumion like an army of puppets. At that moment, a strange thought crossed Lumion's mind. If I were in Morora, could I use the authority of 0-01 to turn these knowledge statues into my soldiers and then redirect their assault on sides? The Moses Ascetic Order's brass holding the Grade 0 sealed artifact? Unfortunately, there was no if. The knowledge statues collided with Lumion, producing a cracking sound. Lumion had activated his mirror substitution in advance. In the next instant, he used teleportation, outlining his figure mid-air, positioned behind sides and slightly above the tower. Despite his fear of the Grade 0 sealed artifact, it was being wielded by a person, not the artifact itself wielding the person. This naturally left vulnerabilities to exploit. For example, Side's body was blocking the dense bumps and stark black and white eyes on the surface of the silver flask, obscuring his view of what was behind him. Lumion's lake-like eyes quickly locked onto Side's back, preparing to cast a curse. Just then, the back of Side's head, uncovered by a hood, began to writhe with flesh. Black and white, emotionless eyes sprouted from the dark gray hair. The saint seemed to become one with the silver flask, an extension of its power. Pop! 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 Black and white eyes spread across Side's back, his hair parting and clothes tearing as they all turned to gaze at Lumion. Lumion froze. Sequence names and fragments of relevant knowledge surged into his mind all at once. Mystery Prior, Melee Scholar, Warlock, Scrolls Professor, Constellations Master, Mysticologist, Clairvoyant, Sage, Knowledge Emperor, Hermit, Savant Archaeologist, Black Knight, the Hanged Man, White Angel, the Sun, and more. It wasn't enough to overwhelm his mind and spirit, but it did disrupt his thoughts, making them sluggish and chaotic. The knowledge even vaguely coalesced into a scene with an ancient, worn stone slate. Lumion's consciousness grew foggy. Simultaneously, from within the silver flask, covered with eyes and bumps, streams of blazing, golden, pure sunlight poured forth. They illuminated the palace rooftop area, lifting a miniature, fiercely burning sun. That sun expanded rapidly, purifying and igniting everything around it. Mystical reenactment. Lumion, riddled with countless issues, was immediately engulfed in searing pain, as though his skin were forcibly peeled away to expose raw flesh beneath. The lingering aura of the Blood Emperor in his palm, the underworld Taoist seal, and the black pinhole all activated in response, flaring into prominence. This brought a sliver of clarity amidst the fog of confusion. Crack. He used mirror substitution again. As shards of glass fell toward the base of the tower, he shifted positions, appearing at the edge of the palace rooftop. That led deeper into the dark side of Avalon. But sunlight was everywhere, leaving no shadows behind. Lumion abruptly ignited, golden flames bursting from him. His body began to melt. A sudden chill struck him from behind as if a ghostly, sticky shadow clung to his back, coiling around him in layers, trying to invade. How could there still be shadows in such blazing, pure, holy sunlight? Where is the absence of darkness? What sort of spell is this, both holy and sinister? Lumion, though resilient to flames, feared the purifying force. He activated the black mark on his right shoulder without hesitation. Teleport. He disappeared from his position, instantly reappearing in the next area. His mission was not to kill or stall sides or seize the Grade 0 sealed artifact. Witnessing the terror of such an artifact, he knew there was no point in lingering. It would only interfere with his main objective. The reason he had fought sides earlier was due to his reluctance to advance too quickly, fearing he might stumble into an angel's battleground, which was likely even more dangerous than staying here. It was better to see if he could handle an opponent wielding a Grade 0 sealed artifact. As he emerged in the next area, he quickly used mirror substitution again, leaving the golden flames and chilling shadow to the mirror image. Glancing back, he saw the golden flames indeed melting the mirror, within which a patch of deep black writhed and struggled. Both vanished simultaneously. In the palace rooftop-like area, Side's entire form seemed amiss. The mass of black and white eyes on his back did not retract quickly. He strained to pursue the demoness of unaging holding destined madness. Suddenly, from the entrance of the dark side of Avalon, a thick mist of pale steam flowed into the area, coalescing mid-air into a figure. This figure was clad in a monk's gray robe, wearing an apron like that of ancient stonemasons, with chestnut hair, blue eyes, a handsome, youthful face, and a tall, slender build. Under the influence of various spells, broken stone pillars were either completely shattered, collapsed entirely, sprouted eyes, or became a part of knowledge, bearing no resemblance to their original form. Using the ugly duckling magic to reveal an incomplete mythical creature form, the hermit Catlia was held in a crushing grip by Risha, now a magenta dragon. Her attacks, her magic, all became ineffective once absorbed into Risha's informatized body. 10 seconds had passed, and the effects of the ugly duckling magic were nearing their end. Catlia, unwavering and resolute, prepared to cast Ugly Duckling for the second and final time, according to plan. Only by relying on the incomplete mythical creature form could she hold her ground against Risha. At that moment, streams of transparent, intangible information cascaded into the area, reforming into the figure of Queen Mystic Bernadette, with chestnut hair, straight brows, and eyes as deep as the ocean. In a boundless wilderness, translucent, ethereal information coalesced into the figure of Toriope, chairman of the Moses Ascetic Order. He had evaded Madame Magician's first round of multidirectional attacks using informatization to dodge from various directions with diverse abilities. Now reformed, Toriope still wore his hood, but his upper body was bare. His torso no longer appeared human, resembling a fusion of 5 or 6 things. There was a menacing wolf's head with black fur, a blazing throne of fire, a pale face with strange eyes, a writhing mass of maggots, and multiple asymmetrical black symbols. These were the mystical reenactment spells Toriope had added to his information body over the years, making them truly a part of him. In this form, the corresponding magic would immediately trigger and strike any target. As for the loss of control gaze spell, Toriope deemed it too dangerous and hadn't fully deciphered its secrets. He feared adding it would destabilize the overall information structure, resulting in a loss of control. Clang! Just as Toriope completed his reformation, preparing to unleash numerous spells simultaneously, an ancient, ethereal chime echoed, and he glimpsed a massive, weathered bell in shades of blackish green and gray-white. For an instant he was dazed, but then he quickly cast the 5 or 6 spells all at once. They missed every target and had no impact on any life form. Madame Magician had vanished from the wilderness. A pulse of information flickered in the corner of Toriope's brow. His emotions became slightly unstable. He knew his enemy would be back any moment, striking, but never hitting, fleeing, but never escaping. Then Toriope saw the ground deep within the wilderness silently cave in. A vast pit opened, leading to a hazy, misty, obscure place. Toriope's spirits lifted again, his mood brightening. The great hidden sage had finally responded. That hazy, foggy area was actually a hidden escape route, granted by the hidden sage when Toriope had established Avalon. Once he escaped through there, his enemies would be unable to track or locate him. Based on the hidden sage's namesake, he naturally wielded powers of concealment. That was also why he was still alive from the 4th epoch to the present. Joyfully, Toriope dissolved into a flood of information again, rushing toward the large, collapsed pit. Madame Magician reappeared in the skies above the wilderness. On the Blue Avenger, Franca handed out 3 pieces of yellow paper, covered with fine patterns, tiny writing, and strange symbols, to Professor, Periodic Table, and Prototype. "Burn them by rubbing them with your spirituality," Franca instructed solemnly. Taking the yellow paper, Prototype quickly glanced over it, noting a resemblance to, yet significant difference from, the entries in Roselle's diary. He faintly discerned 2 characters, Celestial Master, W.H., Professor, and the others hesitated for a second before setting their yellow papers aflame. The blue smoke from the burning paper didn't dissipate, but instead coalesced into a column, rising into the gray-white mist above. In the next second, Professor and the others seemed to see a wilderness filled with countless figures wandering and screaming. The knowledge pursuing them surged, becoming fiercer. They once again experienced the intense agony of the hidden sage's relentless indoctrination. Then, a hazy silhouette began to emerge before them. The figure sat cross-legged, his face as smooth as jade, dressed in a blue robe with a high crown atop his head. He held something known as a whisk, in an unknown, mysterious realm. A light composed of complex information concealed itself and the surrounding area. It was none other than the hidden sage, who had foreseen the danger. Suddenly, he trembled violently, his form twisting like a massive serpent pierced by an unseen force. He had predicted the danger, but he hadn't foreseen that it would come from the wilderness. Enduring the pain, he attempted to sever the connection, hoping to conceal this part of his information. At that moment, a figure clad in a black trench coat followed the trace of the connection, descending from above and landing in front of him, at the edge of the unknown land. The figure used his right hand, gloved in black, to press down on the half-height silk top hat atop his head, gradually straightening his posture. The hidden sage felt he must respond, but he couldn't decide which plan to choose. Should he quickly repel the invading enemy, or destroy this unknown realm of his creation to create chaos, escape detection, and hide once again. He had never hesitated like this before, unable to make a decision, as if affected by some beyonder power. Then, he heard the clang of a bell. It seemed to come from ancient times, crossing vast ages. A weathered, mottled clock's phantom appeared, and a black-gloved left hand held the hands of the clock that had been ticking between gray-white and blue-black. In this moment of stillness, the fool raised his right palm, thrusting forward his firmly gripped cane. The cane, inlaid with countless stardust, caused the void to collapse layer by layer where it passed, surging toward the hidden sage. As the fool's cane thrust forward, in the astral world full of various concepts, distorted abstractions, and chaos, a hazy light began to glow, as if about to bring scenes of profound, magnificent scrolls down to the unknown realm where that battle was taking place. Just then, in the high skies of daylight, the crimson moon suddenly became prominent. It grew brighter and rounder, its color deepening until it seemed stained with fresh blood. The blood moon descended. The blood moon's crimson light shone upon the invisible barrier in the astral world, illuminating all the distorted concepts here, preventing any deity from escaping, and making that hazy clear light afraid to fall to its intended destination. On the wilderness, Toriope, who was rushing toward the misty, hazy place in the form of an information flood, suddenly discovered that the remaining few dozen meters had become winding and tortuous, twisting back and forth, as if one had to navigate a maze to reach the destination. Outside the maze lay ethereal darkness filled with brilliant stars, without any paths. Once entered, one would likely become lost immediately, unable to find an exit, let alone reach the intended destination. This was the control over journey and space wielded by high-sequence beyonders of the door pathway. Though there must be a door and a destination, they could set the exit at the farthest point and turn the journey between into a maze that couldn't be quickly traversed. This was also a kind of seal, a seal with time constraints. After restricting Toriope's movement, Madame Magician, floating in midair wearing her silver-starred black robe, suddenly split into 9. Behind each figure, differently colored planets hazily appeared. A terrifying, immense gravitational force emanated from these 9 figures, instantly tearing apart the maze that had trapped Toriope, seeming to slow the flow of time itself, causing the light in this area to flow toward different ethereal planets, unable to shine along its intended path. Toriope, who had just reformed his body and planned to immediately release multiple spells using previously added information to force back the enemy again, felt 9 invisible hands grab different parts of his body. His head, neck, left ribs, right leg, and other places, pulling madly outward. He was about to be dismembered. He had no choice but to informatize again, becoming an ethereal, transparent, complex flood. This information flood was also being torn apart, pulled outward stream by stream, but the main structure remained undamaged. When Lumion teleported into this wilderness, he saw the scene of 9 Madam Magicians surrounding an area ravaged by a space-time storm. All 9 figures were flickering, constantly switching between false and real at a speed that made them indistinguishable from each other. Seeing this, Lumion unhesitatingly took out the phone manufactured by the god of steam and machinery and tossed it into the air. The 9 figures suddenly merged into one, no longer flickering. Madam Magician's fixed position was exactly where Lumion had thrown the phone. She caught the phone with one hand and skillfully opened the corresponding mini-program. At this moment, from within the space-time storm being torn apart, from that danger-filled dark area, streams of ethereal, transparent information surged forth, reforming into Toriope's figure. He was only wounded. The overall structure of his information flow hadn't collapsed or been compressed under the terrifying gravitational force. Compared to before, Toriope seemed slightly shorter. The fierce wolf's head that should have been on his right chest had moved to near his neck. Both hands appeared at his navel, and his legs were of uneven length. These were all caused by information misalignment, but the overall balance remained. Madame Magician's figure vanished again from mid-air, and seeing this, Lumion quietly retreated from the edge of the wilderness. Having achieved his wish, Toriope immediately transformed into a complex, transparent information flood, rushing toward the collapsed pit just dozens of meters away, toward that misty, hazy place. In an instant, he again saw the path become twisted, full of misleading directions. He was trapped in the maze again. Madame Magician had returned once again. Just then, Toriop's information flood within the maze instantly dispersed, quickly vanishing. This was false information. False information that Toriop had specially prepared for the enemy. Meanwhile, his concealed true information had quietly reached the entrance of the secret passage, still rushing toward that haziness in the form of an ethereal, transparent flood. Madame Magician, wearing her silver-starred black robe, suddenly blinked to the edge of the exit, blinking right in front of Toriop. Toriop had anticipated this, and his information flood immediately dispersed into multiple intertwining streams, preparing to bypass the enemy from above her head, both sides, and below her feet to enter the exit. During this process, even if some parts were intercepted, as long as the overall structure and balance remained, Toriop wouldn't die. At worst, he would be missing limbs and some spells after reforming, which could be researched and added back later. Seeing the streams of transparent information about to scatter and escape, Madame Magician raised the phone in her palm and pressed the activation button for the information shredder. The previously lit phone screen suddenly grew dark, as if all light had been absorbed into the running mini-program. This emitted an overwhelming, terrifying gravitational force, specifically targeting information. The streams of information Toriop had broken into uncontrollably changed their destination, rushing toward the dark phone screen. Madame Magician's face and back of her hands also showed signs of writhing flesh. Essentially, these were also a form of information, as were the surrounding wilderness and the haziness behind. However, they existed in a very stable physical form, effectively resisting the overwhelming gravitational force emanating from within the phone screen. As stream after stream of information entered Madame Magician's phone, a scream suddenly erupted from the depths of the dark screen. The scream was extremely panicked, extremely terrified, as if encountering a nemesis, encountering the most terrifying thing in the world. The scream was also information. The scream abruptly ceased. After all of Toriop's dispersed information had entered the information shredder, the phone screen quickly regained its brightness, and one after another, crystals formed from seemingly transparent information were spat out, like a monster spitting out bones after devouring humans. This was the beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 2 sage of the Mystery Prior pathway. An angel had perished. Seeing all the crystals had been spat out, Madame Magician threw the phone back to Lumion, who had re-entered the wilderness. "Hurry!" she urged, then disappeared from her spot. She planned to teleport back, change her robe, then return to help. This would only take a second or two, as she wore 2 layers of robes and only needed to remove the outer one. Lumion caught the phone imbued with the god of steam and machinery's divine power and latest research results, and immediately activated the teleport mark on his right shoulder. His destination was deep in the wilderness, at the entrance to the secret passage filled with haziness. In the library with its messy shelves but numerous books, O'Hays, another of the 10 pillars guarding Avalon, had just come from where the mystical items were sealed. He held a mask that seemed forged from black gold. The mask was asymmetrical from left to right, and not even in a regular pattern of one side being smaller than the other, but rather chaotic. The left eye socket was large and hollow, the right small, the left nasal bridge collapsed, the right prominent, the left cheekbone protruding, the right drooping downward, the whole giving an indescribable sense of madness and majesty. This was one of the 3 Grade 0 sealed artifacts currently possessed by the Moses Ascetic Order, obtained during the chaos of the War of 4 Emperors and named Solomon's Mask. O'Hays had chosen it from among the remaining 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, preparing to go support Vice Chairman Risha or his peer, Sides. Unfortunately, there were only 3 demigods currently guarding Avalon, the 3 of them plus Chairman Toriop, and they couldn't even find another saint to use the last Grade 0 sealed artifact. The negative effects of that sealed artifact were too lethal for any beyonder without godhood to bear. I can only hope the chairman or vice chairman can return to take the post-apocalyptic scripture, then either repel the invaders or lead everyone in escape. O'Hays looked back at the sealed location, praying that the mid-sequence warlocks in the dark side would find their way here. With Solomon's mask, he could no longer use those Grade 1 sealed artifacts. And if these sealed artifacts couldn't be put to use, the Moses Ascetic Order's chances of victory would decrease further. And if they had to retreat later, they would have to abandon them, suffering heavy losses. At this crucial moment, regardless of whether one was Sequence 5 or not, those who could use Grade 1 sealed artifacts should quickly take control of them, making them easier to take away. Glancing at the asymmetrical black-gold mask, O'Hays gritted his teeth and put it on his face. The black-gold mask suddenly writhed, as if trying to merge with his flesh. O'Hays let out a muffled groan of pain, his entire body instantly growing much larger. At this moment, a figure reflected in his eyes. That figure was barefoot, wearing a simple robe, with a tree bark belt tied around the waist, black hair gently swaying behind. In the sea of grayish-white fog all around, Professor, periodic table, and prototype were either leaning against the ship's railings, their faces flushed and throbbing, or crouching down covering their ears, curled up or constantly grabbing and pulling their own hair, as if trying to rip off their skulls to relieve the pressure their brains were bearing. Seeing their reactions, Franca couldn't help but look over at Mr. Hanged Man. Is there a way to alleviate this situation? This was a problem that even a spectator's placate could not solve, as it was not mental confusion or an emotional outburst, but simply that their brains could not withstand being flooded with so much knowledge in such a short time, not even able to activate their self-protection mechanisms and pass out. So Madame Justice had not participated in the actions on the Blue Avenger, nor had she provided corresponding charms. Of course, to bear the power of a demigod, the materials for the charms had more special requirements than before, not something that could be made just by wanting to, unless the power level was deliberately suppressed, making the completed charms only at Sequence 6 or 5 standards. Mr. Hanged Man thought for a moment and said, "Knock them out. Make them lose consciousness." This major arcana card holder added tentatively, "This might help. Makes sense." Franca turned her gaze back to Professor and the others, eager to try. Just then, the condition of Professor and the others eased, the blue veins on their faces no longer protruding, and the hair they pulled out gradually diminished. Phew! Franca secretly let out a sigh of relief. After another dozen or so seconds, Professor, periodic table, and prototype gradually recovered to normal, although some still looked rather pale and some were still slightly trembling. No wonder you compared the danger we might encounter to the hidden sage forcibly infusing knowledge. It's about the same, Professor sighed, saying in a puzzled tone. Those knowledge really came alive, rushing towards us as if they would tear us into pieces if we didn't study them earnestly. This was significantly different from the hidden sage's indoctrination, as Professor and the others had actually had a similar experience before, but the corresponding amount was small and did not cause such severe pain. Prototype glanced at Franca and Mr. Hanged Man, and asked thoughtfully, "Who is the Celestial Master?" Franca let out a hollow laugh. "I'll tell you later." She then smiled at Professor and the others. "Your mission is accomplished." "Really? We don't have to do it again? Did it succeed?" Professor and the others asked respectively. They were clearly more relaxed, with a barely disguised joy in their tone. Franca exchanged a glance with Mr. Hanged Man and said, "Our part is done, but results from the other side remain unknown." Mr. Hanged Man nodded in agreement, raising his right hand towards the Blue Avenger. Return to port. In the dark side of Avalon, the hermit Catlia had left the area with the broken stone pillars, escaping the battle with Dragon Scholar Risha. She was now in a pitch-black corridor, with light seeping in at the end, leading not to a room, but to an open wilderness. As she walked, Catlia couldn't help but look back. She had actually wanted to stay and help Queen Mystic deal with Risha, but ultimately decided to leave. This was because, first, she had seen the Queen take out a black crown inlaid with many dark gems. Second, she herself was not yet an angel, and Ugly Duckling could only be used one more time. The brief 10+ seconds could not turn the tide of battle, and might even affect Queen Mystic's performance. And third, she had other things to do. Catlia turned her gaze forward, continuing to fly through the pitch-black corridor with a faint light at the end. She felt that the remaining filth of Avalon was hidden in the darkness that could not be illuminated on the sides, the fallen state of the remaining warlocks, the pain of Beyonders of the same sequence being forcibly infused with knowledge by the hidden sage, and the last screams of those who had lost control and gone mad. She too had once experienced similar pain, teetering on the edge of losing control. Relying on Mr. Fool, she had initially guaranteed her own safety, and her withdrawal from the battle between Queen Mystic and Risha was to ensure that there were no accidents on the Chariot Lumion side, to ensure that all the Beyonders of the Mystery Prior pathway were rid of this hidden danger, and never had to worry about knowledge infusion day and night. Of course, knowledge would still spread to individuals, just not as frequently or terribly. The hermit Catlia flew faster and more resolutely, for there were important matters waiting for her ahead. Finally, she passed through the light at the end of the corridor and arrived in a boundless wilderness. At this moment, the crimson moon shone from above, casting a faint blood-red hue over the entire wilderness, but without any substantial effect. Catlia looked and saw Mr. Chariot Lumion standing by the sunken pit in the depths of the wilderness, and Madame Magician Furs, now in a purple-black robe. "Is Toriope dead?" the hermit Catlia blurted out. Madame Magician smiled slightly. At a true god's own hand and with a restraining tool, how could Toriope not die? "I've sealed all his Beyonder characteristics, and will distribute them according to Mr. Fool's wishes after the operation is over." As she spoke, the wilderness began to tremble slightly, with soil, weeds, and stones continuously peeling off into the void, though not much. Avalon was created by Toriope, and now that he was dead, it would naturally wither away. The hermit nodded slightly, walking over to Lumion under the not-so-dense crimson moonlight. She and the magician stood on the left and right, one in front and one behind, guarding against unexpected occurrences. The crimson full moon hung high in the sky, outshining the sun and making all the continents, oceans, and islands seem to be draped in a faintly sinister red veil. In the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of Generosity Biome, at an outdoor cafe, Mr. Star Leonard sipped a cup of Fermo coffee with milk and sugar, glancing at the hurrying pedestrians rushing home. Most people in this world knew that the blood moon brought misfortune, a sign of bad things to come. Old man, Sua and his brothers have been really patient, not making a move yet, and those angels secretly serving the Great Mother haven't made a sound either. Mr. Star murmured, setting down his bone coffee cup. An aged voice then sounded in his ear. "If they really attempt to rescue the hidden sage and really come to destroy the Rorstad archipelago, then it's not a big problem. The fact that there's not a stir means trouble." Mr. Star immediately understood what the old man meant. This meant that the existence of the hidden sage was no longer of great importance to the evil gods or the Great Mother's subsequent plans. This was troubling. Didn't the Great Mother also intervene and suppress the orthodox gods? Mr. Star thought aloud. Since the existence of the hidden sage would weaken the resistance forces within the barrier and reduce the chances of new gods being born, they should certainly try to save him, but it's no longer a key issue, something they can choose to do or not do. The aged voice responded simply. The Star Leonard picked up his coffee again, chuckling. "Indeed, there's a sense that the situation is gradually worsening, that the apocalypse is coming and there's nothing that can be done to change it." After taking a sip of coffee, this demigod of the Church of Evernight, a major arcana card holder, sobered his expression and said in a low voice, "But no matter what, we have to save ourselves. No matter what, getting rid of the hidden sage is a good thing, and can increase the hope of resisting the apocalypse." With that, he raised his head, gazing at the sinister crimson moon. The moonlight seemed to drip with blood. In the mysterious unknown realm, compared to before, several mountain peaks had now emerged. A vast sea appeared, and countless crevices formed. The hidden sage's location was also composed of information, and with the fooling, the information would naturally undergo various changes, creating the current environment. After nearly 20 seconds of battle, the hidden sage, who had still not recovered from the surprise attack, was finally pierced by the star-studded cane. The ethereal glow of the complex information, like a giant serpent, suddenly collapsed towards the tip of the cane, towards a certain point within. The dissolved glow crumbled inch by inch, the countless information squeezed together, compressed into a dark spherical ball, and with the withdrawal of the star-studded cane, it exploded outward with a thunderous sound. The overall structure of the information was thus destroyed. Stream after stream of information fell and dissipated, and from among them emerged a faint crimson. These crimsons grew rapidly, about to coalesce together, bringing new life. With a gesture of the fool's star-studded cane, the surrounding void bent down, herding all the crimsons together, sealing them within a small ethereal dark sphere. The ethereal sphere, along with the gathered crimsons, instantly vanished. However, after the disintegrating information and crimson light completely disappeared, no beyonder characteristics were extracted, nor did a uniqueness emerge. The fool, in the black coat, suddenly turned his gaze to the other side of the unknown realm, towards the end of the sea. An ethereal glow resembling a giant serpent suddenly emerged there, then turned into a shadowy mass with countless black and white distinct eyes. Backup and hidden information. The hidden sage still had more than one such hidden backup information. The countless distinct black and white eyes spun rapidly, each coalescing into ethereal and complex symbols, flooding the fool's mind with a terrifying amount of useless knowledge. The figure of the fool, inundated with countless pieces of knowledge, suddenly froze, his head exploding into a mass of warped maggots. These maggots rapidly disappeared, leaving behind only a pair of black gloves and a cane inlaid with many star fragments. Amidst the thin mist that permeated the mountain peaks, another figure descended. Once again, the fool, dressed in a black coat and wearing a half-top hat. The black gloves and star-studded cane immediately returned to his control. Just now, that was just a historical projection. On the black shadow that the hidden sage had transformed into, the protruding black and white distinct eyes each rotated, reflecting the figure of the fool once more. At this moment, he wanted to escape. This is not to say that he lacked the courage to destroy his current body and revive using the backup, hidden information from other locations. For a being of such a living uniqueness, this would not be too painful. The reason restraining him from making this choice was, for the designated backup information to receive the uniqueness, the hidden sage had to, before death, actively choose and activate it himself, and this activation could potentially be traced and located. As the embodiment of mysticism knowledge, the hidden sage naturally knew the specialties of his current enemies, and what role the dark barrier that had sealed off the entire unknown realm and the permeating gray fog within it could play. If he did not activate it, the uniqueness would naturally transfer to the nearest backup information, following the proximity principle, and the hidden sage had hidden another backup within this unknown realm. When he had initially made these arrangements, his idea was that if a powerful enemy arrived, he could try to drive them away or outright kill them and claim the spoils by reviving twice, and if the two revivals failed, it would mean he could not win, so he would let himself be killed the third time and revive from the backup information hidden elsewhere, fully escaping the entanglement. In other words, the hidden sage was not panicked now. After dying twice more, he could truly flee this unknown realm without being tracked, and return to a state of hiding. His current plan was to try counterattacking, and if that didn't work, just wait to be killed, rather than self-destruct. Information underwent loss, degradation, errors, and chaos in the process of constant backups. This was a fundamental rule of the entire world, a manifestation of error, decay, and increasing entropy. The more times the overall information was backed up, the higher the probability of problems arising, and the greater the latent chaos. If the hidden sage were to revive using the fourth set of information, some hidden errors might emerge, and the enemy before him symbolized error. In this matter, self-destruction would lead to more significant degradation and amplification of chaos in the information, because it started from an internal, self-conscious negation, rather than being killed by others. In the black and white distinct eyes that reflected the fool's figure, new ethereal symbols emerged. Not complex, just simple numbers. One was 0, the other 1. In the cognition of the Moses ascetic order, each number had spirituality and its own symbolic meaning. Of course, numbers did not directly possess power, but they could bring corresponding occult implications. And one of the hidden sage's core abilities was to imbue numbers with power, giving them truly different, somewhat diminished symbolic force compared to the original. Among them, 0 represented chaos, the unknown, what existed before everything, while 1 represented the beginning, the oldest one, the creator who made this world. The 0 and 1, within those black and white eyes, suddenly underwent a change. They connected end to end, rapidly flowing through the transparent tunnel formed by the eye orbs, shifting from 0 to 1, then from 1 back to 0, from non-existence to existence, and then back again. Accompanying the appearance and flow of these 0 and 1, the unknown realm rapidly became transparent. Whether it was the realm itself, the shrouding dark barrier, or the diffused gray fog, all were now composed of countless 0 and 1. They were clusters formed by just these two numbers. The figure of the fool also underwent similar changes. Crawling over his face, his gloves, were countless small worms, transparent or brilliant or segmented, all woven from intertwined strings of 0 and 1. Under the hidden sage's influence, vast numbers of 1 were turning into 0, and when 0 dominated the majority, this numeric world would completely collapse and disappear into nothingness, unable to impede the hidden sage's escape any longer. Even the fool himself would be affected, unable to locate and track in time. Suddenly, the fool's figure vanished. He appeared in the sky filled with digital fog, thrusting the star-studded cane downward from afar. Silently, the dark barrier confining the unknown realm imploded inward, causing the diffuse gray fog and the unknown realm itself to crumble inch by inch, generating a series of terrifying spatial temporal storms. The fool had proactively plunged this numeric world into destruction. The raging spatial temporal storms swept towards the hidden sage, the surrounding disintegration and collapse also spreading to this evil god. The hidden sage was not alarmed, but delighted. This destruction not only caused the last backup information hidden in the unknown realm to be destroyed, allowing him to truly escape the fool's pursuit after just one more death, but also lifted the barrier, throwing the situation into chaos. Even if he fled directly or activated the corresponding backup information in advance, he wouldn't have to worry about being tracked. The hidden sage, with his countless black and white distinct eyes, let the world's collapse and the spatial temporal storms tearing ravage fall upon himself. He was immediately reduced to stream after stream of transparent, ethereal information. This information was tinged with an imperceptible crimson. Just as the hidden sage was about to fade away and revive from the hidden backup information, the left hand of the fool in the sky, not holding the star-studded cane, suddenly reached forward. Clang! The ancient tolling of a bell echoed through the world on the verge of total collapse, and the hands of the massive illusory stone clock were pressed down by the black palm. The raging dark storms, the collapsing mountains, chasms, and seas, all were frozen, as if turned into a photograph. In this scene, the only ones still able to move were the fool and the hidden sage, which had already collapsed into multiple streams of information but not yet completely vanished. Mr. Fool had not included the hidden sage within the time freeze. The black coat behind him billowed, and the face under the black hat became dim and obscure. Fooled! In the wilderness, Lumion, having received the cue, jumped into the fog, completely filling the sunken pit with the phone in hand. This secret passage had long been grafted to the unknown realm where the hidden sage was. As Lumion's figure appeared within this destruction scene paused in time, the hidden sage, fragmented into multiple streams of information and instinctively wanting to flee, suddenly sensed something. He sensed the presence of a child of God. No, that is the aura of the Great Mother. The Great Mother has come to save me. The streams of the hidden sage's information rushed towards the uncloaked Lumion, whose radiant countenance was now revealed. Not only did he feel he had been saved, but he also believed there was a chance to turn the tide. If the Great Mother had personally intervened, what else could not happen? Lumion raised his right hand, holding the phone displaying a small program screen towards the front. At this moment, the freezing had reached its limit, and the destruction resumed its progress. The hidden sage's information surged even more frantically. Affected by this evil god's aura, personage, and current state, Lumien's fair, smooth skin began peeling away, with chunks of flesh writhing, about to sprout distinct black and white eyes. This was both corruption and impact. Lumien did not flee or abandon the phone, standing still and savoring the physical pain and spiritual ecstasy. The residual aura of the Blood Emperor, the seal of the underworld Taoist, and the pitch-black pinhole in his palm had all been activated. His mind was descending into chaos, as if he had gained knowledge he should not have. His mouth curled up, with two distinct black and white eyes. Looking at the frantically surging transparent information of the hidden sage, he smiled brilliantly. "I've come to find you. I told you I would come find you." Piece by piece, the flesh on Lumien's body began falling off, each bearing distinct black and white eyes, but he remained motionless, still firmly gripping the phone made by the god of steam and machinery. Finally, the hidden sage's information reached its destination. Lumien immediately pressed the Information Shredder app's run button. The phone's surface suddenly turned dark, drawing in the remaining light and the disembodied information around it. The hidden sage abruptly became lucid, but it was too late. The phone had transformed into a massive vortex, sweeping in all the transparent, ethereal information it had fragmented into. Seeing this, Lumien no longer held back, igniting the corrupted himself with the fire of destruction. Amid the violent burning of the black flames restraining his frenzy and repression, he turned to ash with a brilliant yet horrifying smile. The real him had died. The corruption spread to the mirror, and the him in the mirror also died. Only the dormant mirror, hidden away beforehand by concealment powers, remained unaffected. The phone's barrier lit up again, the portion of ethereal glow composed of complex information desperately trying to break free, escaping control. The fool, in the black coat and half-high hat, descended in front of the phone and Lumien's traveler's bag, with the collapsing and disintegrating unknown realm behind him. The hidden sage cried out in despair and fear, "Spare me! I will pledge loyalty to you. Spare me!" The fool's voice was coldly incisive yet somewhat gentle. "You have harmed too many people." He raised the star-studded cane, pushing the struggling hidden sage back into the phone screen. From the depths of the phone, a chilling sound, like a monster gnawing on human bones, echoed out. The indescribable sound of chewing came from the phone. The fool raised his head, casting his gaze upwards towards the blood-red moon that was illuminating everything. The huge, round moon gradually returned to normal, its radiance fading until only a crimson hue remained. At this moment, the previously dark phone screen lit up again, with countless ethereal and complex pieces of information emerging, weaving into a peculiar, intricate symbol. This symbol was projected out, carried by the power contained within the information shredder hidden in the phone by the god of steam and machinery, and it quickly scanned every continent, island, and ocean. One by one, the backup information hidden by the hidden sage was located, the overall structure destroyed, and the information rapidly dissipated. When the special symbol returned to the phone screen, the hidden sage transmitted its final burst of information, a desperate scream. Aboard the Blue Avenger sailing back through the grayish-white fog, Professor, periodic table, and prototype were all startled for a moment. They exchanged glances, and finally, Professor asked Franca and the captain, "Did you hear a wail or a scream?" "No." Franca shook her head. The hanged man also said, "I didn't hear anything." "We all heard it." Professor's brow furrowed beneath the butterfly mask. "But it was faint, as if it came from far away." "Yes." Periodic table and prototype also indicated they had heard a similar sound. Franca thought for a moment and then said, "Don't worry about it. Hearing strange sounds in these waters is normal. Just ignore it and don't take it seriously." With that, Franca smiled. "Think on the bright side. Maybe it was the scream of the hidden sage before his death?" Professor and the others looked at each other. The hanged man had a pensive expression and after a few seconds, said, "Maybe that's the case." Even Franca was taken aback. "Already?" The hidden sage's wail had pierced the ears of every warlock, alarming the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order who were not in Avalon. They either made prophecies based on it or, through spiritual intuition, discovered that something was amiss and quickly relocated and concealed themselves. Risha, the dragon scholar within Avalon, and Sides and O'Hays, who wielded the Grade 0 sealed artifacts, were also affected, rapidly falling into a disadvantaged position and subsequently perishing. The completely destroyed unknown realm had become a rapidly shrinking dark vortex. The fool, holding Lumien's traveler's bag, watched as the floating phone continuously erupted with various luminous fragments. Spraying and spraying, the phone began expanding, as if about to be ruptured by something. Bang! It did explode, and a dull, apathetic, eyelashless ethereal eye was ejected, falling into the fool's palm. The scattered phone components, tinged with a faint crimson, wriggled as if about to give birth to new parts. They were blocked by the suddenly darkened void and retracted inward, quickly converging within the ethereal sphere, dissipating along with it. The fool, along with the beyonder characteristics that had been expelled earlier, also vanished. Lumien felt as if he had slept a long, dreamless sleep, his entire being calm and peaceful within the embrace of darkness. After an unknown period of time, he finally opened his eyes to find himself in the void and shadowy realm behind the mirror. He stood up and stepped out of the glass surface, his eyes reflecting the ancient, dilapidated palace used for the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's gatherings. Behind him was the giant stone chair, on which sat the sleeping mirror he had made for himself, its surface marked with dark red patterns, as if inscribed in fresh blood. This was a prearranged preparation. With Madame Hella's help, he had placed the sleeping mirror in the nation of the Evernight to isolate it from potential corruption. As for why he didn't choose the area above the gray fog or place the sleeping mirror next to the fool's throne, it was because that would have isolated not only the corruption, but also Lumien's own resurrection. Unless it was the fool himself or he responded in time above the gray fog, Lumien's beyonder characteristics could not be transferred to the area near the fool's throne, and the consciousness and spirit within the sleeping mirror would not be restored. Moreover, this kind of resurrection required passing through the grayish-white fog, and there was a high probability of encountering other forms of corruption, as the fool was only in the preliminary stages of awakening, not fully awake. Lumien recalled the previous events, confirming that the hidden sage had voluntarily entered the effective range of the information shredder. He picked up the large, stone chair-mounted mirror and brought it up to his face. The mirror, the size of a head, reflected a beautiful face with shallow blue and clear eyes. Lumien spoke to the mirror. The hidden sage is dead. All the warlocks no longer need to worry about being forcibly indoctrinated by him. The mirror's gorgeous face broke into a relieved and radiant smile. After a few seconds, Lumien, as usual, recited the corresponding incantation to leave the ancient, dilapidated palace and return to the luxurious villa. Jenna, who was responsible for the cleanup, had just returned home and released Ludwig from behind one of her mirrors. This was a precaution in case Jenna's luck was too poor and she directly encountered the Moses ascetic order's saint holding a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Ludwig licked his lips, a little glum. So much delicious food, and he didn't get to eat any of it. "Are you two okay?" Franca, who had already returned, asked the two companions with concern. Lumien chuckled. "Whether I'm okay or not doesn't matter. The important thing is that something must have happened to the hidden sage." Jenna took the opportunity to say, "Madame Magician said the spoils will be distributed by Mr. Fool." She then asked a little anxiously, "But Madame Magician didn't take these from me." "These were the gains from her cleanup of the fallen warlocks." "I will help you ask Mr. Fool," Lumien then asked. "Have all the warlocks in Avalon been eliminated?" Jenna shook her head. "I've cleaned up those who have fallen and become evil, and they're still in their period of silence, but I don't know about the hidden aspects of Avalon. I handed them over to Ma'am Hermit, who said she would select a batch to send to the Church of the Fool for reform, and the remaining ones are still on the ship, for her to reform." With a pleasant mood, Lumien curiously asked, "Have you discovered any secrets in the hidden aspects of Avalon?" I don't know. While Jenna shook her head, Lumion suddenly paused. Then he told Franca and Jenna, Mr. Fool has called for an emergency meeting. Above the gray fog, within the majestic palace, several figures emerged, slightly blurred, on either side of an ancient bronze table. These were the major arcana card holders involved in the hunt for the hidden sage. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Madam Justice was the first to stand and bow. Seemingly due to the death of the hidden sage, many warlocks had been saved, and her tone was more lively and energetic. After all the major arcana card holders had finished their greetings and reseated themselves, Mr. Fool at the head rapped the edge of the bronze table lightly. Dragon Scholar Risha was killed, but she did not fully die. There is a spell related to resurrection and concealment within the mystical reenactment she created. However, this is not important, as our main purpose has been achieved. Hearing Mr. Fool's announcement of the result, Lumion's hanging heart settled. The hidden sage was truly dead, dead beyond death. At this moment, he was so joyful that he wanted to dance with Franca or Jenna. The Fool looked at each participant and said in a low voice, the uniqueness of the hidden sage belongs to the god of steam and machinery. The knowledge emperor beyond her characteristics containing sequence 9 to sequence 1 will go to Bernadette, including the assistance she provided in the dream. The Church of Evernight will receive the Destined Madness Grade 0 sealed artifact and the Beyonder characteristics of Sides, who was corrupted by this sealed artifact. In addition to these, they also obtained several Grade 1 sealed artifacts. The rest are ours. After hearing Mr. Fool's explanation, Lumion, who had fought against the Destined Madness Grade 0 sealed artifact, was suddenly stirred and asked, why did the Church of Evernight choose Destined Madness? It conceals a secret that needs to be excavated. Mr. Fool answered Lumion's question in a gentle tone. He continued, our main gains include the Sage Beyonder characteristic from Toriope, the Grade 0 sealed artifacts, Solomon's Mask and Post-Apocalyptic Scripture, as well as 9 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, including 2 related to Clairvoyant, 3 related to Mysticologist, 1 to Manipulator, 1 to Pallbearer, 1 to Alchemist, 1 to Arcane Scholar, and various mid- and low-sequence Beyonder characteristics, as well as some Grade 2 and 3 sealed artifacts. Mr. Fool turned his gaze to the Hermit Catlia. This was a continuation of your mission, the result of your previous efforts. You can choose first. The Hermit Catlia did not show any false modesty. Mr. Fool, I want the Sage Beyonder characteristic. The Fool then looked at Lumion. Your role was crucial, the key to the complete demise of the hidden sage. You can choose second. Lumion had already decided the answer. Mr. Fool, I want the potion formula of Weather Warlock. Whether he had spoils or not actually didn't matter to him. This is a bonus, Mr. Fool said calmly. You can also choose 1 Grade 0 sealed artifact. Since the deity has said so. Lumion was no longer polite and after thinking for a moment, said, I choose the post-apocalyptic scripture. He felt that, according to Mam Hermit's previous explanation, the Solomon's Mask must correspond to the angelic level Beyonder characteristic of the Black Emperor pathway, and the Black Emperor pathway and the Justiciar pathway were neighboring and could be switched. Madam Judgment was also a friend of the Madam Magician. The post-apocalyptic scripture is related to the Fate pathway, Mr. Fool simply said, then turned to Madam Magician. The Solomon's Mask is yours. Madam Magician was momentarily taken aback. And you're the main force, yet you don't keep the angelic level Beyonder characteristics or the Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Leaning back in his chair, the Fool's voice, amidst its usual warmth, contained a touch of joy and nostalgia. I don't need them. The death of the hidden sage is the result I wanted the most. Hearing Mr. Fool's words, Madam Justice suddenly felt a bit happier. She felt that Mr. Fool's state had improved a bit. Madam Magician, upon hearing this, no longer said much, lightly nodding and saying, I defer to your will. If she were really allowed to choose the spoils, she would also have chosen the Solomon's Mask. The ability of this Grade 0 sealed artifact would be a great supplement and enhancement for her, as well as for Madam Judgment, and in the future it could also become a choice for her transition to the angelic pathway through the Justiciar pathway. As for the potion formula of the sequence 2 entropy Duke of the Black Emperor pathway, Mr. Fool had it he possessed the Black Emperor card from the cards of blasphemy. The chaos of these years, the spread of the evil god's faith, the frequent occurrence of various events, have made Zio, the Chaos Hunter, digest her potions quickly, and she is about to complete her advancement to an angel. The high sequence Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway seem to have the trait of body gigantification, same for Nast. It would be very suitable for Zio to switch over to that path. Madame Magician's thoughts gradually drifted away. Mr. Fool then turned his gaze to the Hanged Man. And your choice? Esteemed Mr. Fool, I would like the Grade 1 sealed artifact formed by the mysticologist Beyonder characteristic. The Hanged Man had already decided on his choice when Mr. Fool was introducing the spoils. His ability characteristics and the sealed artifacts of the Hunter pathway he had obtained from the Blue Avenger's treasury were already quite overpowering, and he lacked the stealthy means to achieve his goals. All right, Marumu's spellbook is yours. The Fool turned his gaze to Justice. Although Justice had not directly participated in the action, she had woven the phone from the dream for Lumion, and was always prepared to provide spiritual and mental healing for the participants in the hunt. Additionally, she had made a substantial contribution to awakening Mr. Fool in the Dream City, and so far had only obtained the revelation related to the ancient dragon. Madame Justice smiled and said, Mr. Fool, I want the Grade 1 sealed artifact formed by the manipulator Beyonder characteristic, as I owe someone a favor. The Fool nodded lightly, then turned to Madame Temperance Sharon. Protecting the new city of Silver and the Rorsted Archipelago was also a contribution. You, representing the Temperance faction, can take a share of the spoils. Madame Temperance Sharon, wearing a small, black, soft hat, manifested a piece of paper. On it wrote, Grade 1 sealed artifact formed by the mysticologist Beyonder characteristic. Just as I thought, the chariot Lumion muttered to himself. This was based on 2 reasons. First, as the representative of the Temperance faction, she would certainly feel that her faction's contribution was relatively small, and she should not choose a sealed artifact formed from a sequence 3 Beyonder characteristic formed. Second, between mysticologist and alchemist, the prisoner pathway Beyonder would most likely choose the former. Lumion had collaborated with Madame Temperance Sharon and Knight of Swords before, and knew their fighting styles. Alchemist, on the other hand, was known in the Savant pathway for creating wondrous items and alchemy puppets, which did not quite match the style of the Temperance faction. This was not to say they were incompatible in terms of ability. In fact, they complemented each other very well. It was mainly that the aesthetic was not quite in sync, and Lumion could not imagine Madame Temperance Sharon possessing a giant robot, wielding various postmodern weapons, and blowing up enemies with a barrage of gunfire. All right, the Eye of Omniscience will belong to the Temperance faction. Mr. Fool nodded lightly. The last to make a choice was Mr. Star Leonard. He said in a dazed manner, Alchemist, I want to make a self-playing piano. What kind of wish is this? Is Mr. Star still an artsy youth? Lumion was somewhat puzzled. Mr. Fool only spoke a few seconds later. Okay, the Creator's hammer is yours. Seeing that all the participating major arcana had chosen their spoils, Lumion asked on behalf of Jenna. Mr. Fool, how will the mid and low sequence Beyonder characteristics and mystical items obtained by the 7 of Cups be distributed? The voice of the Fool shrouded in the gray fog returned to its previous state. The mysticologist Beyonder characteristic and related materials formed by Ohei's death will be given to the 3 warlocks who went into the depths of the fog sea. After pulverizing and recomposing them, this will be able to help each of them advance 1 sequence. This was a decision made even before the emergency meeting. The mysticologist Beyonder characteristic formed by Ohei's death was not on the list of available options just mentioned. Now, Professor was a sequence 5 constellations master, and periodic table and prototype were sequence 6 scrolls professors. Mr. Fool continued, the mid and low sequence Beyonder characteristics and mystical items in 7 of Cups' possession will be divided into 3 parts. 1 part for her to keep, 1 part for the 2 of Cups, and 1 part to be handed over to the church. If they wish, They can use one of the two parts they keep to exchange for a grade 1 sealed artifact. Yes, Mr. Fool. The chariot Lumion felt this distribution plan was very good and had no objections. This not only addressed Jenna's lack of same-sequence items, but also left room for the three demonesses to develop their followers and spread the faith. Mr. Fool then turned to Madame Temperance Sharon. The remaining items are to be entrusted to the church for safekeeping and use. The church mentioned in those words referred to the Church of the Fool. Yes, Mr. Fool. Madame Temperance Sharon held up another sheet of paper with writing on it. As soon as she finished responding, beams of light flew out from the grayish-white fog behind Mr. Fool, each landing in front of the various major arcana. Madame Magician's was an asymmetrical black and gold mask, so extreme in its appearance that it was distressing to look at, yet also possessed a peculiar majesty. Ma'am Hermit's was a fist-sized, sparkling diamond of sacred and wise light, with dull, apathetic eyes reflected from each of its facets. Madame Justice's was an object covered in gray wrinkles, resembling both a brain and a heart. The Hanged Man's was a thin book bound in human skin, with many mysterious patterns and symbols on the cover. Madame Temperance's was a transparent, pure gemstone eye, with different brilliance flashing from each facet. Mr. Star's was a complex, gray and white metal hammer, seemingly having multiple functions and exuding a mechanical aesthetic. In addition to the Weather Warlock potion formula in his mind and Ohaze's mysticologist Beyonder characteristic and related materials in front of him, the chariot Lumion also received an old, yellowish-brown book. This book was made of tough, thick sheepskin parchment, with no symbols or words on the surface, only a bit of mercury-colored light fluttering beneath the texture of the paper, sometimes emerging, sometimes receding. At the same time, information about the post-apocalyptic scripture suddenly emerged in Lumion's mind in a form different from the official sealed artifact records. 0. Perhaps an item formed by the soothsayer of the fate pathway foreseeing some future event and losing control, or it may come from an even more ancient era. 1. The external form is an ancient book made of sheepskin parchment, with mercury-colored specks of light and a rough texture. 2. This book has no text, but will randomly display some prophecies, some of which are true and some are false. If one believes the false prophecies and prepares to avoid or welcome them, they will become real. One can use mental intention to write in this book about how different results would occur for certain people or events due to good or bad luck, and they have a high probability of becoming real. Even if the final outcome does not match the prophecy, it will be similar. If the situation is chaotic, with many choices and only a few paths leading to a good ending, one can open this book, and it will provide a revelation. If this revelation can be correctly interpreted, it will guide the inquirer to the best outcome. Otherwise, it is extremely dangerous. 3. If a non-godhood wielder holds this book, they will immediately be plagued by misfortune and die miserably or turn into a monster controlled by the book within an extremely short time. If a godhood wielder holds this book, they will suffer misfortune within an hour of using it, the degree of which is randomly determined, but it will not lead to death in a short time. This book will randomly select some living beings within a 30-kilometer radius and bestow misfortune upon them. This book will intermittently display various prophecies related to the holder, most of which are bad. Some are true, some are false, and if the false ones are believed and acted upon, they will become true. 4. The method of sealing is to create a space with no living beings, with a radius of at least 30 kilometers. Place this book in the center, and press a 20-sided die on the surface. Knowing this information about the post-apocalyptic scripture came from Mr. Fool, Lumion calmly considered how he should use this grade 0 sealed artifact. The misfortune after using it can be resolved through a luck enhancement ritual or the exchange of fate fragments, gifting the transferred misfortune to lucky pirates. As for the intermittent prophecies, I'll just pretend I didn't see them, whether true or false. I've been living just fine without any prophetic abilities before. Hunters and demonesses should believe more in their own minds and abilities. Regarding the problem of randomly bestowing large-scale misfortune, I'll need to ask Mr. Fool or Madam Magician for help. Either deceive the post-apocalyptic scripture into thinking there are no living beings within a 30-kilometer radius, or expand the traveler's bag to the size of a city. But then the materials for making the traveler's bag would have to be very special and high grade. As Lumion was pondering, the post-apocalyptic scripture suddenly flipped a page. Amid the rustling sound, the book stopped on one page, and a line of mercury-colored text quickly appeared. In the year 1368, as July fades to its final days, crimson shall rain from the heavens. Immediately, the leading numbers changed, the mercury shifting to form new text. In the year 1360, as July fades to its final days, crimson shall rain from the heavens. W.H. Lumion's eyes narrowed. It was currently the spring of the year 1359. Remembering the information about the post-apocalyptic scripture, Lumion decided to pretend he hadn't seen the current prophecy. Regardless, he would still have to move forward at his own pace. Just then, the post-apocalyptic scripture flipped another page, revealing new content. I see. Lumion Lee going crazy. These mercury-colored words were written in ancient Hermes. Lumion raised an eyebrow, snapped the ancient leather-bound book shut, and pressed down on it forcefully. He then looked up towards the head of the bronze long table. Mr. Fool, how should I seal the post-apocalyptic scripture? Can you provide assistance? Shrouded in the grayish-white fog, Mr. Fool gestured with his hand, and Lumion's traveler's bag, which had been left on the battlefield, flew from behind the massive stone chair to its owner. As Lumion caught it, he found that a vast space had been isolated within the traveler's bag, enough to contain an entire city. In the center of this space sat an ordinary 20-sided die. I thought the materials for this traveler's bag wouldn't be able to support a city-sized space required to seal the post-apocalyptic scripture, so I'd need to order a custom one. Has Mr. Fool remodeled it? Lumion placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Thank you, Mr. Fool. When he raised his head, he saw that Ohaze's Beyonder characteristic had been pulverized and recomposed, divided into one sequence 4 mysticologist Beyonder characteristic and 2 sequence 5 constellations master Beyonder characteristics, all neatly sealed. Seeing this, Ma'am Hermit across from him immediately said, I will provide the potion recipes for mysticologist and constellations master. Madam Magician sighed and added, I will provide a drop of a mythical creature blood. This is truly a comprehensive service, aiming to help Professor and the others each advance one sequence. Lumion thanked on behalf of the members of the Curly Baboon Research Society in his mind. He then pondered the Weather Warlock potion formula that Mr. Fool had just provided. Name: Weather Warlock. Sequence 2. Main ingredients: skull of a weather giant, core of a mist jellyfish. Supplementary ingredients: 30 milliliters of blood each from 3 deceased individuals who died in different extreme weather conditions, 500 strands of a weather giant's hair, 5 weather giant crystals, a segment of a tree branch struck by lightning, 20 milliliters of the first snowmelt of a region each year. Advancement ritual: forcefully change the weather of a region without external aid in a very short time. Note: after the 4th epoch, weather giants and mist jellyfish no longer exist, so weather warlocks now exist in the form of angels or sealed artifacts. Lumion wasn't too surprised by this. Hunter was the pathway of war, so the corresponding mystical creatures or Beyonder species were hard to fully conceal, and were likely to incite conflicts and disasters, making them easily noticed. Furthermore, after the clashes of the previous 4 epochs, even if there were still mystical creatures corresponding to weather warlocks, they would be true subsidiary gods with complete Beyonder characteristics, in other words, angels. Lumion then focused his attention on the ritual. Without external aid, this ritual is a bit difficult. It would need to be a region the size of the Trier area. Relying on the Demoness of Unaging's frost abilities to affect the city of Trier would still take some time, and no one can interfere. With external aid, it would be very simple. Could the core of this ritual be about allowing me to master the secrets of weather changes, using a small force to leverage a large-scale change? Like a hurricane at sea, it starts off not that terrifying, just a cyclone, then gradually strengthens, slowly sweeping across a stretch of ocean and one region after another. I can consider going in that direction, but it doesn't satisfy the very short time condition, so I need to find a way to accelerate it myself. Time to study again. As they say in the Dream City, those who lead wars must know both astronomy and geography. Actually, there is a shortcut for this ritual. Like the sequence 3 Sea King in the Sailor Pathway, they can completely change the weather of a region. If I kill one of them during a big storm, wouldn't the weather change? That wouldn't involve external aid or anyone's help. I can't use items during the battle, or that would count as external aid. Heh. A hunter's advancement does indeed have a hidden shortcut: hunting, fighting, war. As the chariot Lumion was pondering, Mr. Fool answered some questions from Mam Hermit and other major arcana. After pondering for a moment, Lumion asked, Mr. Fool, why was the hidden sage made to come to life by the Great Mother? It was not that the Great Mother looked down on the hidden sage, but how was this accomplished? From the mysticism knowledge taught by Madame Magician, during the Fourth Epoch, the world's defenses against the evil gods were still very strong. Mr. Fool's calm voice replied, The problem lies in the Western continent. The Western continent? Isn't there still a layer of the celestial worthy seals beyond the barrier? Before Lumion could ask the question on his mind, Mr. Fool continued, The hidden sage's way of addressing that entity is Great Mother, not her true honorific name. What does that mean? Right, with the hidden sage's level, he should be qualified to know the Great Mother's full honorific name and not fear deep corruption. So why would he still use an epithet? Can't be that he was afraid of affecting Mr. Fool, right? Lumion felt that Mr. Fool's sentence contained very important information, but he couldn't quite decipher it. Mr. Fool did not provide any further explanation, simply nodding lightly and saying, This gathering shall now conclude. Your will is our will. The major arcana present all stood up at the same time. In Trier, inside that luxurious villa, seeing Lumion come downstairs into the living room, Franca asked curiously, How did it go? Although her main tasks were liaison, persuasion, and protecting key personnel, so her contributions were not too significant, this did not prevent her from being interested in the gains from the Divine War and their specific distribution. Lumion recounted everything he could tell them, and finally asked, Do you want to exchange for a Grade 1 sealed artifact? Of course we do, Franca said without hesitation. Even if we only keep 1/3 of those mid- and low-sequence Beyonder characteristics and mystical items, it will be enough for us to develop followers in the Trier region, maintain believers, and even be quite prosperous. She didn't dare say spread the faith out loud, because in the Trier region, the Church of the Fool could not actively spread the faith. This area belonged to the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Franca was thinking that afterwards, they would focus on seeking out and striking against hidden cults, developing the salvageable believers to their side, as well as Lumions and the future Jennas. Which one do you want to exchange for? Lumion asked, inquiring about his two companions' preferences. Franca and Jenna exchanged glances. Jenna considered her words carefully. Demonesses are already quite adept in the mystical arts, and choosing the sealed artifacts formed by a mysticologist or clairvoyant Beyonder characteristic wouldn't be able to fill in gaps or enhance our strengths. As for clairvoyance, we have spiritual intuition, magic mirror divination, and even the post-apocalyptic scripture, so we don't urgently need it. That's right, Franca agreed. If it was a living mysticologist or clairvoyant, I could teach them ancient myths and hidden knowledge, and as long as some of it is true, it could help them create powerful fairy tale or mythological magic. But sealed artifacts can't listen to me or accept my guidance. The magical effects they produce will be fixed to what they originally had. Franca hesitated a bit before continuing. Of the remaining two, I'm more inclined towards the pallbearer. The name alone tells me it must have powers in the domain of death, which can make up for Jenna's and my weaknesses. Our single-target attacks aren't deadly or explosive enough, aside from curses and mighty blow. Plus, as it's from the plantar pathway, it must have healing abilities which can be used to respond to believers, drive away afflictions. With its assistance, the progress of my creating mystical bacterial pathogens will also be greatly accelerated. But the problem is, this is an item with godhood from the plantar pathway. The plantar pathway was also called the earth pathway, the mother pathway. Franca looked at Lumion. Mr. Fool said you need to keep away from the mother. Didn't you previously tell Lugano to minimize contact with you, and only contact through prayer? It's not that you need to keep away, but that Calamity needs to keep away from the mother. Jenna and I are also on the Calamity pathways. Lumion thought for a moment and said, since Mr. Fool didn't say you can't choose this sealed artifact, there shouldn't be any major problems. In that case, you can petition Mr. Fool, expressing your willingness to exchange 1/3 of the mid- and low-sequence Beyonder characteristics and mystical items for a Grade 1 sealed artifact, and directly ask if the Calamity Pathway Beyonders can choose the one corresponding to the pallbearer. If that's not possible, we'll have to choose Arcane Scholar. Franca's eyes gradually lit up. That works too, right? This is a Sequence 3 from the Savant Pathway. I can find the Dr. Beyonder characteristic and handcraft a fully automated healing machine to respond to those prayers for curing afflictions, with the mirror responsible for autonomous distribution. Who knows? Maybe I'll even be able to drive a Gundam in the future. With this settled, Lumion was about to have either Jenna or Franca pray to Mr. Fool, but Franca stood up with a beaming smile. Time to distribute the spoils to Professor and the others. Happiness shared is greater than happiness alone. Professor and the others had already been brought back to Trier by Franca, and were currently gathered as instructed in a villa with a garden rented by Hela. Their families and the previously assembled curly-haired Baboons Research Society warlocks were all here. Seeing Hidden Blade and the hooded, masked muggle emerge from the mirror and rest in the living room, Professor, periodic table, and prototype simultaneously stood up. When can we go home? Before they could finish speaking, they suddenly saw 3 items floating before Hidden Blade and Muggle. One was a vague, gem-like orb emanating a gloomy aura, as if a gaze peered out from within to scrutinize everything. The other 2 were luminous, rather illusory-looking crystal spheres. Professor and the others' gazes suddenly froze. What is this? Professor could sense the terrifying aura emanating from the vague, gem-like orb, drawing her towards it. Franca smiled and said, "This is your reward. I didn't mention it beforehand, but once the operation is successful, we would help you each advance 1 sequence." Professor was stunned for a moment, instinctively looking towards periodic table and prototype, and finding them equally surprised. After a few seconds of contemplation, Professor said sincerely, "We don't need a reward. Being free from the forced indoctrination of the hidden sage is the best reward for us." Yes, periodic table and prototype both expressed agreement. After hearing Professor's words, Lumion suddenly recalled his own thoughts, as well as the sentence Mr. Fool had said at the temporary gathering. Uniqueness, Grade 0 sealed artifacts, or Beyonder characteristics, none of that mattered. The important thing was that the hidden sage was dead. Thinking about it this way, the hidden sage's death is not in vain. From a god to a common warlock, there were so many volunteers who had the urge to destroy him. The masked Lumion couldn't help but smile. Franca could understand the perspective of Professor and the others. After all, they had a role model right beside them. She smiled and said, "You may not want it, but we must give it to you anyway. Otherwise, others will say we are stingy, miserly, and ungenerous. Don't worry, all participants will receive a generous share of the spoils." As a secret organization with over 2,000 years of history, the Moses Ascetic Order have accumulated abundant resources. Professor was perplexed for 2 seconds. "You have destroyed the Moses Ascetic Order?" "We warlocks are also members of the Moses Ascetic Order. This operation was not only targeting the hidden sage, but also wiping out the Moses Ascetic Order." Franca nodded. "We have destroyed Avalon, as you all know. That was the headquarters of the Moses Ascetic Order. The Moses Ascetic Order's chairman Toriope perished on the spot. 2 of the 10 pillars, Sides and Ohaze, have died. Risha fled in defeat, and the remaining 10 pillars, either betrayed or in hiding. In essence, the Moses Ascetic Order have effectively been annihilated. You are no longer members of the Moses Ascetic Order, because the Moses Ascetic Order no longer exists. From now on, you don't need to complete the corresponding tasks, nor report to anyone. The only one who can protect you is yourselves. And as I mentioned at the gathering, the apocalypse is likely to come within 1 or 2 years. So, won't you take this opportunity to advance your sequences? Professor, periodic table, and prototype fell silent. They had all been convinced. Franca smiled and said, "The reward of helping the participants advance one sequence is actually not very fair. Why should Professor become a demigod while we are only at sequence 5, right? This is where you, Professor, must take on greater responsibility. If you truly become a mysticologist and a demigod, you'll need to help periodic table and prototype afterward, providing them with the necessary protection. Also, before leaving Trier, if you encounter trouble that you can't resolve on your own, you can recite my honorific name. As long as I'm not caught up in other accidents, I'll definitely come to your aid. My honorific name is the one who never ages, keeper of diseases and plagues, the demoness accompanied by strife and catastrophe, the cup bearing joy and pain, the great Franca Roland." Lumion realized that Franca wanted to develop Professor and the others, who had lost the protection of the Moses ascetic order, into her own anchors. Anchors didn't necessarily come only from faith, but also from solid, stable interpersonal relationships, though they couldn't be passed down from generation to generation like faith. Now, Professor and the others were at a stage where their future was uncertain, no longer having an organization to rely on and provide resources. The curly-haired baboons research society's gathering, which was more like a trading platform, was very suitable for Franca to extend an olive branch to them. Even if Professor and the others later left Trier, Franca could give them self-locating mirrors to communicate remotely, and use them to spread the faith of Saint Franca Roland, the patron saint of the Church of the Fool. However, Franca was still too self-conscious, considering Professor and the others as friends and fellow transmigrators, without thinking of developing them into believers, let alone recruiting them as archbishops or bishops in the sick church. Lumion did not take the opportunity to introduce his own honorific name. Honorific name? Are you already a sequence 3 patron saint? Professor and the others had quite extensive knowledge of mysticism. Isn't this advancement too fast? 2 gatherings ago, Hidden Blade was still a sequence 5 demoness. Previously, when Franca said she had already become a demigod, Professor and the others were more envious and slightly surprised, feeling that it was still somewhat normal. But now they had a sense of their understanding being overturned. Franca concurred succinctly, coincidence combined with the uniqueness of being a transmigrator. In fact, Muggle is also sequence 3 now. As she spoke, she glanced at Lumion. She could probably understand why Lumion didn't take this opportunity to reveal his own honorific name and develop anchors based on interpersonal relationships. He hoped Muggle would still be Aurora. Professor, periodic table, and prototype looked at the silent Muggle standing beside them in amazement. She is also a sequence 3 patron saint? What is wrong with this world? The hooded, half-masked Lumion chuckled. Yes, I'll forgo telling you my honorific name. Anyway, Hidden Blade and I have been staying together recently, so asking her for help is the same as asking me. The reason we were able to advance so quickly while remaining normal is because transmigrators have special qualities. Professor, if you can become a mysticologist, you can try drawing power from the fairy tales, myths, and urban legends you heard before you transmigrated. Some of them should be real. Lumion's suggestion would lead to a certain degree of exposure of the secret to transmigration, but as long as Professor became a mysticologist with the core ability of mystical reenactment, she would eventually discover the issue. Professor and the others looked at each other with puzzlement, able to sense the discomfort of Hidden Blade and Muggle in not wanting to elaborate. They then asked Franca, "Where is the cathedral that you are the patron saint of?" "It's in the Lavini Docks area of the Square District, the St. Franca Cathedral of the Church of the Fool." Franca provided a simple introduction. Professor had a realization. "So you are from the Church of the Fool? This operation targeting the hidden sage was led by the Church of the Fool?" Franca suddenly looked a bit proud. Yes, Mr. Fool himself lent a hand, and the god of steam and machinery provided necessary assistance. At this point, she smiled and looked at Lumion. Muggle assisted from the sidelines. Huh? Professor and the others were stunned once again. A sequence 3 saint can participate in divine wars? Franca quickly added. Her task was to serve as bait. Professor and the others were speechless for a moment. Okay, Keep these Beyonder characteristics and corresponding ingredients, potion formulas safe. They've all been sealed. You don't need to rush. Adjust your condition first before holding the ritual. Franca distributed the spoils. This is a drop of mythical creature blood to be used in the ritual. Finally, she took out a drop of blood, shimmering with brilliant starlight, locked within a dim, spherical orb from her traveler's bag. After celebrating the death of the hidden sage with Professor and the others with champagne, Franca and Lumion returned to the luxurious villa, with the former volunteering to pray to Mr. Fool. He was a fellow countryman. Franca set up the altar and performed the ritual, fluently reciting the corresponding honorific name. A faint gray fog vaguely emerged before her. Esteemed Mr. Fool, I would like to exchange the mid- and low-sequence Beyonder characteristics and mystical items placed before me for a Grade 1 sealed artifact. As a Beyonder on the Demoness pathway and a close friend of the chariot, do you think I am suitable to choose the one corresponding to the pallbearer? Franca expressed her intent in one go. Soon, she heard Mr. Fool's gentle voice. There is some risk, but it can be borne. In that case, it's better to let it go. It's not an urgent need. Franca immediately said, Esteemed Mr. Fool, I'll exchange for the one corresponding to Arcane Scholar. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw all the items she had placed on the altar disappear completely, vanishing into thin air. Immediately, an object flew out from the enlarged candle flame, landing on the altar. It was half a mask, the left side. It was composed of numerous gears, rivets, bearings, springs, and small steel tubes, mechanical parts. The eye position was left empty, covered by a lens that looked like glass or crystal, the overall complexity giving it a strange beauty. At the same time, Franca received a rush of information. Name, Face of the Arcane Zero, originated from the death of an arcane scholar in the Fourth Epoch. 1. The exterior is a left-faced mask made of machinery, possessing a living characteristic. 2. After donning this mask, it can emit a beam of light from the eye guard, capable of destroying the structures of most objects, thoroughly disintegrating the target. The wearer of this mask will possess extraordinary manufacturing abilities, able to create mystical items, or complex mechanical devices, or combine the two. Remember, the mask is the master when doing these things, not the wearer. It always leaves one or two hilariously terrible negative effects on its own products. Wearing this mask can allow one to truly extract environmental information and work backwards to deduce what has happened. The mask's wearer can quickly grasp the relevant information when using other mystical items, effectively avoiding negative effects, except for those brought by the mask itself. The wearer of the mask can imbue the items they create with souls, giving them a certain degree of vitality. But remember, these are not created out of thin air. They come from fragments of spirits from the spirit world, extracted from the lives around them. 3. Every 3 minutes, this mask drains life force from its wearer. When the mask's life force drops below a certain threshold, it will drain life force from living beings within a 5-kilometer radius to replenish itself. The rate at which the mask's life force decreases depends on frequency of use. If left unused, it can last up to 7 days. If used frequently and unable to replenish life force from the wearer, it can only last 45 minutes. The mask possesses living characteristics. Even when in use, it must be closely monitored. Otherwise, it will attack the wearer and their companions. The mask yearns for a complete body. It will entice the wearer and those around them to gradually replace their bodies with mechanical constructs. Those enticed by it will not have their life force drained, nor will they be attacked by it. 4. The method of sealing is to let it sleep, replenishing its life force at regular intervals, with specific timing depending on usage conditions. It can be persuaded. A sealed artifact that can be persuaded and possesses living characteristics? After hearing Franca's relay of information, Lumion extended his right hand toward the face of the arcane that she was holding. During this process, he had already activated the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his palm, along with the underworld Taoist seal and that terrifying black pinhole appearing. On the mechanical mask that only covered the left half of the face, The springs, mainsprings, rivets, gears, and other components suddenly appeared to lose their elasticity, gradually relaxing. It was like watching a snarling puppy quickly lying down, legs up in the air, exposing its belly. Lumion stroked it a couple of times with his finger and said with a smile, "It can indeed be persuaded." At this moment, Ludwig came over, staring eagerly at the face of the arcane, and asked, "Can I eat it?" He wasn't asking if the mechanical mask was edible, but rather if he himself was allowed to eat it. On the face of the arcane, whether springs, mainsprings, gears, or bearings, everything suddenly tightened with a swoosh, making the sound of machinery starting up. "No," Lumion answered Ludwig's question. After becoming a sea monster, Ludwig seemed able to directly consume Beyonder characteristics and mystical items, then use their corresponding powers through some method. He wouldn't lose control from this, but it would accumulate madness and appetite. Disappointed, Ludwig pulled out a lollipop, comforting himself with the sweet treat. Being able to be persuaded means it can be reasoned with. "Isn't sleeping once a day a normal living habit?" Lumion said with a smile as he withdrew his finger. Before long, Anthony should be able to become a Sequence 4 manipulator. When that time comes, if the child doesn't want to sleep, we can hypnotize it to sleep. Children who don't sleep will be eaten by Ludwig. As for the requirement of regularly replenishing life force, Lumion thought it was easily solved. He now had to take Ludwig out to sea for a feast every day. After confirming that the face of the arcane had lulled itself to sleep, Franca handed this Grade 1 sealed artifact to Jenna. "You keep it safe. Whoever needs it between us can use it." Jenna didn't refuse, and while placing the face of the arcane into the traveler's bag, she thoughtfully said, "I know which pathway Julian should take." "Which one?" Franca had a vague guess at the answer. Jenna let out a sigh and explained, "Savant." She explained earnestly, seemingly trying to convince herself. The Savant pathway primarily focuses on mastering scientific knowledge, enhancing memory, intelligence, and logical reasoning abilities. Unlike the Mystery Prior and many other pathways, it doesn't involve high spirituality, seeing things that shouldn't be seen, or hearing voices that shouldn't be heard. It also doesn't attract disasters, making it relatively safe for daily life. Moreover, Julian is already a technical worker who loves machinery. With just 1 or 2 months of additional knowledge, he should be able to fully digest the potion. The subsequent archaeologist sequence is equally straightforward. We can find relatively safe ruins for him to explore, provide him with carefully selected historical artifacts and corresponding documentation to guide his research. Given these conditions, plus the approaching apocalypse as a prerequisite, he could become a Sequence 7 appraiser in a short time. While an appraiser isn't particularly strong on their own, they can identify mystical items and maximize risk avoidance when using them. At that point, by giving him Sequence 5 sealed artifacts, we can provide him with basic self-protection abilities, essentially making him equivalent to a quickly molded Sequence 5 Beyonder. Additionally, among the mid to low Sequence Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas I obtained from the Moses Ascetic Order this time, the Savant pathway ingredients are the most numerous after the Warlock pathway. There was no shortage of ingredients and formulas. When you think about it, the Savant pathway is indeed the most suitable. It can effectively leverage external power without reckless archaeology, while avoiding too deep an involvement in the mystical world. Franca agreed with Jenna's reasoning. Lumion then said to Jenna, "You can modify your previous plan now. The key is how to naturally and reasonably get your brother to encounter and choose the Savant pathway." "Yes," Jenna nodded seriously. Thursday afternoon, Northern Trier train station. Julian, wearing a gray-blue worker's uniform, a flat cap, and carrying a suitcase, stood in the crowded second-class carriage aisle, slowly moving forward amid the whistling arrival announcement. Standing nearly 1.75 meters tall, with flaxen hair and regular features, his half-year exchange study had greatly boosted his confidence in his technical abilities. His entire demeanor, from temperament to behavior, exuded ambition. He believed he would soon be valued highly, receive promotions in rank and salary, and before long become the kind of senior worker who could take on apprentices. "Once my salary increases, we can move away from Rue Pasteur to a better neighborhood, and Celia wouldn't need to work part-time anymore. She could focus on studying dramatic performance. Thinking of the bright future, Julian walked with straight posture, each step in his gait firm and steady. Following the flow of people, Julian exited the steam train and the relatively clean platform, entered the northern train station, and passed through the turnstiles. He looked around, searching for his sister who had promised to meet him. As he searched, he noticed many travelers unconsciously gazing toward one corner, reluctant to look away, with some even walking in that direction. Though curious, Julian didn't go to see what the commotion was about. Meeting up with Celia was the most important thing right now. After walking several more steps, he finally spotted the familiar figure. She was also the person drawing all those gazes. Julian saw that his sister Celia Bellows' flaxen hair had darkened considerably and was tied in a simple bun. Her face wore no makeup yet appeared fresh and clean, like a flower newly washed by rain. Celia seems to have grown even prettier, more beautiful than Mom's photos when she was young. Julian quickly squeezed through, blocking a man who was trying to chat up his sister. "Welcome home." Jenna gave her brother a hug. Meanwhile, she grumbled inwardly. It's really inconvenient for a demoness to go out without concealing her appearance. Even with using lie to adjust my features to look more like before and having suppressed my charm, I still draw attention, though not as drastically. "Let's go." Julian glanced at the eager men around them and protectively guided his sister quickly out of the northern train station. Jenna pointed to a double-decker public horse carriage. "This one's already full. Let's wait for the next one." Julian looked around and pointed to the rental carriage lane. "Let's take one of those back. I've saved some money during this time." He had expected his frugal sister to object and need convincing, but to his surprise, Jenna immediately nodded in agreement. Julian felt that his sister must have changed quite a bit over these 6 months. After settling into the two-wheeled, two-seater rental carriage, Jenna asked with a smile, "How did your studies go?" "Your letters weren't very detailed about." Julian instinctively straightened his back. "I think I'm about at the same level as the master who taught me before." He went on to explain many technical details, though Jenna couldn't understand them. Jenna offered some complimentary remarks before changing the subject. "I recently met an outstanding technical expert. She says she's a technical expert. I don't understand much about it, but when she repairs machines, she's really incredible, the kind of incredible that even I can recognize. She said when you return, everyone could get together to exchange ideas." "She?" Julian relaxed. With a smile, he said, "Sure, you can arrange a time with her." He was very confident in his technical skills now. "Let's go right after you put away your luggage. We'll have dinner together." Jenna quickly decided, as if her previous words had been leading up to this. Julian gave his sister a suspicious look, suspecting she was trying to set him up. However, after their long separation, he didn't want to refuse. After dropping off his luggage at their rental place on Rue Pasteur, Jenna led Julian to a newly built factory on the south side of Quartier du Jardin Botanique. Inside the factory, a young woman with short hair and goggles was using a hammer, pliers, and other tools to work on a giant machine, continuously installing rivets, levers, bearings, and other components. Her movements were fluid and unassuming, but every detail was perfect, not a fraction off, without the slightest error. As Julian watched, he became transfixed, his previously high confidence gradually crumbling. Is this even humanly possible? Even machines manufacturing machines can't achieve this level of precision. Could this be the blessing of the God of technology that the Church of Steam preaches about? When the woman finished her work, Jenna stepped forward and called out with a smile, "Good afternoon, Miss Bella." Bella's body instinctively trembled slightly. Then she turned around and said with a smile, "Celia, is this your brother?" "Yes, my brother Julian." Jenna made the introduction. Julian nodded bewilderedly, his previous confidence completely gone. Bella took off her goggles, revealing a face with soft features and beautiful eyes, unlike the more masculine female mechanical workers in Julian's stereotypical impression. "I heard you just returned from an exchange study?" Bella asked curiously. "Yes." Julian no longer had any enthusiasm to share this experience. What did you study? Bella eagerly pointed at the mechanical parts scattered on the factory floor. Why don't we exchange ideas? Try assembling a machine with the remaining parts. A qualified artisan must have their own judgment and possess sufficient creativity. Julian instinctively wanted to refuse, clearly knowing there was an unbridgeable gap between himself and this approachable lady. But at this moment, his sister Jenna encouraged, "Give it a try. This will be your first creation since completing your studies. It's okay if there are flaws. Ms. Bella will guide you and help correct any issues." Guide. Julian's heart suddenly stirred. He first spoke at length about how ordinary he was and how his skills were barely passing, then walked among the scattered parts, observing and contemplating. When he picked up the pliers, Bella walked over and nodded slightly. "Your hand position has a small flaw." She quickly pointed out the problem, correcting the mistakes in Julian's posture from past bad habits. During the subsequent assembly, Bella occasionally offered similar guidance, and her teaching either led to sudden insights for Julian or made him strangely discover that many things he originally found difficult suddenly became simple. While teaching, Bella seemed to radiate an indescribable light, no longer just the girl next door from before. Every word she spoke gave Julian the feeling that she had absolute confidence. People who were confident and had the ability to support that confidence were always charismatic, unconsciously inspiring worship. Gradually, Julian's gaze toward Bella became like a student looking at their most respected teacher, and his behavior began to show signs of imitation. This was a truly top-tier artisan. A top-tier artisan that ordinary people rarely got to meet. Thus, Julian completed his assembly, creating a machine for precise metal cutting. He couldn't believe this was his own work. It was the kind that had to be purchased from the Church of Steam Factories. His gaze toward Bella grew even more admiring. Jenna sincerely praised the machine for a while, then took Julian home to change clothes, arranging to meet Bella at a restaurant near the botanical garden. The three of them enjoyed a pleasant atmosphere with engaging conversation. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." Jenna stood up, putting down her napkin. After watching his sister's figure disappear into the restroom corridor entrance, Julian turned back to see Bella lift her red wine glass, taking a small sip, smiling kindly yet with a hint of superiority. "You truly have some talent in mechanics." "No, compared to you, this can't be called talent," Julian responded, embarrassed and somewhat inferior. Bella put down her wine glass and shook her head. "I mean it. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice?" "Apprentice?" Julian was stunned. Bella nodded gently. "Yes, like the ancient apprenticeships following me to learn, growing with my help, and after completing your training, serving me for a period without pay. Such a young, top-tier artisan would take apprentices. Why would she value me?" Julian was surprised, delighted, yet puzzled. Am I qualified?" "I said you truly have some talent." Bella, who appeared like the girl next door, showed some authority when discussing this matter. "Can an ordinary person like me reach your level?" Julian asked anxiously. "I can only say there's a good chance, though it ultimately depends on you," Bella said thoughtfully. "If all goes well, you could approach my level within half a year, though not quite reach it. Afterward, you'd serve me without pay for a year and a half." Julian's mind buzzed, feeling as if this windfall was too big, making him dizzy. At this moment, Jenna emerged from the restroom corridor. Julian immediately lowered his voice. "May I have a few days to consider?" It wasn't that he didn't want this opportunity, but rather that he was suspicious of Ms. Bella's true intentions. How could such good fortune fall to someone like me? Could this be some new type of scam? Did Ms. Bella have connections with those islanders? Of course. Bella didn't press him. After enjoying dinner, back at their rental place on Rue Pasteur, Julian casually asked his sister, "Celia, who exactly is Ms. Bella? How is she such a top-tier artisan at such a young age?" "So she really is an amazing technical expert?" Jenna asked excitedly. After Julian confirmed this, she recalled, "Ms. Bella often watches performances at the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. She's a believer in the god of steam and machinery, and seems to have deep connections with the monks at the Deep Valley Cloister. Her title as technical expert should be certified by the Church of Steam. I can help you inquire if it's true. Hearing that Ms. Bella was a true God believer and had close ties with the Church of Steam's monastery monks, Julian's doubts gradually dispersed. Someone like that shouldn't be a con artist. But we still need to confirm her identity with the Church of Steam clergy. Julian slowly regained his confidence. If I could learn Ms. Bella's techniques, even at 80% of her level, I could become a technical director sought after by all factories in Trier, and might even hope to open my own factory in the future. After chatting with his sister until nearly dawn, Julian lay in bed, tossing and turning, too excited to sleep. His mind was filled with images of Ms. Bella, focused, serious, knowledgeable, technically profound, someone who unconsciously inspired admiration and worship. In the newly built factory south of Quartier du Jardin Botanique, Bella watched Jenna, dressed as a witch, walk out from the mirror, and said trembling, "Madam, I have said everything as you instructed." In her mind, this was death itself, bringing destruction and despair. She had watched helplessly as many of her companions died one by one, coughing blood everywhere. Jenna nodded expressionlessly. "He will accept your proposal. For the next 2 years, you'll be responsible for taking him to major cities like Suet, guiding him to encounter mystical knowledge, becoming a savant, and helping him digest potions until he advances to appraiser. I will ask the Church of Steam clergy in the corresponding regions to help, making Julian believe you have divine blessing and are trustworthy. After 2 years, if nothing goes wrong with Julian and his development meets expectations, you will regain your freedom with one prerequisite. You must convert to a true God and complete the corresponding prayers." Before Bella could respond, Jenna took out a palm-sized doll seemingly stained with dark blood from her traveler's bag and said with a slight smile, "If you try to escape or do anything harmful to Julian, I can easily find you with this. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I'll just send you back to the future." Hearing the last half of the sentence, Bella's face suddenly turned pale, as if recalling something she never wanted to remember again. That was worse than nightmares. She hurriedly responded with extreme humility, "Madam, I will wholeheartedly complete the task you've given me." A week later, in the apartment that Franca and Jenna had originally rented, which hadn't yet expired, Julian sat across from the dining table. He looked at his sister and hesitantly said, "Celia, there's something I want to discuss with you." "What is it?" Jenna looked puzzled. Julian chose his words carefully. "Ms. Bella wants me to become her apprentice, like in ancient times." "Such good fortune? If you can learn some real skills from her, you could become a top technical expert in the future." Jenna was delighted for her brother, her eyes full of expectation. But Ms. Bella is going to serve as technical director at a factory run by the Steam Cloister in Suet. If I become her apprentice, I'll have to go with her and stay there for at least 2 years," Julian said somewhat embarrassedly. "It's only 2 years, you're still young. With real skills, you'll have plenty of opportunities to make big money in Trier." Jenna encouraged her brother. "But you..." Julian suddenly fell silent. "I still need to study dramatic performance for another year, then spend a year playing supporting roles at the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons that was agreed upon when I became an acting apprentice. Remember?" Jenna comforted and persuaded her brother. "For the next 2 years, my life will be very regular, nothing requiring help." Julian made a sound of agreement and suddenly pulled out a stack of bills and coins from his pocket. "Celia, take these. Focus on studying dramatic performance these 2 years. Don't worry about making money." Jenna looked at her brother for a few seconds, then smiled and accepted the cash. "By the time you return, I might be a famous theater actress. And I'll be an outstanding technical expert." Julian suddenly recalled their childhood aspirations, and they shared a smile. He seemed to have shed a heavy burden. After Julian left, Franca walked out from the master bedroom, exclaiming joyfully, "How wonderful! No hypnosis needed." Actually, there's not much difference. When I made the decision to hypnotize Julian, this matter was essentially already settled. Jenna smiled self-mockingly. Franca consoled her. Whatever the case, this matter has been initially resolved. Next, our main tasks are to consolidate the cult's followers, secretly spread the faith, and devise convincing explanations to include you. Also, help Anthony prepare for his advancement ceremony, and track down the Order of All Extinction and Zeradal. Jenna made a sound of agreement and sincerely sighed. A rare period of peace. Thus, as Lumion and others remained relatively stable without bringing any catastrophes, time flew by, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. At the Auberge du Coq d'Or's basement bar, Leon, wearing a light blue shirt, walked in, and every patron he passed greeted him warmly from the bottom of their hearts. Leon sat at the bar and smiled at the owner and bartender, Pavard Neeson. One La Fée Verte. Pavard Neeson, who wore a ponytail and had an artistic air about him, asked curiously while pouring the drink, "Why do you always order La Fée Verte?" "It has sacred meaning for me," Leon said, resting his elbow on the bar counter while surveying the other patrons. Pavard didn't ask further. This Monsieur Leon, who looked more like a scholar than a laborer, had become the most respected figure in Rue Anarchy over the past few months. He arrived in April and gained widespread support in just over 3 months. He would help those who were bullied get justice, prepare medicines and treat serious illnesses for free, tell stories to the children of the Rue Anarchy, help willing vagrants, dancers, and streetwalkers find jobs that met their basic needs. He never looked down on the residents here and didn't dress flashily. And somehow both the Market District gangs and police seemed to ignore him. How could such a person not be beloved? Leon paid for his drink, took the dreamlike green-colored glass, and took a small sip. At that moment, he saw a young man in a white shirt and open black vest, holding a beer, jump onto a small round table. "Everyone, look at me. I announced that Madame Furs has published The Great Adventurer 8 2 volumes in less than half a year. How incredible! And by the way, I'm getting promoted with a raise. This will be my last time drinking here for the next 2 years. Can you believe it? I've truly mastered ancient Faisac, the language that only truly civilized people understand. What excellent talent! I passed the exam and got assigned overseas. I am going to take up an important position in Suet. Congratulate me. The Auberge du Coq d'Or is about to produce a truly civilized person." Leon watched with a smile, enjoying the chaotic yet strangely harmonious atmosphere. He stayed until 10 p.m., when he finally left the bar amid everyone's farewells, went up to the 3rd floor and entered room 302. Someone was already waiting for him there. It was Lugano, a man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a very upright bearing. "Your Grace, what brings you here?" Leon asked, both surprised and delighted yet somewhat fearful. Lugano glanced at his subordinate and raised both hands, making an outward pushing gesture. "Disease be gone." Leon finally understood and returned the same gesture. "Disease be gone. Praise the great god of plague. Praise the great god of disease." Lugano finally showed a satisfied expression. "How many followers have you developed recently?" Leon respectfully answered, "Following the revelations and your instructions, I haven't preached directly. Instead, by helping the residents here and utilizing their fear of disease, I've gradually developed a group of willing followers, forming the embryo of a congregation. Next, I will share my faith with the followers, speak of the greatness of the 2 malady gods, and of your Grace's mercy and grace." Lugano nodded. "Well done. I've walked around Rue Anarchy and several nearby streets, hearing about your deeds from many people. Remember, you must follow the Church's precepts. First, no public preaching. Second, followers are allowed to also believe in the eternal blazing sun or the god of steam and machinery or other orthodox gods." "Yes, Your Grace." Leon bowed his head and sincerely responded. Lugano took out a small jewelry box inlaid with silver patterns and what appeared to be an ordinary vanity mirror, saying with a smile, "No need to address me as Your Grace anymore. From today on, you will become the bishop of this area." reporting directly to Her Holiness the Pope and receiving orders from him. Leon's eyes lit up, unsure how to react in front of Bishop Lugano. You deserve this. Lugano handed the small jewelry box and mirror to Leon. The mirror is for communicating with Her Holiness. The jewelry box contains the Warlock Sequence's potion formula and all ingredients. This is a blessing from the god of plague and the god of disease. Once you're ready, you can consume the potion and advance to Warlock. Thinking of the beyonder powers and miraculous spells he had witnessed from Bishop Lugano and other bishops, Leon became excited and hastily thrust out his right palm. Praise the god of plague. Praise the god of disease. Lugano joined in praising the two malady gods, then said, the jewelry box also contains some spell documents that will let you master several spells for treatment and medicine preparation, without needing help from me and other bishops. These can be used to treat common illnesses. For truly serious cases, recite the honorific names of the god of plague or god of disease. Understood. Leon accepted the small jewelry box and mirror. Thinking about how he would soon become a Sequence 7 warlock and master true supernatural powers, he trembled with excitement, believing even more devoutly in the two malady gods and revering Her Holiness the Pope. Just over 3 months ago, he had been a pitiful man who was scammed by islanders, impoverished, desperate about life and wanting to end his own existence. After leaving room 302 of the Auberge du Coq d'Or, Lugano returned to his previously rented apartment. Then, he took out a mirror and placed it solemnly and ceremoniously on the table. The lady more ancient than the times, servant of calamity, child of plague and disease, destroyer who walks in shadows, guide of all lost lambs and trier, the great god of plague, I beseech you, beseech your gaze. After saying his prayers, Lugano placed the already organized church affairs documents before the mirror on the table, watching them pass through the veil and disappear into the mirror's surface like ripples in water. Soon, text appeared on the mirror's surface. Before long, you will become an archbishop, overseeing multiple dioceses. This message came from the Pope of the Sick Church. After receiving the reply, Lugano became elated once again. Although he regretted no longer being a blessed who could report directly to the great god of plague Lumian Li, and could only follow Her Holiness the Pope's instructions, over these past few months, he had not only acquired the acting method but also obtained the Sequence 6 biologist potion formula and corresponding ingredients from the plantar pathway, and was now already a Sequence 6 beyonder. From Her Holiness the Pope's words just now, after accumulating achievements for another year or so, he would have the chance to advance another sequence, becoming a druid and an archbishop. With anticipation, Lugano looked at the mirror and respectfully bowed his head. Yes, Your Holiness. In the luxurious villa where Lumian and others resided, Her Holiness the Pope of the Sick Church, Jenna, sat on a long sofa leaning against the great god of disease Franca Roland, reviewing Lugano's work report. After discussion, Lumian and Franca decided to let Jenna first be recognized by the Sick Church followers as Pope, which could also obtain anchors and well-explained changes in doctrine. In the future, if Jenna could advance to Sequence 3, they could use the method of both the god of plague and god of disease jointly issuing divine edicts to promote the meritorious Pope to a subsidiary god. Her related deeds would naturally become part of the church catechism, and no one would question it. After that, they would gradually elevate her status. After hearing Jenna's narration, Franca looked toward Lumian, who was curled up reading on another sofa. I think our anchors are sufficient to support our advancement to Sequence 2. Besides, we can't preach on a large scale in Trier anyway. Not preaching publicly but being able to develop some followers was the tacit understanding between Lumian's group and the god of steam and machinery church. In this aspect, the god of steam and machinery was quite accommodating to them. Previously, during the Holy Day in May, the Church of Steam held a large mass attended by tens of thousands in front of Trier's patriarchal cathedral. The participants' emotions were exceptionally high, becoming very devout and fervent as they were influenced by the Mass itself and the surrounding atmosphere during the ritual. Anthony, as a believer of the god of steam and machinery, also attended this Mass and secretly consumed the potion amid the emotional resonance of tens of thousands, becoming a Sequence 4 manipulator. This was using the Church of Steam's Grand Mass to simplify the ritual's execution. Other spectators didn't do this because it would be considered blasphemy and would be noticed by the corresponding true God due to the influence of the Mass ritual and fervent emotions, bringing down terrible divine punishment. But the God of Steam and machinery allowed Anthony to do this. Lumion and Anthony had prayed at the Church of Steam's Patriarchal Cathedral in Trier beforehand and received a permissive revelation. Lumion put down his book and said with a smile, "The current problem is that we cannot obtain the beyonder characteristics of either Weather Warlock or Demoness of Catastrophe." According to information Franca gathered from within the Demoness sect, they could confirm that the Demoness sect possessed at least 5 Demoness of Catastrophe beyonder characteristics for angels: gray, yellow, blue, purple, and 1 grade 0 sealed artifact. Lumion's group had further learned that if a pathway had 3 sequence 1 angels, the corresponding sequence 2 angels could only number 6 to 8, with the specific amount varying by pathway. In other words, with the existence of the true God, the primordial Demoness, there were only 1 to 3 Demoness of Catastrophe beyonder characteristics outside the Demoness sect, all currently unaccounted for, at least not among the Church of the Fool's allied forces. Similarly, the distribution of Weather Warlock beyonder characteristics was: the Einhorn family had 2 sequence 2 angels, the Sauron family had 1 sequence 2 angel, the Intis military had 1 sequence 2 angel. This seemed to come from the outflow of beyonder characteristics after the Sauron family's decline. The Iron and Blood Cross Order had at least 1 sequence 2 angel, and there was 1 corresponding beyonder characteristic in the Blue Avenger Vault. In other words, at most 2 Weather Warlock beyonder characteristics remained unaccounted for, perhaps none at all, and Lumion currently had no leads. Before Franca and Jenna could respond, Lumion thoughtfully said, "I plan to make a trip to Bansi Harbor soon." At Bansi Harbor, by the Sonia Sea. After Lumion, Franca, and Jenna arrived, they saw endless ruins. Every building here had collapsed, with many blackened marks. Wild animals now inhabited the area, occasionally letting out caw-caw calls of crows. Lumion had heard from Madame Magician about Bansi Harbor's destruction, but this was his first time actually coming here. From the information gathered, this used to be the territory of the Medici family, who believed in the god of weather. There's a chance that the Weather Warlock beyonder characteristic could be found here, but they were likely taken by that Red Angel, Franca said as she looked around. Staring at the ruins of Bansi before him, Lumion felt like he was back in the disaster-stricken Cordu. He stood there dazed for a few seconds before speaking. "This is one purpose. To search around won't cost us much. The other purpose is to find that special location Madame Magician mentioned. Use the corpse wax candle and complete the ritual contract." Chuckling, Lumion continued, "Since the Celestial Master was able to use Professor and company as a medium to locate the hidden sage and help Mr. Fool lock onto the target, the Blood Emperor ritual contract should also be able to find where the remaining Weather Warlock beyonder characteristic is. As someone who is barely counted as his blessed, is it too much to ask him for this small favor? In theory, it's possible, but it's too dangerous. It would be better to accumulate contributions and seek revelations from Mr. Fool. He is the greatest existence at the top of the seer pathway, and should be able to divine clues about the remaining Weather Warlock beyonder characteristic." Franca was not too fond of Lumion taking unnecessary risks. Though this is his style, one just can't avoid being defiled from constantly touching pitch. He should try to control the number of risky ventures. Jenna nodded in agreement with Franca's words. "You think I haven't sought revelations from Mr. Fool? Guess what his revelation was?" Lumion smiled. "Bansi." "All right then," Franca grumbled. "You two help me guard against any accidents," Lumion said, placing his hand on his chest and bowing his head to pray to Mr. Fool. After the prayer, he activated the remnant aura of the Blood Emperor, the underworld Taoist seal, and the dark pinhole in his right palm. Guided solely by his spiritual intuition, he began to delve deeper into the ruins. Franca and Jenna followed several tens of meters behind him, one on each side. They had walked for nearly a quarter of an hour when Lumion stopped in front of a collapsed building. The walls of the building were shattered, and only a few charred wooden pieces remained of the entrance. On the ground, which was scorched as if by lightning, were 2 vivid blood-red human silhouettes. In the corner next to these two shadows was a simple drawing depicting a tentacled monster. According to the intel provided by Mr. Hanged Man, this was the Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office. So it's here after all. Muttering, Lumion walked up to the two blood-colored human imprints and took out a pale yellow-red semi-solidified candle in a glass jar. He then placed the corpse wax candle on the piled-up collapsed walls and ignited it using friction of his spirituality. Seeing this, Jenna and Franca stopped in their tracks, not advancing further. They were worried that they too would be affected by the candle's scent and be passively drawn into the ritual contract, unable to monitor the situation. Lumion sat down cross-legged and began cogitation. The sweet-scented incense diffused in the stillness, gradually penetrating his nostrils, causing his bones to itch and his blood vessels to swell. Suddenly, a veil of dark mist appeared before his eyes. Unlike previous contract rituals, Lumion's drifting soul was immediately seized by an invisible force and yanked into the depths of the mist the next moment. Spinning, turning, Lumion quickly regained his wits and found himself standing in a spacious, bright house, with rows of seats on both sides, occupied by several people who seemed to be waiting. Some of these people were dressed normally, while others had very strange attire. Lumion had not yet had a chance to examine them closely when a shout rang out beside him. "Ilhap, make way!" Lumion did not understand, and turned around with a bewildered look, facing a man who had just entered through the door. The man was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, and a top hat, a look that matched the Eastern style Franca had described. He was holding a piece of paper in his hand. Lumion stepped aside to let the man pass, watching him run towards the front of the hall without looking back. Tap, 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 the sound of telegraphing echoed from that direction. Lumion then realized this was a telegraph office, and the people were waiting for responses. Many of the waiting individuals had already turned their gaze towards him. Lumion pulled up his hood to obscure his face. Compared to a demoness Salur, wearing strange clothes was not a big problem. Outside the telegraph office, the scene suddenly became lively. There were multi-story buildings of various styles, wide streets, and occasionally black automobiles and the yellow rickshaws Franca had mentioned passing by. Among the bustling people, some wore shirts, suits, and hats. Others wore long robes and skullcaps, some in white shirts and black gowns with baggy pants and high-top cloth shoes, their waists bulging as if they were hiding pistols, and some with their heads wrapped in red cloth and holding short batons, while others wore lace-trimmed and ruffled long dresses, or close-fitting skirts with slits on the sides. Lumion suddenly felt this was as prosperous as Trier. Ding-ding. The clear sound echoed as a two-car tram, supported by overhead tracks, raced by. This scene was very familiar to Lumion. He already knew this was called a trolley. However, unlike what he had seen before, the passengers on the trolley were all quite normal, their attire indistinguishable from the pedestrians on the streets, and none of them had just a head, dragging a bloody, bony spine. The location I've entered is different from the previous street? Or maybe that street was originally hidden and requires special methods to see or enter. My various special attributes, combined with the issues in Bansi, have brought me more directly to this metropolis. Lumion muttered as he looked around. Even among the people being pulled in rickshaws, there were no ladies with pus-filled, bruised faces concealing them with fans. Aside from not understanding the language around him and the scarcity of people who resembled his own appearance, Lumion didn't see any problems with the bustling city before him. In terms of the effects of the ritual contract, this could be considered a failure, as he had gained nothing and not touched upon any mysteries. After contemplating for a while, with a feeling of being thrown into a foreign land without a good translator, Lumion followed the guidance of his own spirituality and gradually moved away from the prosperous downtown, entering narrower alleys. The architectural styles on both sides became more peculiar: stone doorframes, thick black wooden doors, and tall walls with deep courtyards. Lumion tried extending his right hand to touch a wooden utility pole, only to see his palm pass through it. Am I in a soul-body state now? No, it should be a pure spiritual and mental state, but I can still be seen by the people around me. Lumion analyzed as he continued walking, navigating through the tangled wires, laundry lines, and haphazardly piled debris, until he reached an area with many residences. The first thing that caught his eye was a strangely shaped wooden tower. It was very similar to the fog core he had seen in previous ritual contracts, but in the sunlight, the wooden tower had lost its indescribable sense of terror and gloom. In front of the brown tower were large houses and green trees, all enclosed by a yellow wall, preventing anyone from scaling it. The open wooden double doors at the main entrance saw a constant flow of people going in and out, all appearing to be ordinary citizens. Is this what Franca called a temple? Lumion pondered for a moment, then followed the crowd into the area enclosed by the yellow wall. He pretended to be sightseeing as he gradually approached the wooden tower. Along the way, he noticed that the monks of this temple were divided into several categories, with vastly different attire, and they did not seem to interact much with each other. The two most numerous groups were one wearing blue robes and tall hats, resembling the celestial master style, and the other with shaved heads, wearing either dull gray robes or yellow inner robes with red outer garments. When Lumion reached a point near the wooden tower, two types of monks blocked his path in succession. Although he did not understand what the monks were saying, he got the message, "Stop!" Lumion did not argue, and turned back towards the building he had just passed. During this process, he discreetly observed the environment, noticing that many monks were dispersed along the path leading to the wooden tower, some openly, some secretly, showing signs of using beyonder powers. They are guarding the wooden tower, not allowing outsiders to enter? As Lumion made this judgment, he abandoned the idea of trying to teleport there or use the mirror world. If the wooden tower was indeed the core location indicated by the ritual contract, the guards would be prepared against such methods. Thinking about how he had previously entered the tower through a mental contract, Lumion found a hidden spot and tried to replicate that state. As soon as he completed the cogitation, he suddenly levitated, floating towards the wooden tower through the suddenly spreading dark mist, without any obstruction. Soon, Lumion reached his destination, but was blocked by an invisible force, only able to descend downwards, preparing to enter through the door. The floating sensation quickly faded, and the enveloping dark mist dissipated. This time, Lumion clearly saw the situation at the wooden tower's entrance. There stood a weathered stone stele. Lumion could not decipher the text on the stele, but he understood its meaning as if through spiritual communication. The inscription read, "Gathered the world's might, have the ranks of the brave, binding the malevolent dragon here, quelling the calamity it gave. Erected by the fifth celestial master. Binding the malevolent dragon here, erected by the fifth celestial master." Lumion recalled what he had seen in the previous ritual contract, vaguely understanding something. He did not stop there, passing by the weathered stone stele and entering the wooden tower. The tower had no gas lamps or lit candles, relying only on the dim sunlight filtering through the thin paper windows to provide some illumination. This did not hinder Lumion's examination of the surroundings. He found the first floor of the tower to be unusually spacious, with towering and intersecting beams and columns, and a stone staircase leading down to the lower area. Familiar with the situation, Lumion confidently approached the staircase, seemingly shrouded in shadow. After a few steps, he suddenly looked up towards the side, and in the exceptionally dark environment, he saw a young man in dark clothing crouching quietly on a round wooden crossbeam. The man had a thin face, a slightly broader forehead, and reasonably good features overall. His black eyes were bright and lively, his figure seemingly merged with the darkness. As Lumion was looking up, their gazes met, and his hood lost its concealing effect. The man immediately muttered something Lumion did not understand, with a disdainful expression, and scurried up the higher floors, disappearing from sight. Another outsider? He was able to bypass the monks and infiltrate the strange wooden tower? Although he did not use any beyonder powers just now, his capabilities are still impressive. Lumion, with his night vision, was not hindered by the darkness above and tried to track down the man, but could not find any trace of him. Vaguely feeling that the other person was still observing him, Lumion smiled brightly up at the ceiling. Charm. a charm directed at all present beings. With a thud, the young man suddenly fell from somewhere, crashing onto a horizontal beam. He cursed in a language Lumion did not understand and scurried up the tower like a lizard, completely escaping the lower floors, as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Lumion did not understand his cursing, but felt it sounded similar to the phrase he had heard shouted at him in the telegraph office. "Damn it!" Confirming that the young man was no longer watching him, Lumion descended the gray stone steps, disappearing into the shadowed stairwell. After an unknown period, he finally reached the very bottom of the wooden tower, seeing the ancient well hidden in the darkness, the moss-covered stone blocks, and the iron chains extending from the blocks into the depths of the well. Numerous bas-reliefs were carved onto these chains, depicting countless grotesque and distorted faces, like evil spirits. Similar to Chun Tu's armor, was the underworld Taoist also involved in this binding the malevolent dragon matter? Or his teacher, his teacher's teacher? Lumion already knew that the celestial master corresponded to the mystery prior and savant pathways, and these dark iron chains did not seem to be his handiwork. Peeking out, Lumion's gaze descended to the bottom of the well, seeing a surface of what appeared to be the combined blood of thousands upon thousands of people. The liquid was thick, bizarre, and emanated a strong stench of blood and rust. Instinctively, Lumion raised his right hand to his nose, but found that he was not bleeding as he had during the previous ritual, and his condition was even quite good. Is it because I have already accepted the boon of calamity and obtained the power of the war bishop, so I'm essentially one of them? Lumion thought, looking at the dense bloody water that did not reflect his head or face, and spoke in ancient Hermes. "O mighty and great existence at the pinnacle of calamity, your humble blessed wishes to ask where I can obtain a beyonder characteristic that can help me advance further." Lumion had always been thick-skinned, so these words came easily to him. However, he was not sure if the so-called malevolent dragon, locked at the bottom of the well, would be able to understand his speech. To facilitate the other's understanding, he did not even use terms like weather warlock, sequence 2, or mythical creature. The people of the Western continent probably hadn't seen the blasphemy slate. After a brief, indescribable silence, the surface of the blood-colored water revealed a scene. It was a rotting, pus-oozing arm in broken armor, propping itself up on the ground, higher than the crumbled stone pillars. Pus continuously dripped from the cracks, mixed with invisible flames that ignited the ground, the air, and everything around, burning endlessly. Lumion hastily retreated a few steps, not daring to look directly. The residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his palm told him that the scene corresponded to the fallen divine corpse of Alista Tudor in the depths of 4th Epic Trier. Is there a weather warlock beyonder characteristic there? Lumion nodded slightly, returning to the edge of the well and looking at the dense blood water. The surface of the blood had changed. It was now filled with darkness, and a tall, silent figure seemed to be observing Lumion from within. Relying on his spiritual intuition, Lumion deduced that this was the mirrored Blood Emperor on the Blue Avenger's vault. Can I not obtain the Weather Warlock Beyonder characteristic without avoiding Alista Tudor? Wouldn't getting it from the Iron and Blood Cross Order's president be fine? Lumion had just furrowed his brow when a tremendous suction force suddenly emanated from the bottom of the well. Lumion was unable to resist, as this was both the instinctive pull of a high-level Beyonder characteristic and the boon he had received, given his current pure spiritual or mental state. He was dragged and fell into the well, sinking deeper. In the blink of an eye, as he tried to activate the black mark on his right shoulder to teleport away, his body touched the surface of the dense bloody liquid. He passed through it without creating the slightest ripple, just as a high-sequence demoness would enter the mirror world. Lumion suddenly realized, water surfaces are also mirrors. I'm not entering the place where the malevolent dragon is bound, but the corresponding mirror world. His vision darkened, then turned red, and his entire being was completely submerged in the bloody water. The stench of blood and rust permeated his nostrils, trying to fill his lungs and body. Lumion did not feel any pain, but rather a sense of comfort, as if he had returned to his source, to the homeland he had longed for. This sea of blood seemed to have no surface, and no matter how he tried to float up, he could not escape it or breathe fresh air. He saw countless corpses drifting past him, some headless, some with only a head dragging a bony, spine-like tail. Lumion followed these bodies, wanting to see where they would drift. Floating along with the corpses, he moved with the flow of the dark blood current. The headless bodies and those heads with their dangling spines became increasingly dense, gradually forming a blockage. It was as if there was an exit nearby, but the influx of corpses had clogged it. Lumion chose to bypass the congested area and approach the destination from the side. While he could not squeeze through, he just wanted to see what the situation was up ahead. After swimming for a while, Lumion finally saw the target location, a dark, gaping hole blocked by thousands of corpses, with an endless school of fish surging behind. The bodies jammed in the hole were already bloated, with patches of blackish-blue decay on their surfaces. Lumion immediately associated this with the lady riding the rickshaw, using a fan to cover her pus-filled, bruised face. Did she escape from here? Or is she the controller of these corpses? Lumion shook his head, doubting he had any chance of squeezing through the blocked hole. There were simply too many bodies jammed there, and he did not know what changes burning them down might bring. It would most likely make the situation worse. At that moment, the blocked hole shook violently, as if someone on the other side was trying to break through the tunnel. Splash! A large number of the corpses blocking the hole were suddenly swallowed in, allowing those behind them to finally approach. This also caused some of the dark, lightless water to ripple outwards. Affected by the disturbance, Lumion was pushed away, and the blood-red scene before him quickly faded into an illusion. In the illusion, he saw a huge, coiled black shadow. The shadow was lying at the bottom of the sea of blood, occupying an area comparable to the size of Trier. Lumion was drawn towards it, but could not truly approach or clearly see the black shadow. One was in the mirror, the other in reality. In front of the black shadow was a square several tens of kilometers wide and long, paved with grayish-white stones, with towering pillars of black, blood-red, and gray-white supporting an invisible barrier, preventing the blood-red sea from invading. Lumion found himself standing on this square, and before him was a full-length mirror made of pure silver mixed with other metals, its ornate frame in a classic style. Seeing this mirror, Lumion's mind suddenly tensed. Isn't this the same mirror from the Blue Avenger's treasure vault, the one concealing the mirrored Alistitutor? Why is there also one here? Or rather, does the one in the Blue Avenger's treasure vault lead to this one? Are they the results of Alistitutor's various crazy experiments as the Blood Emperor? Lumion instinctively wanted to move away from the silver full-length mirror, to avoid having his own image reflected in it, but a figure trapped within the mirror had already become visible on its surface. The figure was clad in blood-stained black armor, with flowing hair faintly glowing with a reddish light. His facial features were sharp, as if carved by a knife, his lips tightly pursed, exuding a resolute and unyielding aura. His blue eyes were filled with cruelty and madness. The next moment, this mirror-bound figure extended his armored right hand through the cold, hard mirror surface. He stepped out of the full-length mirror, as if completely unconcerned about Lumion seizing the opportunity to attack.